kick Dad's car again and again. I hate them. I hate them so much. Ugh. They just love making me miserable. They make fun of me. They're mean to me. They think I'm not special. But I'll find out what makes me special one day. Everyone will love me, and they'll see. Hi, I'm Betty, and I hate my family. I'm the youngest child, and I have a mean older sister, Emily. My parents never wanted me, and they never failed to let me know that. Ah, man, I told you we shouldn't have kept the baby. Just look at her. She's so ugly. I'm not taking that thing in my house. That's what my dad said when I was born. And my mom replied, "Oh, shut up. Stop being so dramatic. She can be useful in the house." On my 10th birthday, I asked my mom why they don't celebrate my birthday like they do Emily's. "Oh, don't you know? We didn't plan for you, and we don't want you. Also, we look like a royal family, and just look at you. You look like a maid." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. But she wasn't finished. "I think it's time you start earning your keep in this house. Starting tomorrow, you're doing all the house chores. Since you're old enough to ask for a birthday party, you're old enough to work." I knew I wasn't beautiful like Emily. I think I wasn't really beautiful at all, but something down in my soul told me that I'm special in some way. Not bragging, but I just knew it. I just had to find it. The next day, I was napping when my sister barged into my room and slammed the door. I woke up immediately feeling really startled. She stood by the door with a sneaky smile on her face. "Aw, poor baby. Are you scared? I'm so sorry I woke you up." I was so angry. I knew she wasn't sorry. She got a thrill out of making me miserable. She was always trying to embarrass me at school, too. One morning, while I was getting ready for school, she entered my room with a yellow sundress and threw it at me. "Here, you can wear this. It's too outdated for me now, but it's still better than anything you have." I knew immediately that she gave me that dress because she wanted to humiliate me. "Sure," I replied. So I changed some things about the dress to make it more fashionable, and then I paired it with black boots. When I walked into class, everyone was staring at me. I could tell they were impressed by my outfit and sense of fashion. I was so happy. After class, when Emily saw me in the hall, she looked shocked and horrified. "How dare you do that to my dress?" Ugh! With that, she stormed off angrily, and I felt even happier. One day, I saw Emily going through Mom's cupboard and walking away with a box. Of course, they wouldn't mind her taking anything she wanted, but a couple of days later, Mom barged into my room with Dad and Emily right behind her, accusing me of stealing her jewelry. I told her I didn't do it. Then I pointed at Emily. "Why don't you ask your precious daughter? I saw her taking it." Emily gave me an evil smile, and I started to feel suspicious. "Emily would never do that. I'm going to search your room, and if I find it, girl, you'll wish you were never born." What an irony. She searched my room and found the jewelry. I was dumbfounded. Emily must have planted it in my room. I just stood there, speechless. "You thief!" Emily was giggling, and Dad started screaming at me. No matter how many times I said I hadn't stolen it, he just wouldn't believe me. He told me I was grounded for 2 weeks with no phone and no lunch money. As if that wasn't bad enough, he said I had to clean the house from top to bottom. I looked at my dad with hatred. He pampered my mom and Emily, but treated me like dirt. I couldn't take it anymore, so I screamed at them. "I hate you! I hate you guys!" They looked shocked because I'd never stood up to them before. "Just you watch. I'll find what makes me special, and people will love me for it." I stormed out of the room and ran outside to my dad's car and kicked it. It felt good. A week after that, I was looking for my math assignment everywhere. I asked Emily if she had taken it, but she said no. Of course, I didn't trust her, so I waited till she went out with her friends, and then I sneaked into her room. I wasn't surprised when I found it under her bed next to her iPod. I decided to take that too. That's when I discovered my love for music. Whenever I was upset and wanted to escape my family, I would go into my room and listen to songs on the iPod. I would sing along and it would really calm me down. One day in the cafeteria, I was walking to a table when Emily suddenly threw something on the floor. Before I could stop myself, I had stepped on a banana peel and I slipped, with my lunch flying everywhere. I heard someone say, "What a clumsy fool. I was so embarrassed, I just ran out of there. After that day, I started eating in the school library all by myself. One day during lunch break, I was listening to music on my iPod as usual, and I started singing along when I heard a voice say, "Oh my, you have such an angelic voice." I turned around to see it was the school librarian, Mrs. Shepherd. She looked really impressed, but I didn't believe her. "Thank you, but I don't think there's anything special about my voice." She told me to sing it again, and this time, she recorded it on her phone. I'd never thought about that. She played it back and I heard the most beautiful tone. At that moment, I realized I discovered my gift. I was so ecstatic. I hugged her and said, "Thank you so much. I've wanted to have something special my whole life, and you've made me realize what it is." I rushed home to tell my family about my singing ability. They just stared at me for a moment and then burst out laughing. "What an attention seeker you are, Betty. Just stop making stuff up. You're never gonna be anyone special." After the jewelry incident, I hadn't been able to forgive Dad for not believing me and treating me badly, and he was just doing it again. I wanted to hurt him as much as he had hurt me. So I decided to call his company and accuse him of theft. Dad worked as an account manager for a business firm, and I wasn't exactly sure if he had stole from the company, but someone as horrible as him must be shady, and I wanted him investigated. At the end of my junior year, I was singing in my room when my sister screamed from her room, "Stop squawking like a bird!" I rolled my eyes and yelled, "You would know since you screech like one." Just then, there was a knock at our main door. I ran to open it and found 2 male cops standing there. One of them asked, "Is this the Blackwell residence?" Everyone was in the hall by now, and the cops walked straight over to Dad and said he was under arrest for embezzlement. The company he worked for had discovered that he had been moving their money to an offshore account. Before the cops left, they asked me how I knew my dad was stealing money. I told them I had my suspicions. My family couldn't believe what they were hearing. Dad started screaming at me. "You ungrateful girl! You called the cops on me! I hate you!" "I can't believe you! I should have listened to your father when he said we shouldn't keep you." My sister could only scream and cry. I couldn't care less. After Dad was sentenced to jail, we became the talk of the town and everyone looked at us with contempt. Mom decided to move us to a small town where we could start afresh. I was so excited because I didn't really have friends in school because my sister had made everyone think I was a loser. The day we moved to our new house, my mom said, "Don't get yourself too excited, young lady. You'll have to fend for yourself now. Now that you've sent your dad away, I'm no longer responsible for you. You should be grateful I haven't disowned you." I rolled my eyes. I don't expect anything less. The next day, I started looking for a job, and I eventually found one in a small antique store as a salesperson. When I was walking back home, I heard someone singing, and I traced the voice to a guy in the park. He sounded beautiful. I sat next to him on the bench and started singing along. He seemed startled but didn't stop, and before I knew it, we'd gathered a crowd. Surprisingly, that became the beginning of my music career. After the performance, the guy introduced himself. "My name is Zach. You have a really nice voice. I've never drawn as big a crowd as you did today." I was so flattered I could only smile. That night, I went home with a skip in my step. Mom noticed my smiley face and asked if I'd gotten a job. I couldn't help spilling out the reason for my excitement, but Mom just rolled her eyes and Emily nastily said, "The townspeople must be deaf, and I'm sure this Zach guy is better than you. You're just jealous because I have talent, and you can't sing a note to save your life." She looked like she wanted to strike me dead, and that made my day. The next day, as I was working at the antique store, I started singing when I thought I was all alone. Just then, the owner came out of the back room. "You have a great singing voice. You should meet my son. He loves to sing too." I was surprised to hear that, but I said I would love to meet him. He called his son, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw Zach. We both laughed, then told his dad how we had already met once before. And every evening since that day, we would go to the park and sing. We started making good money, and the townspeople were so friendly and kind to me. Zach welcomed me into their home, and his family became my family. During my senior year at school, I decided to participate in the annual talent show. I was dressing up at home for my performance when my sister locked me in the room. I screamed and banged on the door. "Open this door right now!" She didn't reply. I kept banging on the door. "I will be late for the show, you moron! Give me money and I'll open the door." She was unbelievable. "You dumb fool! It's not my fault you're so spoiled you can't work to earn your own money. I became frustrated and threw my chair at the door. She wanted the money I'd been saving to go to college. I vowed I wouldn't ever share anything with her, even if we were the last 2 humans on Earth. I finally escaped through the window without injuries, and I made it to school just in time. I performed really well, and at the end of the show, an elegant, well-dressed woman walked up to me and said, "You have a great gift. The world needs to know about it." She gave me a card and told me she would love to offer me a music scholarship. Turned out, she was one of the directors at Juilliard and was invited by Zach's dad to watch my performance. It was such an amazing surprise. That day was joyous, and the whole town was thrilled for me. Well, everyone except my family, and I don't care about them.
The room was lit by only our laptops. Sabrina and I were deep into our usual AFK journey match. As expected, Sabrina was nailing it, and me, well, I wasn't. You got lucky this time, Sabrina.
Luck's got nothing to do with it. It's all skills.
Yeah, right. Stop showing off. If you know so much about the game, I wish you'd actually get sucked into that game.
Now that'd be something. I bet I'd still win.
I suppose she was right. She'd still win. After all, she was Sabrina. My sister always shone bright, passing tests, grabbing the spotlight, and unbeatable in games, while I was just Ella. Plain, average Ella. The next morning, I woke up late, which only happens if Sabrina forgets our alarm. We were about to be late for school. Come on, Sabrina! When I checked her room, there was no sign of Sabrina. Then I saw her slippers near her laptop, like she disappeared. Really? Trying to make me think you're in the game? I laughed, but suddenly, I felt the pull towards the laptop, like I was being sucked into it. And just like that, I was in a place straight out of a storybook. Huge trees with colorful leaves, bright skies, and tall mountains. There were little streams shining in the sun, and I could hear strange, beautiful sounds everywhere. It was so amazing. This had to be a dream. Ouch! Nope, not a dream. Right then, I heard someone behind me. Turning around, I almost fainted. Dianelle stood there, looking hot.
A new face in Asperia? You look lost.
OMG, you're Dianelle. I know everything about you. How you can soar into the air, becoming untouchable while unleashing a storm of sword attacks on your enemies.
Seems you know a lot about me. How about you share your story?
So I spilled the beans, telling him everything.
Fear not. I'll help you find your sister. You can't search for her alone.
Just then, Lucius and other heroes joined us, and Dianelle introduced me to them.
We Lightbearers stand for justice. Asperia will show you both its wonders and dangers.
Lucius's words hit me hard. Sabrina could be in trouble. But as I set out to look for Sabrina with Dianelle, Lucius, and the rest, I started to feel hopeful. Right in the middle of our journey, we bumped into some Hypogeans blocking our way. I was worried, thinking we were in for a tough fight. That's when Dianelle gave me a look, like he had a plan.
Watch this.
And then suddenly, everything started moving super slow. Dianelle jumped up, sword ready, and it was like I could see every little detail of him slicing through the air. How's everything so slow? What's going on? Just then, Lika fired her ultimate ability, Starshot, shooting a deadly arrow that mesmerized me as it seemed to float in slow motion before forcefully pushing back her opponent.
Begone.
Wow!
It's called bullet timing. It lets us slow down time to hit just right.
Suddenly, Rainier, a villain from the Hypogeans, tried to sneak attack me, but Lucius jumped in front of me super quick, his shield up, stopping Rainier's attack, making him step back.
Go back to the hell that spawned you!
Wow, thank you so much. As we moved ahead, we entered the Dream Realm and saw Necrotraken, a beast straight out of a nightmare. We have to beat this thing?
Yes, we do.
The fight started, and Necrotraken unleashed his fearsome dragon's breath upon us. But Lucius was swift and blocked the attack, while Lika, Dianelle, the others, and I kept on attacking Necrotraken. Finally, after the battle, the beast fell, and we saw a path. Following it, we found Sabrina. Ella, I found you! Can you believe we're actually inside the game? Yes, it's incredible. Right after I arrived, the Necrotraken captured me. Ella, when I play, I am fully immersed. It's like I'm not just playing a game, I'm living every moment of it. That's my secret to winning. But you've discovered something even more crucial, the power of working together.
You've shown great courage today.
Remember, the bond between heroes is the strongest weapon.
And never forget, in Asperia, we stand together against any darkness.
This journey, it was more than just a rescue mission. It was about discovering our strength and the magic of teamwork. And it's just the beginning. There's a whole world out there in Asperia, waiting for us to explore.
Maybe next time. I think it's time for you both to leave.
The heroes then led us to a portal, telling us it would take us back to our world. Goodbye. The next morning, when I woke up, everything seemed normal. Was it all just a dream?
Did you have a dream too?
About AFK Journey? Yes! We were both stuck in the game! I don't think it was just a dream. Ella? What's that under your bed? Curious, I leaned over to look and saw it. The sword Dynel had given me. It was all real. AFK Journey isn't just any game. It's an epic adventure that brings together strategy, courage, and friendship. With its unique art style, innovative gameplay features like bullet timing, and a story that unfolds across a beautiful 3D world, it's an RPG experience unlike any other. Available on PC and mobile, it's where you'll find your next great adventure. Asperia awaits. Are you ready to join us and discover the magic that follows?
Hi everyone, my name is Marina and I'm from Nevada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small town by my aunt who owned a small bakery and loved me to bits. Aw, honey, today's your first day at school, so I packed muffins for all your classmates so you can make a lot of new friends. You're awesome, Aunt June. She wasn't super rich, but she was the richest person at heart, and that's why everyone loved her so much, including me. I always wanted to be just like her, so I'd help her out at the bakery. Marina, I'm gonna go out for a bit. Can you put the pink icing on the cupcakes? Sure thing. Later, when the customer came to pick up her order, it turned out I'd caused a disaster. This was supposed to be for a gender reveal party, but you put yellow icing on the cake. Ugh! That wasn't the first time I mixed up colors. My aunt knew something was wrong with me. Turned out I had color blindness, and I couldn't differentiate between certain colors. Is it gonna be like this forever, Aunt June? I'm afraid so, honey. But cheer up, because I've got a brilliant idea. The next day, everything in the house and all the ingredients in the bakery were labeled along with their colors. Aunt June made things so easy for me, and our life was just perfect. Until one day when I was in second grade, an old man walked into our bakery and offered to buy it. This bakery has been passed down from generations in our family, and there's no way I'm gonna sell it. But the man's tone just got more rude. You should have signed these papers while I asked you nicely, but now you're just gonna pay for your stupidity. If you don't leave now, I'm gonna smash your car and then you'll have to pay for your stupidity, sir. The old man left at my warning, but the next week, another man was back with some papers that claimed that the bakery didn't belong to my aunt because her parents never signed the deal in her name, and now we had to move out. My aunt looked around for help, but the legalities were too complicated and no one was ready to help. So eventually we had to give away our bakery and move to the city. Thankfully, Aunt had enough savings to rent a small place, and she started working in a small grocery store. And while I was trying to adjust to this new life, I saw a kid my age in the front yard one day, choking on something. I immediately ran to help him, but the moment the food stuck in his throat came out, I was shocked. Why were you eating a doll's head?
I wasn't.
He pushed me back and ran into his house next to ours. Turns out he was the landlady's kid, Timmy, and he was so weird. Whenever I'd try to go close to him, he'd just run away. Even when I joined school, I saw some kids throwing popcorn at him, but he wouldn't budge. Hey, why won't you say anything? Why do you let those kids bully you? But instead of answering me, he just ran out of there, and I decided I wasn't going to bother with this guy anymore. But later that night, I was in my room when I heard someone crying. I looked out of my window and saw it was Timmy crying in his room. So I climbed onto the tree outside my window and jumped into his room. And he freaked out.
What are you doing here?
Look, I don't know the deal with you, but if there's some issue, you really need to talk about it. At first he hesitated, but then he broke down.
I miss my dad. Ever since Mom and he got divorced, I haven't seen him, and the kids at school always make fun of me because of that. I hate it here.
Hey, it's gonna be all right. I told him things were gonna be easy only if he fought back and didn't let those kids get to him. And it seemed like my advice worked. The next day, I saw Timmy was surrounded by a bunch of kids. I heard the cupcakes we gave you last time had Barbie heads in them. We're so sorry for that. Here, take these. They have cockroaches. And to my shock, Timmy pushed the bad guy away.
Get away from me. And don't trouble me anymore or I'm gonna tell the principal about you.
The other kids ran away scared, and Tim turned to me with a bright smile.
Did you see that? I wasn't scared and what you said worked.
After that day, we started getting along and became the bestest of friends. And Tim grew up to be really protective of me. He'd keep me away from all the bad guys and trouble in school. Then on my 16th birthday, I told him I was going to start working to support my aunt, but he had a weird reaction.
No, you can't do that. Your aunt wants you to study and make a life for yourself. You shouldn't be waiting tables. And if you need money, you can always tell me.
Tim was a genuine friend, and I loved how he always cared for me. But now I really wanted to support my aunt, so I took the job without telling anyone. But the very first week of my shift, something weird happened. I ended up making a mistake because of my color blindness, and the customer went bonkers on me. I want to see the manager right now and get you fired. But I told you it was a genuine mistake. But he kept shouting and started pulling my hand when one of his friends got up and stopped him.
Let go of her hand and apologize to her right now. Dude, you want me to apologize to this low-life waitress?
As soon as he said that, the guy landed a punch on the bad guy's face and my jaw dropped. Holy jeez! The manager immediately threw all of them out, but after my shift was over, I saw the guy who stood up for me was still sitting in the alleyway and his hands were bruised. I immediately got some ice for him. Excuse me, sir, you can use this. But for some reason, he looked really mad at me.
Who do you think you are trying to act all nice, huh? Just leave me alone.
I could see his eyes were red, like he'd been crying, and I thought it was best to leave him alone. But to my complete shock, I saw the same guy in my class the next day. The teacher introduced him as a new student, James. While the girls were drooling over his handsome looks, he kept staring at me the entire time, and the moment class was over, he came up to me.
I don't want you spreading any rumors about me from last night. Do you get that?
Before I could even reply, he just stormed away, and Timmy came running to me.
What happened? Was that guy bothering you?
I didn't want Timmy knowing about my job or anything about how I knew James, so I brushed it off and went ahead to prepare for my chemistry practicals. But turns out, James was already there. Minutes into the practical, I realized some of the labels on the chemicals were missing, so I asked James to help me differentiate, but he didn't even look at me. That jerk. I continued guessing and mixing the chemicals, but suddenly they caught fire, and I almost got hurt when James jumped in and pushed me out of the way. I quickly got up and put out the fire.
What are you, nuts? Did you want to die?
Suddenly, my eyes went to the burn on his hand, and I rushed him to the nurse's room and gave him first aid myself.
Seems like you're always helping people who are hurt.
Yeah, especially those who get hurt because of me, and with you, it's every single time. And that's when this tough guy finally let out a smile. You don't look so bad when you smile.
I know. I don't want the chicks going crazy over me, so I keep it under check.
This guy had multiple personalities. As time went by, we started spending more time together because we had similar projects, and James turned out to be a really fun person to hang out with. He'd often walk me to my work after school, and we'd enjoy all sorts of treats on our way. And even though he was a little mysterious, he was growing on me by the day. But there was someone who just hated our closeness.
What's going on between you and that new guy? He's bad news. Stay away from him, Marina.
What are you talking about? And how do you know he's bad?
Oh, come on. Haven't you seen? He's always covered in bruises. Just stay away from him, okay?
Well, I could understand Tim's concern, and there were things I wanted to know about James too. A few days later, we were at a friend's party playing Truth or Dare when I was given a dare to kiss James. My heart raced with excitement, but I saw Timmy looking at me with furious eyes. I wanted to run out of there, but thankfully, James got up and left first, and I let out a loud sigh. But later, when I went out, he was waiting for me.
Was it that bad, huh? The idea of kissing me so you sighed with such relief when I left?
No, it's not like that. It's just that there's only so much I know about you, and I didn't... Suddenly, he pulled me close and looked deep into my eyes.
What do you want to know about me, Marina?
Well, why did you cry that night in the alleyway? And is there something that you keep from me?
My mom is really sick, and she was admitted to the ICU that day, and I couldn't help but...
Shh, it's okay. You don't have to say anymore. With that, I pulled him in for a kiss, and he whispered into my ears,
I love you, Marina.
Gosh, I loved him too. But the very next day at school, my fairy tale came to an end when I received a message from James's phone. Here's my parting gift to you, Marina. There were several pictures of me kissing him and me working as a waitress with ugly captions, and he shared them with everyone in the school. What in the world? I tried to call James about what was going on, but he wouldn't answer it. And I felt so embarrassed and furious about everything. But then Timmy came to me.
Hey, are you all right?
I thought he'd question me about the pictures, but he just took me home and comforted me. I don't believe what's going on, and I can't even reach James.
He left, Marina, and he's never coming back.
He then showed me the newspaper articles of how James was the grandson of the same businessman who took away my aunt's bakery.
I heard his grandfather sent him here as a punishment because he used to be a jerk at his old school, but looks like he's still going around messing with people's feelings.
Gosh, there was no way I was going to forgive a jerk like him, but I wasn't going to cry over him either. I blocked him everywhere and decided to shift to another city for my college, along with my aunt. And after graduation, I joined a top law firm and helped my aunt open a nice bakery in the city itself. For the opening day, we sent out invites to everyone across the city, and it all went so well. After we were done with the day, we were about to close up when Timmy took me to the roof and proposed to me.
I love you, Marina. I have always loved you and...
Oh, Timmy, please stop. I liked him too, but he was my friend and I could never see him any other way.
What is it now? Don't tell me you still love that moron.
Timmy, what are you saying? You know I hate him.
Then why won't you say yes to me?
I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen. And suddenly he pulled me in and tried to kiss me. God, Timmy, just stop. Just then, I saw a man pull him away and punch him hard. James, what in the world are you doing here?
How dare you touch her, you filthy.
I pulled him away before he could hurt Timmy anymore and slapped him hard in the face. Who do you think you are walking into my life again? Didn't you already mess around enough last time?
Marina, what are you saying? I never messed around with you.
Oh, really? Then why did you leave? And what about those texts and pictures?
What? I have no idea what you're saying. I know it was my fault to leave you like that, but I told Timmy everything.
What? What do you mean?
That night after you left the party, I received a call that my mom had passed away. My grandfather wanted me to return home. Timmy was right there, and I asked him to inform you.
What?
I even tried to contact you, but you had me blocked everywhere. And when I called Timmy, he said you hated me and you were with him now.
Timmy, what is he saying? Did you hide this from me and lie to him?
Yeah, I hid the truth. I didn't want you to be with a jerk like him when I've loved you all my life. So I lied. For you.
But those messages from your phone and those posts.
I have no idea, Marina. I lost my phone the same night. You didn't lose it, moron. I stole it and sent those messages and those pictures.
Timmy, I can't believe you.
You son of a witch.
No, James, just let him go. He's a jerk and doesn't even deserve that.
Oh, Marina, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here for you now.
Hi, friends. My name is Celine, and my mom is my best friend. She was a small businesswoman, but after she divorced my dad, her luck turned around and she made it big. Mom adored me. By the time I was 7, I was living the life of a Malibu Barbie. She got me everything I wanted. She threw a birthday bash for me that had ponies and hot air balloons in it. My friends were shocked. Once when I was in 2nd grade, I had a fight with my annoying classmate, and Mom was called to the school to meet the teacher, who I hated. Celine needs some discipline. Just look at what she did to her classmate. Maybe she needs a father to teach her some manners. Get her one. My mom suddenly went ballistic and pushed the teacher away. Are you a moron? My daughter doesn't need a father. She has me, and I can take care of her. You say nonsense like that again, and I'll have you fired. I was so proud of my mom as she took my hand and stormed off. By the time I was in 4th grade, my mom was my best friend. I used to tell her every single freaking thing that happened to me. But once, I made a mistake. I told her how I'd seen my friend Jessica take the teacher's watch and put it in her bag. And a few days later, I invited my friends to my house. When we were all having lunch, I heard a loud scream from my room. We all ran there to find Mom holding Jessica's hand. You can't fool me, kid. I know you stole your teacher's stuff. And now you're snooping in my daughter's room. Oh my God! Jessica was shaking and in tears. Mom, she had to go to the bathroom. I told her to go to my room. When my friends left, I was so angry at Mom. I told her I won't be telling her anything from now on. Even though she apologized, I ran to my room and slammed the door shut. The next day at school, my friends started avoiding me like I was some weirdo. And this mean Jessica said, "No, you can't sit with us because you tell all our secrets to your mom. Why are you like that, dumbhead?" I started eating alone, but one day, something amazing happened. A girl came and sat next to me at lunch. Her name was Ashley, and she was new in the school. Soon we became friends, and it was so good having someone to talk to. A few days later, I saw Jessica wearing my bracelet that Mom had specially gotten made for me. Hey, that's mine! That bracelet has my name on the back! You're such a thief! I grabbed her wrist to take it away, but Jessica pushed me hard and pounced on me. Just then, Ashley came running and snatched the bracelet from her. We reported her to the principal, and she took a look into Jessica's locker. She was stunned to see so many stolen items. Jessica was suspended for 2 weeks, and I felt so foolish. Mom had been right about Jessica all along. When I went home, I apologized to Mom and she hugged me tight. By the time we were in 10th grade, Ashley and I were best friends. Once she was at my place and we were discussing my new crush, Adam, when Mom walked in. I was so excited to tell her too, and showed her all his pictures on Facebook. I can't believe you just told your mom about your crush. I would never tell my mom such a thing. A few days later, Mom came to school and she spotted Adam with some boys. And then she said the most embarrassing thing ever. Oh, you're Adam, right? This is Celine, and she's my daughter. Oh, yeah, that weirdo? What did you just call her? A weirdo, and I think she's also dumb. Oh my god, you're such a rude kid. I can't believe she has a crush on you. And she even looks at your pictures on Facebook all day? For what? You're a jerk, I can tell. Everybody, including Adam, looked at me like I was some psycho stalker. I grabbed Mom's arm and tried to drag her away. Oh, so Celine is crazy. Just like her mom. Just let me teach this loser a lesson. Mom tried to attack him, but thankfully, I was able to drag her away. At home, I had a huge fight with Mom about it. I did the right thing, Celine. The only thing you did was ruin my life. Mom asked for forgiveness, and I knew Mom meant well. So after a few hours, I forgave her and we hugged. But not for long. A couple of months later, we were having a Mother's Day event at our school. And when it was time for Ashley to give her mom the gift in front of everyone, Mom rushed to Ashley's mom and handed her a bag. She had gotten a matching outfit for her and Ashley. I was so sorry to hear from Celine about your money problems and the divorce. You must be going through a really hard time right now. That's why I bought the nicest dresses for you and Ashley. Oh my god! How could she blurt that secret out in front of everybody? Ashley and her mom were stunned. So were all the people in the classroom. Suddenly, Ashley was furious. She attacked me and held my hair tight in her grip. How could you tell your mom about it? You know she can't keep a secret. Why did I ever trust you? Even Ashley's mom was furious and she screamed at Mom, calling her bad names. And that day, I lost my best friend. She just refused to talk to me, and a week later, she and her mom moved away without even saying goodbye. I was heartbroken, and my relationship with my mom was never the same. Celine, please forgive me. It was an honest mistake. Mom, enough is enough. You betrayed my trust and hurt other people. You can't just say it's a mistake every time. I can't do this anymore. I moved out of the mansion when I turned 18 and got admission in university. I got busy with studies, and Mom and I spoke less and less frequently. Luckily for me, I found love and got married after graduating. I was living a happy life with my husband, Andrew. After graduating, I opened up an art gallery with Andrew, and the exhibitions I held were famous all over town. After 2 years, we were blessed with a little baby girl. We named her Crystal. She had a star-shaped birthmark behind her ear, and I just loved kissing it. She was my world. One day when I returned from work, I saw Andrew park up his new Porsche. I was stunned. Sure, we both earned well, but not that well. Something was off about Andrew. I walked into his new home office and heard him talk to some girl. Oh, babe, I love you too. You think I'm in love with her? I am living with her only for the money. I went berserk on Andrew. I made him tell me the truth. But when he did, I felt the earth shake beneath my feet. My mom had been sending him money, and that's why he was with me, while he loved someone else. First, I kicked Andrew out of the house. I was done with him. Then I called up Mom. Why can't you just stop interfering with my life? Why did you give money to Andrew? But honey, Andrew asked me for money. He said he would leave you if I didn't give him the money. You knew he didn't love me and you didn't tell me? Mom, that's awful. You think giving him money was right? I told her never to send money again and hung up. I just wanted to focus on raising Crystal. Now that life was set, Crystal and I became best friends. When she was 4, I took her to Disneyland and we had a blast. I even got a star tattooed behind my ear, just like Crystal's birthmark.
Mommy, we have the same mark now. I love you.
After a few days, it was time to go home. When our plane landed, we needed to take the train to get home. As I was buying tickets, I suddenly turned around and saw Crystal wasn't there. I went crazy. I searched for my baby girl all over the station, but I didn't find her. People started to help me look for her, and soon the cops arrived on the scene too. I just sat down on a bench, crying with shock. I couldn't believe that my daughter was missing. I took my phone out and called the only person I could think of. I need you to come immediately, Mom. The minute she arrived, I broke down in tears and hugged her tight. I'm so sorry, Mom. Now I realize the pain of being away from your child. I am so sorry. Hush, Celine. You have nothing to be sorry about. Don't worry, love. We will find my granddaughter. But days turned into weeks, and my baby girl was nowhere to be found. It had been many months since Crystal was missing, when a familiar-looking woman visited me at home, and when our eyes met, we were both shocked. Ashley? Is that you? Oh my God, Celine! I'm the detective handling your daughter's case. We hugged each other tight as we both started to cry. Don't worry, we will get her back, I promise. For 5 years, we searched for Crystal day and night. Everywhere I went, I would see my daughter. One day, I was walking towards the police station where Ashley worked when suddenly, I heard a voice. A voice so sweet that it shook me.
Hey, Mom, wait up! I'm coming!
I turned around and saw a girl who looked so much like Crystal. Oh my God, it was my baby girl, all grown up. Without a second thought, I ran to the girl and took her arm, and she started screaming, Mom, Dad, help! Sweetie, just let me look at your ear. Turned out, it was not Crystal, and her parents furiously took her away, and I was heartbroken all over again. I was almost beginning to lose hope. I met Mom at the park that night and cried on her chest. Mom, it hurts, Mom. It's burning. I miss my baby. I'm so sorry for treating you badly. You were my best friend. I now understand how much I hurt you. Mom, I just want my baby back. Mom? I couldn't believe what I just heard. I looked around to see Ashley, and next to her was a 9 or 10-year-old girl looking confused. The moment I saw her, I knew it was my Crystal. I ran to hug her, but the girl took some steps back. Mom had a tattoo like mine behind her ear. Show it to me if you were my mom. I showed her the star tattoo, and she gave me a huge smile and flung herself in my arms. Mom! I missed you so much! Why did you leave me? You don't love me! Oh, baby girl, I love you so much, and I looked so hard for you. I missed you. I missed you. Ashley told me that my baby had gone on a train to another city, where a couple had found her wandering alone and crying, and they'd taken her in. Since then, they had been trying to search for her family. I pulled Mom to join our hug, and also Ashley. I love you guys so much. All my best friends are back now. I love you, Crystal.
I love you too, Mommy.
My name is Joy, but I'll have to admit I was not very joyful when I couldn't stop talking about doggy turd every few hours. The story I'm about to tell you is written in my notebook. I don't actually remember any of these incidents, to be honest. The last thing I clearly remember, though, is being late for my math test. I was running to catch the bus. I was so late for my test. My parents would kill me if I missed it. Suddenly, a blind man on the sidewalk stuck his stick forward. I dodged it at the very last minute, and then I saw it. A doggy turd on the sidewalk. It was too late. I slipped on it, and I flew in the air. And well, that's my last real memory. Mom later told me I fell on my head and got a concussion that put me in a coma for 3 weeks. The doctors apparently told my parents they should prepare for the worst. She said Brody, my twin brother, kept telling her that I waved at him when no one was looking. He said I was a drama queen who was enjoying time off school. It's usual for Brody to be so annoying, but this time I guess his attention-seeking lies saved my life. The doctors were so confused that they didn't pull me off life support. When I woke up, I yelled, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd!" Everyone got really quiet in the hospital room while Brody burst into laughter like a maniac. Finally, the doctors saw a pattern. Not only did I repeat the same thing every few hours, but I also forgot everything after that point. But to make matters worse, Mom and Dad were sad that I was spoiling their perfect life. That night, I woke up wondering what I was doing there, when I saw Mom sitting in a corner furiously typing away on her phone. I called her 10 times, but she said, "Will you please wait, Joy? I have a huge party planned for tomorrow, and I have to send the invites." How could she? I needed her the most. When I came home, my parents argued about whether I should be kept in my room or be allowed downstairs for the party. Since I could go a few hours without resetting, my mom thought they could let me come home, saying, "If she's missing, I'll have to tell everyone about her condition." But she kept repeating, Don't talk to anyone. Stay in the background. Keep your mouth shut. She knew better than to stress me out because the stress triggered my condition. Geez, my mother went from one guest to another, flashing her smile. Suddenly, she froze when I yelled, "I am about to slip on a doggy turd!" The glass fell from her hand. All eyes were on me. Oh, dear God, no, I had done it again. My dad dragged me to my room and shut the door. My mom locked herself in her room and said she would never come out. She cried, "How will I ever show my face in public again?" As if that wasn't bad enough, Brody began using my memory loss for his own benefit. Thank God for Sally, my best friend, who was there for me every time. As soon as I was discharged, Sally came over. She said, "I hate that your memory loss stops you from going back to school." So she told my mom she was going to spend the weekend with me to understand my condition and help me cope with school. My mom was already having a really hard time accepting her broken daughter, and she gladly handed over the responsibility for me and my problems to Sally. One evening, my brother came into my room and said, "Mom told you to give me $15, remember?" When I said I didn't remember, Sally told me all about how I forget things after a few hours, so I just gave Brody the money. The next morning, I was fast asleep when Brody shook me really hard. I said, "Is everything okay? Did someone die?" He reminded me I had to give him $15 and snatched it from me and ran out. An hour later, Sally was over when Brody popped in, reminding me to give him $15 again, but this time Sally was there. She screamed at Brody, "Beat it, Brody. Stop messing with Joy or I'm telling your parents." Brody just ran out of my room so fast. He was terrified of Sally because he had had a crush on her for years. A few weeks later, Sally asked Mom if she could take me to the bookstore to see how I would function in public and to buy school supplies. Mom said, "Do whatever you want. I have friends coming over tonight." We had just stepped into the store when I spotted him. This really tall boy was looking straight at me. My heart started beating so fast I felt like it would jump right out through my throat and strike him in the face. I immediately turned to Sally and said, "That boy is going to be my husband." To my surprise, Sally just ran away from me. A moment later, she returned and handed me a new notebook and a pen and said, "Write down what you feel about the boy." I was super confused, but I wrote it all down and she said, "From now on, always keep this with you." Sally filled me in on other details and said his name was Amit. From that moment on, the notebook was always with me. Sally also set an alarm on my smartwatch to remind me to write things down. Thanks to Sally, I started school soon afterwards and things seemed a lot better at first. The reason why my parents allowed me to go back was because they thought that being in familiar surroundings would help me stay normal, whatever that meant. But that obviously didn't work out. As soon as I walked into class, I saw the most handsome guy in the world. He was tall and dark, and the moment I saw him, I wanted to be his girlfriend. The very same day, he walked up to me and said, "Hope your memory alarm won't stop you from going out with me, or I'll be heartbroken." Just as I was about to say yes, I suddenly shouted, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd!" Sally was shocked. My smartwatch alarm hadn't gone off, so what just happened? Apparently, stressful situations reset my brain quicker and unannounced. Amit made my life worth living. One day when we were in the cafeteria, Amit made a video of us hanging out together. He realized that videos helped me remember everything faster, so he got very serious about it. He ordered a cool camera and even bought a tripod and gimbal so he could document our time together. One day, he came up to me and said, "I love you, Joy Joy." And I said, "Are you making a YouTube video? Because even though you're really cute, I don't know you." He laughed his head off and kissed my cheek, which made me blush red. A week later, Amit said he wanted to take me to a movie, and Sally said it was a bad idea. He didn't care. He and I sat together holding hands, and after a few hours, I screamed about doggy turds. Everyone would laugh, but Amit wasn't embarrassed at all. Every night, I read my notebook and smiled, knowing I was falling in love with Amit. One morning, Amit gave me a long gold chain with a real USB as a pendant, which was engraved with the words, "Watch me every day." I asked, what kind of a person needs a USB around their neck? But he just smiled really cute and left. His gift was super weird, but he was super hot, so I checked the USB. It contained videos of all the fun things we did together and footage of me screaming about doggy turds at strange awkward moments. The next day, reading my diary, I had a brilliant idea. I knew how to get back at Brody. He opened his backpack in class and his underwear fell right out. Oh, the look on his face. Sally started laughing so hard. "You need spare underwear for school? Why don't you just get diapers instead?" Brody turned red and looked like he was about to cry. Well, getting even with Brody was easy enough. It was harder dealing with how embarrassing Mom found me. A week later, Mom was hosting a brunch for all her hoity-toity friends. Before going down, she came to my room. She said, "Joy, please stay in your room for the next couple of hours. I don't want you shouting embarrassing things in front of my friends." She took my hand and wrote, "Must not go down till Mom says I can," and left. I felt really sad and curled up in my bed. I woke up and it seemed it was dark outside. My tummy was growling. I went downstairs to get myself some food when I heard Mom and Dad talking in the lounge. Mom said, "Oh, this is just so hard. All the girls today were talking about how their kids are going off to Ivy League universities next fall. And then there's Joy, who's now as dumb as a goldfish." I walked back to my room as Dad consoled her. My heart broke at their words. The only good thing was that I would forget about it in a few hours. However, things soon became even worse. One day, Amit was dropping me home when he asked me if I would like to meet his parents. I was thrilled and said I'd be delighted, and I said, "Well, I'd like you to meet mine too." Maybe when Mom found out I had a boyfriend, she wouldn't think I was the loser she thought I was. That weekend, Amit and I planned a whole meeting the parents' surprise dinner. When I got to the restaurant with my parents, Amit and his parents were waiting for us with his family. Everyone looked so confused. Then Amit took my hand, just like we'd planned, and said, "We are dating." All hell broke loose. My dad screamed, "No daughter of mine is dating someone different. No, you are not dating my daughter." Mom turned into a red tomato of anger and said, "Joy isn't allowed to date." Amit stepped in and said, "Please listen." But just then, the unthinkable happened. I blurted out, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd." That made Amit's mom stand up so quickly that her chair fell backwards. She said, "Joy is, strange." And his dad said, "I don't think our lifestyles and culture are similar. I find this girl rude and vulgar. My son can do so much better." The next day, Amit showed me a recording of it all. Amit and I were still committed to taking our relationship to the next level. But it wasn't easy. I was leaving for school the next morning when Mom and Dad ambushed me. Mom screamed, "You can't date someone like Amit. He's poor and different." And I thought that was so ignorant. But before I could say anything, Dad threatened, "If you don't break things off with Amit, I won't pay for your college education." I screamed, "Don't you get it? I can't ever go to college with my short-term memory." That just reminded them how I wasn't the perfect kid anymore. Furious, I went to school when Sally ran up to me saying, "Hey, the new principal is looking for you. We should tell him about your situation." I told her she didn't have to come with me. I said, "I think I want to try this alone, Sal." She hugged me and said she was proud of me. On my way to the office, though, someone pushed me into a dark corridor. I freaked, and that was before she said, "You cannot date Amit. I will not allow it." I was furious. I jotted down everything, but just as I was about to write the name of the girl, she snatched my notebook, my flash drive, and my watch. Then I clocked out. I don't know how long I sat there when suddenly the principal pounced upon me and yelled, "Miss Joy, in my office right now." As I followed him, my memory reset and I yelled, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd." A few kids standing nearby laughed as he turned red. As he called my parents, I tried to explain to him that I had no idea what was happening. He simply said, "One more word, Miss Joy, and I will suspend you." Mom came in looking like a fireball. She screamed, "How embarrassing! Even Brody has never been such a difficult child." And Dad yelled, "This is all because of that stupid Indian boyfriend. I told you he was no good." Just then, Amit walked in and said, "We'll get through it, Joy Joy." My mom and Dad jumped to their feet and started yelling at the principal for allowing this sort of stuff to go on in front of him. He looked super terrified and immediately told Amit to leave. But I'd had enough too. None of this was making sense, so I walked out. The boy followed me looking super worried and said, "Joy Joy, I'll take care of you." But I yelled, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd." When I came back to myself, I was surprised to see I was holding the hand of a very cute boy. He looked Indian. I pulled my hand away and asked him who he was. He smiled warmly and said, "Joy Joy, it's me, Amit. Don't worry, I'll help you remember. It's all here." And he looked shocked then and said, "Where's your drive, Joy? And your diary?" I pushed him aside and called him crazy and then ran away. But as I was running away, I took one last look at his beautiful face, and for a minute, my heart hurt. Who is this boy? In the corridor, I bumped into Sally and clocked out again. Seeing how confused I was, she asked me where my stuff was. I said I didn't know what she was talking about, and she dragged me around. At the principal's office, I saw Mom and Dad leaving. Mom was crying. I ran to her and asked, "What has Brody done now, Mom?" She just walked away like she didn't know me. The next thing I knew, my parents had made me drop out of school. Sally reminded me of everything. At first, I couldn't believe her, but every time she said Amit's name, my heart felt warm. I asked her where Amit was, but she said she didn't know. A few days later at our house, Sally and I were sitting with Amit while he told me everything. When the bell rang, we went to check, and suddenly Amit's family barged inside, screaming. His mom yelled, "We told you to keep that weird girl away from our son." Then, to our surprise, they threw something on the table. Amit yelled, "Where did you get these?" Then, to our surprise, his sister jumped in and said, "I took them." "You thought you'd just convince Mom and Dad to accept her? There's no way I'm letting that happen after they took away my love from me." Before Amit could say anything, Dad started to yell at me. I'm tired of all your drama. You're turning 18 next week, aren't you? You're a waste of time anyways. Get out of here and take all this drama with you. For a minute, I thought they were kidding. But in 10 minutes, I was homeless. But I wasn't alone. Sally asked me to live with her, and Amit moved out from his house too. As soon as he got a job, he rented us an apartment. It's been 5 years and we still live in the same apartment. Neither of our parents came to our wedding. And even though I never went to college, I'm now an established artist. Without my parents pressuring me for good grades, I could let my creativity flow freely. And best of all, my paintings don't disappear with memory. And Amit has set up video cameras and televisions in my room to remind me that I am a painter every few hours. I am now updating my diary with another entry. I'm pregnant, and I'm going to tell my husband as soon as he gets home.
Hi, my name is Kristen. I'm a writer on Wattpad. My mom is a total Karen. I even write stories about her on my Wattpad. This is until my stories got discovered and all hell broke loose. One day, I was in the cafe and I looked at the cute guy who was walking over to me with my milkshake. As he handed me my drink, he said, here you go, gorgeous. I could not believe my ears. Did Tyler, my crush since kindergarten, just call me gorgeous? But before he could say another word, a shrill voice echoed in the cafe. Where is your manager? This coffee is too hot! I want to speak to your manager! I sunk back in my chair while the raging Karen unleashed her fury on poor Tyler. I'd seen this too many times. She really was as crazy as I made her in my stories. I told Mom to back off. She turned to me with blazing eyes. No daughter of mine will talk back to me like that because of some loser waiter. Oh no! I looked at Tyler in horror. I thought the worst of that night was watching my crush stare at me like I was a monster. But boy, was I wrong. When I got to school the next day, everyone was looking at me weirdly and some kids were pointing at me. Suddenly my phone pinged and I nearly dropped it when I saw the message. Someone had recorded Mom that night and the video had gone viral. When I finally saw Susie, my best friend, in the cafeteria, she ran to me and hugged me. Kristen, I'm so sorry. It'll blow over soon. But it didn't. When I got home that afternoon, ready to go off on Mom, she looked furious and pushed a pile of papers into my hand. As I read them, I almost passed out. They were printouts of my stories. I can explain. It's not you. It's... Suddenly, she pulled me into a hug and yelled, We're famous, Kersey! You genius! What do you mean? A famous producer watched the video and saw how people loved to hate me and thought Tyler and you looked cute. Then he found your stories and now they want us to do a reality show based on your stories. I could not believe my ears. I'd be the star of my own stories? And if Tyler agreed to be in it, maybe I'd have another chance with him. I rushed over to the place he was working at. Tyler, we need to talk. But just then, he dropped to his knee. I want to be your boyfriend. I could not believe my ears. Yes, of course, Tyler. I'd like nothing more. He laughed and jumped to his feet and hugged me. This was perfect. This was... Cut! Immediately, Tyler let go of me. Wasn't I just brilliant, babe? What do you mean? A funny little man and a camera crew rushed out yelling, You're a natural! I love that you don't even need the script. Just then, I saw the camera crew, and suddenly everything made sense. Clearly, the director had already approached Tyler. Tyler turned to me and grinned. Not that difficult to pretend to be in love with you, beautiful. My heart raced at that. Did he actually like me? The next few weeks were whack. I had a camera crew follow me everywhere. And they chose everything and everyone around me. When we walked into math class, the director looked up and down at the teacher. He just picked up his phone and said, No, this won't do. And seconds later, a super hot guy, introduced as our new teacher, came in and started playing with a calculator. I was so relieved when the class ended and I finally met up with Susie. But when I hugged her, she pushed me away. Is this all your life is about now? The fame and fake people? Gosh, was my best friend jealous of me? But before I could reply, my phone pinged. Tyler had texted. They're ready for the take. I jumped to my feet and grabbed my stuff. We'll talk about this later, okay? To be honest, I was having the time of my life. Not only did I have the best boyfriend ever, but also everyone wanted to be friends with me. The only thing I really wanted was for Susie to be on the show too. But the director refused because he said she wasn't pretty enough, so they had a model replace her. After that, things just went downhill. One day, I was at the cafeteria when Susie plopped next to me. I was thrilled to see her. I miss you, Chris. You never have time for me now. Before I could reply, the model who was playing my best friend got up and splashed cold water all over Susie. Oops, sorry. Chris, you should probably get away from her. She'll mess up that gorgeous outfit. I jumped to my feet. Hey! But suddenly, the director grabbed my arm and dragged me away. I turned back to see Susie sitting there looking heartbroken. I was the worst best friend ever.
Just send her chocolates or something. We don't have time for her moping.
Just then, someone yelled, "There's another Karen attack!" I rushed outside with everyone else to see Mom was yelling at a teacher. "You made a spelling mistake in my little girl's name. I demand to see the principal." What was happening? I ran over to her and pulled her away from the poor teacher. "Mom, what are you doing?" She quickly whispered into my ear, "I'm improvising." I took a look around and sure enough, the cameras were rolling and everyone was laughing. I felt humiliated. I began to yell, "Just stop it! I quit!" And then I turned around and ran. I just had to get away from this all. Suddenly, I heard Tyler calling my name. "Leave me alone, Tyler. I don't want to be a laughingstock." He caught up with me and pulled me into a hug. I looked around suspiciously.
Don't worry, there are no cameras.
After a minute, he asked, Are you really quitting?" I nodded my head while sobbing. He said, You can't quit." He shifted uneasily before bursting into tears.
"Babe, I need to be in the show for a reason."
"Yes, to become rich and famous."
"No, I need the money. I need it for my mom. She is really ill."
Oh my God, Tyler! You guys and all your lies! Yes, girls are emotional, but not dumb.
Oh God, that hurts. I didn't know you were so heartless. Here, look at this. Does she look fine to you?
Oh my God, I'm really sorry.
Yeah,
I feel terrible now.
you should.
Okay, I'm in. I'm not leaving the show. Please don't hate me.
I'll try.
And before I knew it, he kissed me. Fireworks erupted in my head as I kissed him back. Suddenly, we heard loud applause and the director jumped out from behind the bushes.
Brilliant! We just got the kiss, but it was brilliant! Good job bringing this Karen around, Tyler.
What? Again? I messaged Susie asking her to meet me at a cafe the next day. I'd been feeling terrible and I needed to make it up to her. But the next day, by the time I got free, I was already late because of the shoot. When I got there, she seemed furious and was just getting up to leave. I tried explaining it was an emergency. She simply showed me her phone screen with all the posts from the shoot. I never thought I'd say this, but you're a horrible friend, Chris. I'm a what? I just skipped a great after party for you. You're the one who's being so freaking jealous of me. Can you even pretend to be happy for me? As I realized what I'd said, I snapped shut. What was I doing? How could I say something so mean? Sue, it's great to know what you really think of your best friend. Before I could stop her and apologize, she rushed out. When I got home, my phone was blowing up with messages from Tyler. Chris, look up, daughter of Karen becomes Karen. I did, and what I saw made me drop my phone in horror. It was a video of me yelling at Susie. Then the producers called.
The stats are in, Kirsten, and the producers love Susie.
He said he was changing my script and had decided that Susie and Tyler would date while I was the crazy ex.
I've even fired the model who was playing her. The producers love her.
I was reluctant, but then I thought of Tyler and his mom and changed my mind. Fine, I'll do it. It would all be just fake. Nothing would change. Right? Wrong. Suddenly, not only was Susie totally avoiding me, but also I was exactly what I had always been terrified of becoming, a Karen. To make matters worse, Tyler and all my other friends started to disappear. I wasn't being invited to parties, and the models and kids all started hanging out with Susie. One evening, I woke up from a nap and was surprised to find Mom and all the regular camera crew missing. I checked my phone, and what I saw left me devastated. Everyone's stories were full of pictures and videos from a party. Just then I remembered it was Susie's birthday. Was she really not inviting me? I felt devastated. I grabbed all the things she'd ever given me and rushed over to her house. The security guy stopped me and said I couldn't go in. That's when I really lost it. I started to throw everything I'd brought into her yard. Take this, you good-for-nothing friend! And this! I hate you! Just then, the gate flew open and Mom walked out. She dragged me inside the house and glared at me. Just what are you doing? Me? What are you doing here? I was here for Susie's birthday, of course. Mom, how could you even be here if I'm not invited? Well, everyone was. I wasn't going to miss it because you've been stupid. Before I knew it, all my anger was pouring out right there. You're the one always embarrassing yourself in public trying to steal my show. Your show? The show exists because of me. It's my show. Suddenly, I realized she was right. It was her show. And it existed with the sole purpose of making us laughingstocks. They'd even changed my script and taken over all my life. I was trapped in my own story, and I'd hurt my friend in the process. You're right, Mom. The show is yours, and it's your world, not mine. I'm not some stupid Karen. I really quit. Then I ran past her into the house. I had an apology to make. But just before I entered, I heard Tyler say, Mom would love to take you to Paris this weekend. I barged into her room. Susie and Tyler were kissing, and there was no camera crew. They were kissing for real. Tyler, what's going on? Why are you kissing her? And why is your ill and poor mom taking her to Paris? Who else would my boyfriend kiss? The color drained from Tyler's face. Babe, I can explain. She kissed me. Explain this, you cheater. And I threw a glass of soda from the nearby table at him. Then I turned to Susie. I never thought you'd stoop so low and kiss my boyfriend. Your boyfriend? What are you? Oh, don't pretend. You can keep this loser. I'm out of here. With that, I turned and stormed out. I couldn't believe Tyler had been stringing me along for such a long time just to be famous. There was only one way to end this. I decided to call the producers to end this. Just as I was about to do that, Mom opened the door and said Susie was here to see me. I don't want to, but Susie pushed the door and came in. She started to cry and said, I've broken up with him, Chris. He swore you two weren't dating. I've left the show too. I don't want to do it at the cost of our friendship. I could tell she was serious. I found myself crying with her. I'm sorry for hurting you too, Susie. I got carried away. I missed you so much. I'm done with this stupid show. Immediately, Mom started yelling at us. What do you mean you're done, huh? You can't. It's my money too. But we ignored her as we both talked to the producers. We told them that they couldn't produce the show or we would sue them for making us go through this stressful and hard time. The producers decided to not air the show eventually. Mom went crazy and became more and more of a Karen. What I learned from all of this is that you can be a Karen without knowing you are a Karen. So take this advice from me. After you like this video, go ask your friends if you are a Karen or not, and tell us what they said in the comments.
A young Chinese couple moved to the U.S. with their baby, and for 4 years, they were struggling to make ends meet. So when the woman found out she was pregnant again, she was really upset. Another child? Even one is too much. Just then, her husband burst in and said he'd found an investor for his business. Oh, honey, our luck is about to turn. And it did. Within a few months, the man's business was booming. They moved to a lovely house where they welcomed their second child, who was me. Hi, my name is Gia, which means extraordinary. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My parents could spend hours gazing at me. They thought I was perfection itself, and they gave me everything. I literally grew up with a silver spoon in my mouth. All was perfect, except for one problem. My older sister, Fen, she was weird. All she did was glare at me, or pinch me awake at night and make some strange faces at me. But this one time, she put me in a pram and pushed me down our sloping driveway. As my pram rolled straight onto the main road, Mom came running out of nowhere and stopped it, just in time. On my first birthday, my parents threw a huge party for the entire neighborhood. As everyone gathered around the table, Fen suddenly jumped onto it. I've never had a birthday party. I've never even had a cake. Why does she get everything? Is that girl your daughter? You never mentioned any other kid than Gia. Fen screamed, and then she went all Godzilla on my cake. She was banned from the party, and my parents arranged for another cake within minutes. As I got older, I started realizing that my parents were really unfair to Fen. When I was 5, I got all the presents I wanted for Christmas, but she looked really mad at hers. Why would you give me these ugly socks? And a geography book? What's wrong with the book? If you opened one sometimes, your grades would be better. Why are you guys always like this with me and never with Gia? Because Gia is perfect. She's just easier to love. I felt terrible as Fen's eyes welled up, and she stormed off. She wouldn't even join us for the Christmas party, so I took food up to her room. Hey, Fen, I brought you all your favorite. She viciously slapped the plate out of my hand. Don't even bother, witch. Nothing you could ever do would make me hate you less. Well, turns out I could give her a reason to hate me more. The next day, I was flipping through Gia's geography book when Mom said, "Oh, honey, you won't understand that. You're too little." Yes, I do, Mom. And I just learned the names of all 50 states. Want to hear them? I rattled off the entire list, and everyone stared at me. You little genius! You just keep amazing me. This has to be some kind of world record, right? My parents called every newspaper in town to come interview their wonder kid. And I was suddenly famous. Mom and Dad were showing me off everywhere. But even worse, they enrolled me in a fancy private school. Not the public one where Fen was. As I was going in our limo on my first day, we drove past Fen walking to her school, and I felt sad. Why can't she go to my school, Mom? Because she's dumb, sweetheart, and your school is so expensive. Why should we waste money on her? You're the one with the big, bright future, so you're worth it. Fen and I just kept growing further apart. Once in 5th grade, my parents were helping me prepare for the National Spelling Bee when Fen walked in, and we gasped. She dyed her hair bright pink and was wearing the most amazing makeup. But my parents went bonkers. What did you do to your hair? It was the one nice thing you inherited from me. And I never put on makeup till I was a married woman. Everyone here wears makeup, Mom, and people tell me I'm really good at it. Maybe I could be a makeup artist one day. Wow, we came all the way from China and struggled to give you an education so you can be some clown artist? Why can't you be more like Gia? You're an embarrassment to me and all our ancestors. She left angrily. Guys, you need to stop this. She hates me because of you. Oh, baby, who cares what she thinks? I care. I went after Fen and told her she looked beautiful. I expected her to be mean as always, but she kind of smiled at me. Thanks, kiddo. You've always been nicer to me than the rest of them. Was I hearing some kind words from Fen? In this rare moment, I asked her if she'd like to come see me at the spelling bee, and she said yes. I was nervous at the event because it was being shown on TV, but I aced all the rounds and I won. Just then, I heard Fen screaming, "She's a cheater! She won by cheating!" She was shouting that my parents had been helping me by spelling out the words. My parents were furious, but when the camera footage was pulled out, we saw that they were mouthing the words, but I wasn't looking at them. I spelled the words myself, but the judges disqualified me immediately. The minute we got outside, I attacked Fen. Why do you hate me? What did I ever do to you? You were born, and you took everything I deserved. My parents pulled us apart and told Fen she was grounded for eternity. Totally worth it. Fen, we can't go on like this. We're sisters. Wouldn't you rather have a fresh start instead of hating me forever? No, I'd rather hate you forever. It's just easier to hate you. As she stormed off, I decided I was done with her, and we hardly ever spoke after that. In the 8th grade, Dad announced one day that a friend's daughter, Sophia, would be coming from France to stay with us for some months. When she walked into our house, we were all awestruck by her beauty and style. She could also speak 5 languages and was a math wizard. Wow, you're the perfect friend for Gia. You're like the big sister we wish she had. Even though Sophia was 3 years older, we had a lot in common, and we got close. One day, we heard some voices from Fen's room, and we peeked inside. She was in front of her phone recording a makeup tutorial for TikTok. The minute she spotted us, she looked mad. Why are you jerks spying on me? Buzz off, and don't breathe a word of this to Mom and Dad, or else. We immediately checked out Fen's TikTok account, and to our shock, she had 1 million subscribers. She was really talented. Later at dinner, Fen came downstairs with a new hairstyle, and Mom just couldn't control herself. Is this what you do all day? Playing with your hair? What's going to become of you? Oh, I don't think you need to worry, Mrs. Chang. Fen is practically a TikTok star. What on earth is a TikTok star? And then Sophia showed them Fen's account on her phone. I could just see Dad turning purple. I'm supposed to tell my relatives in China that my daughter is some internet idiot? We've been way too easygoing with you, Fen, and that was a mistake. He stormed off to her room, took Fen's phone, and flung it at the wall. Then he broke the tripod in half. What are you doing? Are you crazy, Dad? Stop it! Fen burst into angry tears and ran out of the house. When my parents stormed off, I turned to Sophia. Why did you do that? I didn't know they'd react this way. I was only trying to help poor Fen because they're always putting her down. I thought they'd be proud of her. Well, Sophia had no idea how crazy our parents really were. She tried apologizing, but Fen wouldn't even open the door for her. Weeks passed, and I was busy studying with Sophia for an important exam. The day before the exam, though, my parents had to go out of town. We'll be back tomorrow morning, darling. Good luck. The next morning when I woke up, it was super late. I'd set the alarm for 7, and now it was 11. The exam was over by now. My parents would be devastated. I ran downstairs when suddenly I stopped short. Fen was sitting in the living room with our parents and a very elegant woman. Your daughter has a supermodel's face, and people already love her. We want to collaborate with our makeup brand. When my parents saw the check she handed, their eyes almost popped out. As Fen signed the deal and the woman left, I saw something extraordinary. My parents started hugging Fen. Oh, darling, I had no idea you were so talented. I was still super upset about my exam, and I burst in. Mom? Dad? I missed my exam and... What exam? Oh, for that high school? Who cares? Didn't you just hear Fen's amazing news? Come, darling, let's go for a fancy brunch. What the freaking fish just happened? And suddenly, I was living Fen's life. My parents couldn't stop showing her off, and I was invisible. One day, they told me Fen would be using the limo, and I could take the bus to school. It's time you learned to be a grown-up anyway. One day, we weren't here, and you just slept through your exam. So irresponsible. Wow, who were these people? Sophia was my only ally here now. Mom and Dad threw a huge party to celebrate Fen's first modeling campaign. In the middle of it, the owner of the makeup brand burst in, and she marched up furiously to Fen. You stupid girl, how dare you post something like this about my brand? What are you talking about? This! It was a post on Fen's Instagram with some makeup and the caption, "These products are tested on rabbits who are kept in terrible conditions. Boycott this cruel brand." Fen protested that she'd never posted this, but the woman wouldn't listen and threatened to sue her. As she stormed off, Fen suddenly pounced on me. You did this, didn't you? You couldn't stand that I was getting the limelight for once. Get off me, you psycho! It wasn't me! My parents tried to calm Fen down, while they shouted at me for ruining her career and grounded me. This was crazy. Later that night, I was going down to the kitchen when I heard Sophia's voice from Fen's room. You just turned 18, and you can leave these terrible people. Gia hates you, and your parents were awful to you before you became famous and rich. Forget them and come with me to France. You'll be even bigger there. And then suddenly, it all clicked. It was Sophia creating all this chaos. Sophia, it's you. You made me miss my exam, and you posted that on Fen's Instagram. Sophia suddenly looked really evil. Yeah, I did all that, but can't you see? I've only exposed the truth about your greedy parents. They've always treated Fen like dirt, till they thought she was worth something, and now they're treating you the same way. Well, you can stay here, Gia, and maybe you'll be their favorite daughter again. But Fen is going with me, because I actually love her, and I'll treat her like a queen. Fen and I were both stunned. Sophia, you're crazy. You almost ruined my career to make me go with you? I don't love you, and I'm not going anywhere with you. Sophia started screaming and throwing things around like a complete psycho. Our parents came running in at the noise, and when we told them everything she'd done, they sent her packing to France on the earliest flight. But the whole fiasco was a wake-up call for me and Finn. Sophia might be crazy, but she was completely right about our parents. Mom, Dad, you can't treat us like we only deserve your love if we're worth something. And you never let us have a normal relationship. This has to stop. I'm not even waiting for you to change anymore. I'm moving out. Gia, would you like to come with me? And maybe we could have a fresh start. I instantly said yes, and no matter how much our parents begged, we decided it was best for us to move away from them. Maybe we'd forgive them one day, but it was too soon for that.
Hi, my name is Tina, or at least that's what my adopted parents named me. And that's pretty much the only nice thing they've ever given me. When I was a baby, my parents adopted me from an orphanage in New York City. I don't remember anything from back then, but they told me the place was horrible. It was filthy! You better be grateful we rescued you from there. I never really believed her. How could it be any filthier than their own house? It was practically a pigsty. The carpet always had a horrible damp smell, and the floorboards and walls were all stained. They already had one child, my younger brother Steven, but he was super dumb. They knew I was smart, so they probably thought I was a good investment. You can do our son's homework since he's busy all the time, the little darling. Look, Mom, Dad, I can snort marbles out of my nose.
Well done, Steven. We're so proud of you. Tina, those math exercises aren't going to work themselves out.
I rolled my eyes as I walked away. Did I have to get adopted by the dumbest family in New York? I ended up doing all of his homework all the time. But of course, he was never grateful. Instead, he chased me around with scissors and threatened to cut my hair. Come on, Tina. I just want to give you a haircut. I was smarter than all three of them put together, but they hated the thought. It would kill them to admit it. When I was 10, my dad owned a sports memorabilia store. And he was too cheap to hire a real accountant, so he made me work there as one.
It's the least you can do after all we've done for you.
Fine, but let me tell you, your dumb store is not making any money.
You're probably doing it wrong. Aren't you supposed to be smart and good at this stuff? Go over the books again.
Well, I wasn't surprised when he lost his shop 3 months later. Meanwhile, at home, my mom would make me stay upstairs whenever she had company over, which was all the time. She liked to make her friends think she was really smart, even though she was an idiot.
Go to your room and don't you dare come down. God only knows what complicated and weird thing you'll end up talking about. They'll think I'm a freak like you. Don't embarrass me.
I decided to have some fun one day while her friends were over. I set up a trivia board game I knew my mom would lose, and I told her friends I'd play on their team. We won by 25 points. It was epic. We didn't know Tina was so smart. My mom was so embarrassed. She flipped the table over and told everyone to leave.
How dare you make me look stupid in front of my friends?
Maybe if you ever read a book, you'd know a thing or two.
Maybe if you weren't so ugly, you'd have friends other than books. I make myself laugh.
Good, because no one else thinks you're funny. And I skipped out of the room before her flying shoe could catch me. One day, while Mom and Dad were at work, Steven decided to spray paint the living room wall.
What are you doing? Mom and Dad are gonna kill you.
No, Tina. They're gonna kill you. He hid the can of spray paint in my room where I couldn't find it. When my parents got home, they freaked out.
Tina, what did you do? Clean this up right now.
It wasn't me. It was Steven.
But they wouldn't listen to a word I said. Just then, Steven walked into the room holding empty cans of spray paint. Look what I found in Tina's room. That was it. I was doomed.
One more stunt like this and we're taking you right back to that orphanage.
At least it looks better than it did before. This house is disgusting anyway.
I spent the next 5 hours scrubbing paint off the wall. Even after that, I couldn't get it all off. I missed dinner, and my parents made me go to bed hungry. It wasn't much of a loss, really. My family just had gross canned junk for dinner anyway. They didn't have enough money to buy good food, apparently, but they could somehow afford a gigantic flat-screen TV for their filthy living room. My dad loved that TV and sat in front of it all day after work, watching baseball. Steven loved baseball too. So Dad signed him up for the Little League team. But equipment wasn't cheap. So Dad gave all of my measly allowance to Steven to buy a baseball bat.
That's not fair. That's my money.
No, it's my money that I gave to you, and I can take it back.
My mother agreed with him. Maybe Steven will grow up to be a famous baseball player.
At least he'll be doing something good for this family, unlike you, Tina.
Steven's not even good at baseball. He strikes out whenever he gets up to bat. I'm better than he is, and I've only played once. It was true. Steven was horrible at sports, but my parents didn't care. Somehow, it was still my fault.
Maybe if you were there to cheer him on, he hit the ball more often.
I wish you had never adopted me. I wish I could go back. I stormed off to my room. I knew I had to get out of here, but I didn't have any money or anywhere to go. My friends at school all came from rich families in the city. I never told anyone I was adopted, because it would be so embarrassing. One day at lunch, the girls were just boasting away as usual. My parents are taking me to Paris this Saturday for breakfast.
We just got back from Hong Kong last week.
It was so exotic. I decided to chime in. My parents let me get extra pepperoni on my pizza last night. That was a lie. They actually said pepperoni was too expensive and I wasn't allowed to get it. Actually, we never ordered pizza either. The girls all looked at me like I had 3 heads. It's okay, Tina. We all know your family is dirt poor. Pepperoni is all they can afford. I was mortified. I ran out of the cafeteria in tears as the girls laughed at me. I stopped next to a bulletin board and noticed a help wanted sign. Angelo's Pizza was hiring delivery drivers. I was only 14 and I couldn't drive. But Angelo didn't need to know that. I lied in my application saying I was 17 years old and had a driver's license. He hired me and placed an Angelo's Pizza hat on my head. Guess it was time to teach myself how to drive. Driving wasn't easy. I knocked over so many trash cans and street cones at first. I didn't have anyone to teach me, and watching YouTube videos only helped so much. I couldn't tell my parents because they'd want the car for themselves. They only had one car, and Mom was only allowed to use it if she asked Dad's permission. Once I taught myself the basics, it was time to start delivering pizzas. It was actually pretty fun. I got to play my music and smell fresh pizza all day long. I told my parents I'd be studying at a friend's house after school. They didn't care where I was, as long as it was out of their faces.
Do we have to feed you? Can't you just have lunch and dinner there?
Sure, Mom. Her parents' dinner are even worse than yours, but I'll eat there. Nothing made me happier than missing meals at home and eating pizza instead. Angelo was always good about feeding his employees. I delivered pizza all over the city. Sometimes I'd even deliver to those mean girls from school. They'd laugh at me in my uniform. Little did they know, I had stolen a few bites of their pizzas, especially the ones with extra pepperoni. Sometimes I'd spit on them too. I saved up enough money and planned on buying myself a car. I was going to start my own delivery service. I hid the money under a loose floorboard in my room. I couldn't let my parents find it, or they'd probably spend it on another big TV. Then, disaster struck. I arrived at a house, got out of my car, and walked up to the door. I rang the bell and my dad answered the door.
Tina, what are you doing here?
He was at a friend's house watching the game, and they had ordered pizza. I should have recognized the address, but I was just so busy that I hadn't noticed.
Since when do you have a job? You better not be hiding money from us. You know we need it.
That night, my parents ripped my room to pieces. They knocked over every piece of furniture and tore open every drawer.
I found it!
Stephen pulled my box of money out from under the floorboard. Stop! Put that back!
How dare you hide this from us, Tina? We adopted you from that horrible orphanage, and this is the thanks we get?
That was the last straw. I stormed out of the room and grabbed Steven's baseball bat, the one they bought with my money. I walked right up to the big TV in the living room, wound up, and smashed it to pieces. How's that for thanks? I dropped the bat and stormed out of the house. I went to the one place I knew I was safe, Angelo's Pizza. Angelo was closing up shop when I showed up in tears. I told him what had happened and how my parents stole all my money, and he felt really bad.
Here, I know you've been saving up for a car. It's yours.
And he just handed me the keys to my pizza delivery car. I gave him a big hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you! He invited me to stay with his family for the night. They had a small home, but it was really nice. His wife was an amazing cook, and their son was in school to become a hairstylist.
Tina, would you like a real haircut?
He worked some serious magic on my hair. I looked like a movie star, and I felt like one too. Angelo's family felt so bad for me that they offered to let me live with them. They became my second adopted family, my real family. Balancing work and school wasn't easy, but I managed. I learned as much as I could about starting a business and finally got my driver's license 2 years later. My parents didn't come to my high school graduation. They didn't even try to contact me after I smashed the TV. Instead of going to college, I started Tina Taxi, a full-service food delivery and rideshare company like Uber and DoorDash. Tina Taxi was different because I made each ride a party and worked a pure tip system. That meant my rides were free, and if people wanted to give me money, they could. My brother heard about my new job and called for a ride. He made me drive him all over the city pretending like he was lost.
Sorry, I meant to go somewhere else. So sorry.
can you go in that direction now, please? He finally got out and didn't give me any money. Instead, he poked a hole in my tire and took a bus home. I lost a whole day of business because of him. While driving one day, I saw a bunch of signs all over town that were making fun of me. One in particular read, "Tina Taxi is a scam." I knew it was my idiot brother because he couldn't even spell taxi right. Take those signs down. You'll ruin everything. Buy me a new baseball bat and TV, and maybe I'll take them down. Why don't I give you a job and you can buy your own? Work for you? Why would anybody ever want to work for you? I tore the signs down myself and left them on my parents' lawn. I knew Tina Taxi was a good idea, and plenty of people already wanted to work for me. I got my own apartment and decided it was time to hire more drivers. By the next year, I had 20 drivers working for me, and Tina Taxi brought in over $1 million. Soon enough, I got a call from a multi-billion-dollar company that wanted to buy Tina Taxi. They offered me $2.5 billion for my company. I told them I'd only sell if they maintained my business model. Tina Taxi was always meant to help those in need. They agreed. After everything was said and done, I went back to the orphanage where my parents had adopted me all those years ago. The kids were so excited to see me.
That's Tina from Tina Taxi! I want to be just like her when I grow up!
You're already just like me. I used to live here when I was just a baby. They were thrilled to know I started out just like them. I donated millions of dollars to help remodel and build orphanages all over the world, but especially one in my home state of New York. I even adopted a little girl named Amira, and I promised to give her the childhood that I never had. Together, we live in a huge house outside of New York City. I never heard from my adopted parents ever again. I never heard of Steven either, so he probably never did become a famous baseball player.
Hi, I'm Megan. Please like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. My American mom met my dad in London when she studied piano at university, and they got married and then had my older sister Susie. They moved back to the States so mom could work on her career, and then had me. Then they started having problems, and my dad thought it would be best to move back to London. But for some reason, Dad only loved Susie and ignored me all the time. On my 5th birthday, Dad bought her a PlayStation and beautiful dresses, while I only got a grumpy look from him. But Dad, it's my birthday. Why didn't you get me anything? Don't you love me?
Oh, stop being such a crybaby. I told you, Mum, I only wanted one child. Susie was enough for me. But no, you had to come along.
Seriously? He was such a jerk. And Susie always made sure to remind me she was his favorite. But thankfully, I had Mom, and she loved me to bits. Then one night when I was 8, Susie and I heard Mom and Dad fighting like crazy.
I know that child ain't mine. I know you cheated on me, you awful woman.
OMG, is that why Dad hated me all this time? Because I wasn't his daughter? Dad stormed out of the house with his bags and didn't even stop for Susie as she called out to him. I hugged Mom and cried, but she convinced me that he was crazy and we were better off without him. But there was someone who was super pissed. Susie. Dad left because of you. You're the reason for everything bad, Megan, and I'm going to kick you out of our lives for good and bring him back. I thought she was just going to be mad for a while, but the next day, I screamed when I went into the bathroom. Stuck on the mirror was my head cut out from a photograph with the eyes poked out and red paint streaks on my face. Of course it was Susie. I found more of those pictures all around the house, and I showed them to Mom, and she grounded her. Over time, I grew even closer to Mom, and she discovered that I was great at playing the piano, just like her. She started teaching me, and by 7th grade, I was good enough to be selected as the key player of the school's music team. But Susie just couldn't live with that. On the day of the program, when I went on stage, I saw that my music notes had been burned. There was only a heap of ash on the piano with a note. Hope you fail and keep failing for the rest of your life. You don't deserve happiness. Susie was a psycho and I was gonna kill her. I nervously started playing the music from memory, and everyone in the audience loved my performance, except for Susie, of course. She looked fuming mad. As soon as I got home, I confronted her. What's wrong with you? Don't you think it's time to find something to do with your life besides being a pain in my butt? My life? You ruined my life, my happiness, my family. I'm not going to let you breathe in peace, Megan. Just you watch and wait. OMG, she was unbelievable. But then what happened next shocked me even more. My left hand suddenly grabbed her hair and smashed her face into the cake Mom got to congratulate me. She screamed as loud as she could and Mom came running. "What did you do now, Susie?" But it wasn't Susie this time, it was me. And I had no idea what had just happened. I ran out of there all confused. A few days later, I was taking my math test in class, but I couldn't figure out any of the answers. I started to panic when suddenly my left hand grabbed the test paper of the girl sitting next to me. She screamed in shock. And up next, detention. What the freaking heck? What was wrong with my hand? Susie couldn't wait to break the news to Mom. As soon as we reached home, she started screaming. "Look, Mum, your favorite has made you so proud. She got detention for cheating." Mom looked at me in shock, but I just ran up to my room. Later that evening, I told her what had been happening with my hand, and the next day, she took me to the doctor. And it turned out I had a strange condition called alien hand syndrome, where my left hand acts like it has a brain of its own. It's more likely to get out of control when you're experiencing extreme emotions, like stress. What? Then what about my career as a pianist? I freaked out and my left hand smashed the doctor's instruments into the wall. I decided to keep it a secret from Susie because I didn't want her to tell the world that I was a freak. I thought my life was just ruined, but at least I had my best friend Max. He never visited me at home anymore because once Susie had put so many chilies in his food, he ended up in the hospital. I didn't tell him about my hand, but he could tell I was bummed out. So he took me out for ice cream that evening. As we were walking back home, he suddenly turned to me. You have ice cream on your nose. Do you mind if I... Saying that, he moved closer and my heart started beating a bit faster. What was he doing? He leaned in to kiss me, and I ended up slapping him really hard. Not my freaking alien hand again. Oh, Max, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to. It's just,
No, it's my fault. I should have asked you first. I'm sorry.
Saying that, he ran off. I felt so terrible. A couple of days later, I was looking for him everywhere to apologize, and I found him making out with some girl in the music hall who was none other than freaking Susie. Oh my God, Max! Why are you kissing my sister?
What are you, the kissing police? I can kiss whoever I want. You missed your chance when you slapped me.
Oh, you obviously deserved more than that. Whoa. Easy there, Hulk. He's my boyfriend, and we've been dating for a whole day now. Susie, you know he's my best friend. Why are you such a jerk? Jerk? You're the jerk here, always wanting to take away my happiness. I'm not going to let you do it, Megan, so keep your paws off him. Saying that, she grabbed his hand and stormed out of the music hall. She just wanted to take away everything from me, even my best friend. Days passed and I focused more on my music. In the 10th grade, I had a chance to audition for a spot at the best music academy in the country. I was super excited for it. I reached the venue an hour early, but as I was waiting for Mom backstage, Susie called me on my cell phone, and she was crying hysterically. "Megan, you have to hurry. Mom met with an accident on her way to you, and she's in the hospital now." Did that witch really think I'd believe her? But I called Mom 10 times and she just wouldn't answer. That's when I started to panic. So I quickly hailed a cab and rushed to the hospital. Halfway through, I suddenly got a call from Mom. "Honey, my phone was on silent and I didn't even know. I just saw all your calls. I'm at the venue. Where are you?" OMG, I couldn't believe Susie had played me. I got stuck in traffic on the way back and I arrived 10 minutes late for my performance. As the judges glared at me, I sat down shakily and tried to calm down, but I was so flustered. The performance started out fine, but only after a few minutes, my left hand went bonkers, and it turned into a complete nightmare. As people started to laugh, I ran off the stage in tears. I was so embarrassed and furious at Susie. She was so cruel. When Mom and I got home, I walked straight to Susie and slapped her hard in the face. "I can't believe you'd stoop so low to hurt me. You ruined my performance. Do you have any idea how important it was for me?" "Yeah, I do, and I don't care. Just like you people don't care about me. Mom has always loved you and supported you, but me, after Dad left, she just abandoned me." Oh, honey, what are you talking about? I love you as much as I love Megan, but you always pushed me away, and I felt you hated me. Oh, yes, I do hate you. I hate you for making me feel left out. You two even have your own little secrets, don't you? Yes, I know all about Megan's condition, and I was just waiting to use it against her at the right time, and it all worked out wonderfully. I was about to attack her again, but Mom stopped me and Susie stormed off. I was never going to speak to that witch again, ever, but I could still annoy the heck out of her. I hooked up my piano to some large speakers and played like crazy day and night right outside her room. I started making videos of myself while playing and uploading them on my YouTube channel. Once, I even composed a song especially dedicated to her. If you know any Susie, just be aware. Even if she's your sister, please take care. My sister can't see me happy. No, just never. My witch sister hates me forever and ever. The next day, I had hundreds of comments on that video. People loved my little composition, and they even sent me sympathetic messages about their own mean sisters. And a few days later, I got an email from a famous music producer saying he saw some real talent in me and that he'd like me to work with him on a new album. What? Could it be that I was dreaming? This was insane. Soon after, my first album came out and it became a huge hit, and I was on freaking cloud 9. After that, I was playing at concerts and even went on a music tour with Taylor Swift. Then one day, the bell rang and Susie opened the door. I went running when I heard her screams. Standing in the doorway was Dad? OMG, Dad, I knew you'd come back for me. I missed you so much. What took you so long? But suddenly, he just pushed Susie aside and came running to me.
Oh, my daughter, my lovely, talented, famous daughter. I knew you'd make me proud one day.
What are you saying, Dad? I'm your daughter, Susie, the one you love the most.
You're not my daughter. You're the reason I left this house in the first place. 'Cause you aren't my own blood.
What? This was crazy. All this while I thought I wasn't his kid, but turns out Susie wasn't? She burst into tears when she heard this, but Dad wouldn't stop.
I don't know whose worthless child you are. Megan is my only daughter.
Just stop it, Dad. You're not Susie's dad, and you're not mine either. You never loved me, and then you just abandoned us all. You're not fit to be anyone's dad, and don't you dare talk to my sister that way. Just then Mom stepped in, looking furious. You crazy, horrible man. I never cheated on you, and they're both your daughters. But you wouldn't believe me. Well, you don't deserve either of them, you selfish creature. Dad looked at Susie and said that he loved her and that she needed him. You only came to get Megan's money. You never loved me, and I blamed Megan for it. I thought she was the reason why you left me. But I realize now, you're just a terrible gold digger, Dad, and I don't want to see your face again. So leave, now. And then Susie kicked him out of the house. I'm so sorry, Megan. I was so mean to you all this time. I was such a moron for treating you like an enemy, and I don't deserve to be your sister. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I'm very sorry. Everything you did to me affected me badly. I don't know if I'm ready to forgive you, but I believe in second chances. I really hope you change. But for now, we can start with a hug. Susie hugged me and Mom joined us. I love you, my precious daughters. Everything will be fine as long as we're together.
Hi, I'm Tara from California, and boy, do I have a crazy story for you. When I was born, my mom was so bummed out. She cried. All I ever wanted was a boy so he could grow up and make money for me. And all I get is a stupid girl. Once when I was 3, she took me to the park and tried to exchange me with a boy. The kid's mom was so mad, she called the cops. Mom grabbed my hand and ran out. When we got home, we found out Dad had run away with some younger girl, and Mom and I were alone. I was sad Dad was gone, but Mom was traumatized. She was crying about money all the time and said it was my fault Dad left. Around the same time, something else really weird started to happen. Sometimes, when I said or heard certain words, I tasted things. One time, Mom's friend Mary was over, and whenever Mom said her name, I tasted strawberry ice cream. I jumped onto Mary's lap and licked her cheek.
Ew, you don't taste like your name.
Who asked you to lick me, weirdo? And what do you mean? But I couldn't really explain it. One day, Mom was going on and on about some guy Bob at work. And every time she said Bob, I gagged.
Stop saying his name, Mom. It tastes disgusting, like raw eggs.
Mom freaked out and took me to a doctor. And that's when I found out I had something called lexical gustatory synesthesia. That means I could taste words. At first I thought it was kind of cool, like a superpower, even though some words tasted horrible. But then school started and things blew up. On my first day, our teacher asked us to introduce ourselves to our desk neighbors. I was sitting next to the prettiest girl, who turned to me and said her name was Sarah. Before I knew it, I was puking all over her. She screamed, saying I'd done it because I was jealous of her dress because hers had Cinderella on it, while mine had Mickey Mouse.
No, I just have this condition where I can taste words. And Sarah just tastes like stinky broccoli. I hate you, freak!
After that, I became the official school entertainment. As soon as anyone saw me, they would yell all the words they knew tasted bad to me.
Hey, Tara, say mayo, rock, algebra.
When I was in grade 8, everything changed. I was walking back home when I saw a girl from our class, Quentin, practically being yelled at by her chauffeur.
Your old one was fired. I'm your chauffeur now.
I don't even know your name.
I'm Gilsberg. Now get in. Your dad wants to see you now. He said you were in danger.
Quentin was about to sit in the car when I found myself running across the lot like a banshee. No! Quentin! Don't trust him! His name tastes like sweaty socks! I bet he's a criminal! Everyone around me started laughing, but the chauffeur looked terrified and immediately tried to get away. The security guard managed to stop him and had him arrested. He was trying to kidnap her. As the police took him away, he turned to yell at us.
I'll get you some other time, you brat! You're lucky that stupid girl saved you!
Quentin was in shock, but she threw her arms around me and said I was a hero. The next day, I was in the headlines. Everyone was talking about how I had saved a billionaire's daughter from a horrible crook. At school, there were reporters around my locker. They all wanted an exclusive interview with me. And when I got home, there was a huge bag of money waiting for me. Quentin's dad was so grateful that he'd sent it as a thank you. Mom was obviously thrilled. A few days later, when I got back from school, she rushed forward to hug me, saying she'd missed me so much. Mom, I saw you this morning.
I know, but I let my baby girl leave without a hug. What if you didn't come back? You're so special, and I have a huge surprise for you. You're gonna be a star.
Excuse me? Then she told me the craziest thing.
I've spoken to a producer, and they are giving you your own show where people will call in every night. They will give you names to taste, and you can give them advice about their lives based on your powers. It'll be called The Tara Show.
They're not powers, Mom. I don't even taste all the words. They don't mean anything.
Well, those people don't have to know that. Come on, sweetie. Don't you want to make your poor old mom happy?
At first, I wanted to refuse, but I did really want to make her happy, so I gave in. Overnight, I was whisked away onto a set. On the bright side, being on national TV changed my life at school completely. People actually sat with me in the cafeteria now. Girls would ask me to tell them what I tasted when they brought up names of people they had crushes on. I've had a crush on this girl, Emma. Emma tastes like cookie dough pancakes. You should totally ask her out. Life was good. Then one day, Quentin, who is now my best friend, rushed up to me and said, Tara, I need a huge favor. There's a new guy in my class, Nicholas, and I have the hugest crush on him. What does Nicholas taste like? I gagged on my lunch. Ew, it's like black coffee. I'd say stay away from him. She looked devastated, but said she believed in my powers and dropped the idea. One day during gym period, a popular jock who used to bully me was pestering me to go out with him because now I was popular too. Just then, a football came flying and hit him smack in the head. The jock yelled and let me go. I tried to see who had kicked the ball, but my savior was already leaving. I ran after him. Hey, wait! The guy turned in for a second, and I asked, what's your name?
Why? So you would taste it and judge me? Just say thank you.
Thanks for helping me, but he'd already turned around and left. But he wouldn't so much as look at me. I once pretended to give myself flowers in front of him just so he'd be jealous. But he gave me this long, dark stare and walked away. But another thing was bothering me like crazy. Mom was constantly breathing down my neck. All she ever talked about was the show and the money. She even started making me skip classes to practice my craft. So one day, I snuck away from home to study in the library. As I was struggling with some math, someone took my pencil out of my hand and solved the question. It was that boy. That's when I had a brilliant idea. I'll pay you if you tutor me. For a minute, he looked at me with an intense expression and then brushed my hair out of my eyes. I'll do it for free. With that, he walked away, leaving me with weird little butterflies in my stomach. Later that night, as I lay in my room, someone tapped the window. I jumped up. It was him. I opened the window, and as I pulled him in, the two of us toppled to the ground, our faces inches from each other's. My heart was beating like crazy. Then he leaned in and kissed me. Can you tell me your name now? Oh, it's Nick. Suddenly, the door flew open, and Mom barged in.
What's going on here?
Mom, he's just here to help me with math.
Math's math. I know what he wants. There's no way I'm letting anyone steal our money. These men are all gold diggers.
And with that, Mom kicked him out. I was so mad at her. The next day when I got to school, Quentin came up to me and was still going on about the guy she liked. I felt really bad for her. But just then, Nick walked up to me, and as we kissed, all color drained from Quentin's face. She yanked me off Nick, dragging me to a corner. What the freaking fish, Tara? How could you do this to me? Do what? Kiss Nicholas! I can't believe you'd betray me like that. Betray you? That's my boyfriend Nick. And suddenly, I understood what a terrible confusion had taken place. Quentin's Nicholas was my Nick. I tried to explain, but she just pulled back and slapped me. Just because you're a stupid celebrity doesn't mean you can have whatever you want. I hate you, Tara. With that, she stormed off. I was devastated. The next day when I was going to the library, Mom stood in the doorway glaring at me.
I told you to stay away from boys, didn't I? There's no way I'm letting anyone take that money. From now on, you're grounded forever. No dating.
I was so upset that I just started yelling at her. You know what, Mom? I think you're really greedy. I'll date whoever I want, and I quit your stupid show. I'm tired of lying anyways. I'm no stupid psychic. When I got to school the next day, everyone was looking at me and whispering. The girls who'd come to me for advice looked at me angrily. Oh, look. There goes the lying freak. Liar. Such an attention seeker. What was happening? Then Nick marched up to me and said,
I didn't expect this from you, Tara.
What are you talking about? This, Tara. I saw you talking to your mom yesterday. Then Quentin thrust her phone into my face. It was a video of me yelling at Mom that I was lying on the show. Quentin had uploaded it, and now everyone knew. Nick, I can explain.
Save it, Tara. I can't believe how many people ended up doing stupid things because of your games. You're a horrible person. I can't believe I thought I loved you.
As he stormed off, Quentin turned to me and said, Revenge does taste sweet. Bye, bestie. The rest of the day was terrible. When I finally got home, I found out the producers had seen the clip and canceled the show. And Mom was so furious she'd packed up and left. First of all, she'd taken all her savings with her, including the money I'd saved up for college. I was devastated. My mom was a monster, and I lied to everyone because of her. But there was no use crying now. I had to fix it. So first thing, I got a job to start saving up again. At school, everyone was now ignoring me. I thought Quentin and Nick might start dating each other, but they both just went around looking sad all the time. I hated that I'd really hurt them. So one day at assembly, I walked onto the stage. Everyone started booing me, but I was determined. Hello, everyone. You all know me as the girl who can taste words. And I'm just here to say, I'm sorry. I've lied to all of you, and I've ended up hurting the people who mean the most to me. I hope you can all forgive me because I never meant to hurt anyone. I just got carried away. For a second, there was silence. But as soon as I got off the stage, Quentin ran up and hugged me. I'm sorry too, Tara. What I did was horrible. I even told Nick the whole story. I don't even like him anymore. I was just mad because I thought you'd betrayed me. What did Nick say?
He says he's a fool if he doesn't give you another chance.
Nick, I'm so sorry. But he didn't let me continue and pulled me in for a long kiss. And I knew even though his name tasted like coffee, everything would be just fine.
Hi, I'm Maria from Chile. Before I tell you my amazing story, please click like and subscribe. When I was 3 years old, I realized that the only smart person in my family was Mom. She was the only one who understood me. My dad and my older sister Elena seemed to be super dumb. One time, Mom had left an apple pie on the counter, and the smell was driving me crazy. I couldn't reach it, so I ran over to Dad and said,
Dad, bye!
Okay. Bye.
No, bye!
Yeah. Bye.
Me? Bye!
Oh my God, what am I saying? Idiot. Bye. Bye. See me waving my hand? Go away. Bye.
I burst into tears and threw his slipper at him. Luckily for me, Mom came in just then. You want pie, honey? Come with me. Mom realized that I had some trouble with my speech because I mixed up sounds and words. But Dad was just really mean about it. He said that girls should be perfect, and if not, they should be boys. One day, Mom took me to this nice doctor she worked for as a maid. He offered to give me free speech sessions for some months, and after that, I couldn't stop talking in perfect sentences, which also annoyed my dad.
Girls are meant to be seen and not heard, so shut up.
Soon after I turned 5, Mom announced at dinner that she'd enrolled me in a school.
Are you crazy? I'm not wasting money on her school.
You don't even have a job. I've been saving money for Maria, and she is going. She couldn't even speak properly till forever. Wake up, Mom. She's stupid. But Mom completely ignored them, and I was off to school the next day. Of course, Dad and Elena became even bigger jerks. Once I told Dad he'd spelled his name wrong on a school form, and he yelled at me.
Oh, you think you're smarter than your dad now? And this? It's not a mistake. I was planning to change my name tomorrow.
Wow, that was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard. But to be honest, I didn't think I was smart. I didn't understand most of the stuff we were studying in school. Once in the 5th grade, the teacher asked me why I hadn't done my worksheet.
I'm sorry, miss. My mom made me a sandwich last night, and I needed a tissue, but we didn't have any, so I rolled the worksheet around it, and it was the best sandwich I ever had. Want me to bring you some?
The teacher looked at me like I was crazy. Everyone started laughing, and someone yelled,
Gosh, she's dumb.
Yeah, thank God she's pretty. Well, yes, thank God for that. Boys were always trying to flirt with me as I grew older, which didn't sit too well with some girls. Once in the 7th grade, I was blocked in the corridor by Elena and her mean best friend, Amanda.
Listen, Maria, I'm sick of hearing my crush talking about how pretty you are, so I need you to go and tell him how dumb you are, okay?
Yeah, just open your mouth and something stupid will come out for sure. That's what happens when you have an empty trash can instead of a brain. As the two laughed, I tried to push Amanda aside, but I swear I didn't remember I had a pencil in my hand, and she let out a very loud scream. The principal called my parents and let me off with a warning, but Dad lost it.
That's all she gets? I knew this school was for losers. This girl is insane and useless, and I'm putting her in a zoo.
The only person who's useless in our house is the one who sits and eats all day and hasn't earned a penny in 10 years.
Wait, are you talking about me? You suck. Good luck with your dumb daughter.
With that, Dad left us for good, and our lives became better. I wish he'd taken Elena too. I had a secret I really wanted to hide from her. You see, since I wasn't good at anything, I randomly signed up for the school's music club. But it turned out I was really good at singing. Now I was spending even less time studying and was learning songs instead. If Mom found that out, she would kill me. In the 8th grade, I was chosen to sing 3 songs on our cultural day, and I was so excited, I started singing.
Who run the world, girl?
I clapped my hands on my mouth. Why did I sound like a freaking man? I cleared my throat and started again.
Who run the world, girl?
And there it was, this deep, manly voice I'd never heard before. What was wrong with me? As everyone started laughing, I ran off the stage and went home in tears. I skipped school the next day, pretending to be sick. Later that evening, Elena came to my room with a food tray. Aw, poor Maria. Here, I got you some hot soup for your throat. Oh, thank you. Maybe it'll help you sound less like a man. You heard me? I wish. I wasn't there, but it's all anyone in the school can talk about.
So what are you now, Maria or Mario? Shut up, Elena. Hey, watch it. Because if I tell Mom you've been spending all your time singing with other losers, she's gonna take you out of school. Now, where's that sweater of yours I really love? And with that, she picked it up and walked out. She was such a witch. The next morning when the bell rang, I opened the door to find my music teacher outside. I immediately pulled her into the coat closet to hide her from Mom. Miss, you have to go. My mom can't find out I've been singing. But my teacher insisted that my voice was special, and I had to come back to school to join a competition. She wouldn't leave till I said yes. When I went back to school, I was the butt of all the mean girl jokes. But suddenly, none of the boys wanted much to do with me either.
Hey Mario, can you return that love poem I wrote for you? I want to give it to a real girl. I'm canceling our date, but you can come watch the game with me and the guys at boys' night.
As I sat down in the corner to eat alone, Elena and Amanda walked over to me. Wow, I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be sitting alone. Aw, we'll have lunch with you. And with that, Elena dumped a whole plate of spaghetti on my head. OMG, what is wrong with you two? Why do you hate me so much? Oh, you need a reason? I'll give you 100. Number 1, you are dumb, but pretty. And the other 99 are the same. You're even dumber than I am because all you want is the attention of some stupid boys. Well, they're all yours. Go marry them. Have their idiot babies. Whatever you do, just leave me alone. I stormed out of there angrily. I was walking down the hallway when I heard my favorite song from the music room. It was my teacher on the piano, and I started to sing along. And this time, it was just my usual voice. After that, I started training with my teacher for the competition, and she taught me how to tune both my voices to perfection. She was convinced I would win with my unique talent. But one day, when I was alone at home, I was practicing in my room when suddenly, Mom barged in.
Where's the boy?
What boy? Mom,
the boy who was just singing that cheesy song to you, and you were singing it right back. Stop acting, Maria. I heard you both.
I had no choice but to tell Mom about my singing and the dual voices. Just then, Elena came in and Mom was super mad at us both.
I don't break my back cleaning people's toilets, so you can go and be a dumb singer, Maria. I'm going to take you out of school if you keep getting such bad grades. And you, Elena, you knew all along and you hid this from me? You're both grounded for a week.
No matter how much we protested, Mom wouldn't hear another word. But there was no way I was missing that competition. A few days later, I sneaked out and my teacher drove me to the venue. To my delight, I won first prize and I was given a $1,000 check. And that was a lot of money in my country. Mom couldn't be mad at me now. But when I got home, I was in for a shock. There were 5 men in the lounge, twice as big as Mom.
This house isn't yours anymore. Your husband mortgaged this property long ago and we're taking over now. Get out.
Before we knew it, all our things were out on the street, and so were we. We were homeless, all thanks to the worst dad on the planet. We camped out in a nearby park for the night. As we lay down to sleep on some benches, I went to Mom and took out the check from my pocket. Mom, I went to the competition and won first prize. You can take this to the bank tomorrow, and we can pay for a place to stay till we figure out something. Mom looked shocked, and then she hugged me tight. Oh, Maria, this will really help me right now, so thank you. Come, sing for me. I want to hear you. Just then, I heard some sweet flute music from the distance, and I started singing that song in my style.
Now that it's raining more than ever, know that we'll still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella. Ella, Ella, eh.
When I opened my eyes, Mom looked stunned. Suddenly, we spotted an old man running towards us, holding a flute in his hand.
Wow, you're such an amazing talent. I've never seen someone singing like that. Who are you? And why are you here?
I told him we'd suddenly become homeless, and he immediately offered us a place in his house. When we got there, our jaws dropped open. It looked like a millionaire's mansion. I went to sleep on the biggest, softest bed I could ever imagine. In the morning, we discovered that the old man was a millionaire who came from a family of musicians. And what he said next left me shook.
I own my own music production company, Maria, and I want to give you a record deal. You're going to take the world by storm, I'm telling you.
Of course, I had to take up the offer. As Mom and I jumped for joy, Elena suddenly hugged me so hard I could barely breathe. Oh, my beautiful, talented sister, I knew you were special from the day you were born. I had to make a huge effort not to punch her face. I instantly shot to fame with my debut single, and suddenly, I was the talk of the city. In a few months, I was able to afford our own place and move out of the kind man's mansion. I hired house help for Mom and decided to enroll Elena and myself in a better school. But Elena was super jealous and she couldn't hide it anymore.
I don't need your charity, you dumb witch. I hate you. Always have, always will.
I have a boyfriend now, and I'm moving out to live with him. And just like that, she left. And well, I can't say I miss her. I have my huge fans around the world to make it up to me.
On my 7th birthday, I climbed onto the chair to blow the candles on my cake when suddenly I felt someone pull a hair out of my head. Ow! I turned around to see that it was my older sister, and she was staring at the hair in horror. Oh my God, Mom! Bonnie has inherited the problem from you! You shush! Everyone, sing the birthday song now! Happy birthday to you! What just happened? Later that night, Mom inspected my head like I had lice, and it turns out I had a few white hair. Big deal! But by my next birthday, half my head had turned white. I thought I was transforming into some cool superhero, but Mom totally freaked. She had organic hair dyes imported from Brazil every month to color my hair a lovely deep brown. No one knew anything about my hair until I was 14, when suddenly everything changed. Hi, I'm Bonnie, and I have a condition called achromatrichia, which makes your hair suddenly turn white. Being different makes bullies think you're an easy target, but I showed them that I was not. Before I continue, click like and subscribe. The thing is, my parents used to be super rich, and we'd always live in a huge mansion and attend private schools. My oldest brother was a party animal, and my older sister's life revolved around shopping, salons, and changing boyfriends like clothes. But then, Dad lost all his money in a scam, and in a matter of days, we'd moved from our beautiful house to a tiny apartment in another town. Dad became super depressed and watched TV all day, and Mom was doing her best to support us all. But my siblings could just not stop complaining. I had to share a room with my sister, and she wouldn't even let me sleep on the bed. One night, she was sobbing so loudly about how poor we were, I dragged my mattress into the bathroom and slept there. Peace at last. The one thing Mom insisted wouldn't change was sending us to a private school. I felt bad she was working so hard for us, and I really wished I could do something to help. Dad dropped us off on the first day of school, and as soon as I walked in, I felt someone pull me by my backpack. I turned around to see a pretty girl grinning at me. OMG, was that guy your dad? He's the millionaire who was all over the news for losing his fortune. So you guys are like, poor, right? Of course not. You have me confused with someone else. I tried to walk away, but she blocked me. Julia is never wrong about these things. Julia reads tabloid magazines cover to cover every day. Wait a second. Julia can see some white hair. Grandma? Everyone started staring at my hair. I was so embarrassed that I ran home to dye my hair. Thankfully, I had a big stock saved up. When I got home, I walked into our room to find my sister screaming at her empty closets. My bags! My shoes! My babies! Where are they? Just then, I saw my cupboard door hang open. Oh no! Oh my God! Where are all my hair dyes? We turned to each other. Our brother! We ran to his room and found him practically rolling in money. Turns out he'd sold all our stuff online. I wouldn't have cared if he had stolen my clothes, but I was really upset about my hair dyes. There was nothing I could even do, except vent my frustration in my journal. I started writing stories featuring my crazy family. One night, when my sister was talking to her boyfriend on the phone, she had to pee, so she asked me to take the phone and say, to everything he said till she returned. That's when I heard him talking about a website called Wattpad, where anyone could publish their stories. So I started sending in the ones I'd written about my family, under a fake name, of course. Otherwise, my siblings would kill me. To my absolute delight, People loved my stories. I was flooded with comments from fans, and I would even hear kids talking about them at school all the time. The best part, people started messaging me for paid writing jobs. This was perfect. I could actually help Mom doing something I loved. While my online popularity was rising, things weren't so great at school. My hair had turned completely white by now, and that gave Julia all the more reason to bully me. And no one dared to be friends with me because of her. But that gave me another idea. I started following her around and started writing stories about all her boyfriends. Once I saw her kissing the captain of the soccer team, right after she went on a date with the class president. And then the next day, she made out with the captain of the swim team. I was so surprised, I accidentally tripped and fell out of the bushes I was hiding in. As soon as Julia saw me, she looked furious. "Are you stalking me, you pervert?" No, I was just picking berries. I grabbed a fistful and stuffed them in my mouth and then gagged. They were so bitter. Julia stepped close to me. "I don't know what you're playing at, but you should know I'm not into girls, you weirdo." Then she walked away while I sat in the bush, and everyone eyed me like I was a creep. The next few weeks were brutal. No matter what I did, Julia was there calling me a perv or a weirdo. She told everyone I was crushing on her. A few days later, I was sitting in the cafeteria when Julia came up and dumped a bag on me. "Take these hair dyes. You look like a homeless old woman, and this school has a reputation. Just stop embarrassing us with this hair, Bonbon." As her minions snickered, I rose from the table and pushed the bag away and stood up to leave. "Leave me alone, Julia, or else." "Aw, I'm so scared. And what will you do, huh?" Then she and her minions took out all the dyes and dumped them on my hair. Blue, black, red, purple, everything. I pushed them back and yelled, "What have you done, you psycho?" I slapped Julia right in the face and ran to the bathroom. My hair looked like turd. I washed it and thankfully all the color came off. I was so mad that I went home and wrote a story where I gave Julia the lesson I wished she would get in real life. As soon as I published it, I received a message on my Wattpad account from a fan, ID Free Prisoner. "I love all your stories, especially the bully story, so I just had to message. Your characters are so relatable." I guess we both were stuck with crazy people. We started exchanging messages more often, and I felt like I'd finally made a friend. One day at the school cafeteria, I was writing crazy fast to meet my deadline, and I didn't even realize it when someone came and sat next to me, pushing a can of juice towards me. "Can I get you something to eat? You look like you're on a mission to save the world." I looked up, and for a few seconds, I was so lost in his dreamy blue eyes. I'm pretty sure I looked like a dumb puppy. "Hi, I'm Eric. Do I know you?" "No, but I know you. You're kind of hard to miss with that hair." "I know you think my hair is weird." "No, I think it's amazing. You look really cool." I stared at him in shock. Who was this boy? I wanted to talk to him more, but just then, I got a message from Free Prisoner. "I think I'm falling for you. You're just so incredible." Oh my god, he had a crush on me? The next day, while I was working in the library, it got really late. Everyone was gone and I only looked up when I heard a noise. I felt freaked out. Just then, I saw Eric walking towards me. "I'm beginning to think you're stalking me." Eric laughed and said, "Yeah, maybe. But also, I work here, and I was about to lock up. Want me to walk you home?" "Yes, please." Eric was so funny and adorable. He insisted on walking me home every time. I was definitely attracted to him, and it made me feel a little confused. What was I gonna do about Free Prisoner? One day, Free Prisoner asked me out on a date. I agreed. I needed to see who he really was. When I arrived at the address, my jaw dropped. It was a mansion bigger than ours used to be. I was greeted at the front door by a butler, who then led me to a large drawing room. And there were lit candles and flowers everywhere. At the far end was a high chair, and when someone suddenly spoke, "I've been dying to meet you." Wait, why was this voice so familiar? When the girl stepped in front of me, we both stared in horror at each other and shrieked. It was Julia! You're Free Prisoner? You're the freaking writer I have a crush on? You have a crush on me? Julia looked insane. Of course not. How could I have a crush on you? You're gonna pay for this, Bonnie. Now get out of my house. I was only too glad to. I couldn't believe the person I'd been friends with for months was crazy Julia. And by the next morning, I walked into the most horrific scene. The school hallways were full of posters of me. They read, "The White Witch Can't Be Trusted." Everyone in school knew the writer was me. Julia was going around telling everybody how I was a terrible person who wrote mean stories about her family and kids from school just to get popular. Why would we want to be friends with someone like her? She can't be trusted. She'll be writing all kinds of things about us. Freak! But even worse than everybody suddenly hating me at school, I was in so much trouble back home. My siblings were so mad about the stories I wrote about them. We know we tease you, but we never thought you could be so mean. Guys, it's not like that. I never meant for anyone to know who those characters were. But they wouldn't listen to my protest and stopped talking to me. Later that night, Mom came to my room and asked me why I'd been writing these stories. I handed an envelope to her from my drawer. I only wanted to help you out, Mom. She let out a cry when she saw the cash inside. Bonnie, you're a kid. You don't need to worry about money. I'm not going to take this. How about we use it for your hair? Yeah, Mom. Let's do this, I guess. The next day, I decided to fix everything. I went up to the stage during morning assembly and nervously cleared my throat. I just wanted to say sorry to my siblings and anyone else who might have been hurt or offended by my stories. I only used you guys as inspiration, and you made such interesting characters. But it wasn't right of me to use anyone's secrets, and I won't be writing on Wattpad anymore. As I ran out of the auditorium, someone caught up with me. It was Eric. Hey, that writer is you? Oh man, your stories are hilarious! I wanted to ask you something a long time ago. Will you be my girlfriend? I grinned and pulled him in for a kiss. From the corner of my eye, I saw Julia storming off, and I followed her to the girls' bathroom. What do you want, freak? I just wanted to say, you and I have been friends for months online. We can actually get along. Why can't we be friends for real, Julia? She started to laugh. Friends? Oh, babe, how is that even possible? Look at your face, and your personality, and your ugly hair. I give charity to the poor. I don't befriend them. Well, look around you, Julia. I don't think you have any real friends. I'm here if you change your mind. And then I started to walk away. Don't hold your breath! Well, after that, things got a little better because my siblings forgave me, especially when they realized my stories hadn't affected their popularity one bit. I stopped writing and spent all my time with Eric, who asked me out to prom. That night, I went home with a big smile on my face. Mom was waiting for me to dye my hair, and then I said, you know what, Mom? I like my white hair. I'm born to stand out. Why should I try so hard to fit in? It's cool to be different. Mom smiled and hugged me. I'm so proud of you, Bonnie. Next day, when Julia found out that Eric and I were nominated for prom king and queen, she completely lost it. She went too far. On the night of the prom, she started throwing a huge tantrum and even tried to snatch my crown. That's mine! I'm the only queen this school has. Not this ugly beggar with the ugliest hair I've ever seen. When the principal intervened, Julia called her an old hag and dumped the whole bowl of punch on her. An hour later, she was expelled. Even though so many of the others laughed, I felt sorry for her because I knew there was a nice person inside her. But all her insecurities just made her a big bully. After that, high school was not so crazy. I got a scholarship for a writing program, and 4 years later, I joined a publishing house as a book editor. Fast forward a few years, and I'm married to Eric now, with 2 beautiful kids. And they are the only ones I write stories for.
Hi, I'm Yuris from Arizona. Please like and subscribe. Me and my elder brother Ivan were raised by our single mom, who worked as a chef in a small restaurant. She worked really hard to give us everything, but it was never enough for my brother. How do you like this toy, Ivan?
Yuck, it's so bad. I want this car.
But that's really expensive, honey, and I don't have the money for it. I need to buy diapers and food for your sister. I hate her. Ivan just hated it. How he had to compromise on things because of me. So he secretly hid the car in Mom's bag, thinking that he could take it home. But I pointed it out right at the billing counter.
Car, bag, Ivan.
No, keep quiet. Unfortunately, the shop owner saw this, and since Mom didn't have the money to pay for it, he threw us out. And again, Ivan thought it was all because of me. So the next day when Mom went to work, he took me out and left me with one of the blind beggars on the streets.
Stay here and don't come back.
Thankfully, one of the neighbors saw this and she safely brought me home. But when Mom found out, she got really mad. Ivan, have you gone crazy? She's your sister and I told you to always look after her. No, she's not my sister. She's the reason why you won't buy me any stuff. So I just want her gone. Saying that, he stormed off and Mom turned to me and hugged me tight. Oh, sweetie, you must have been so scared. But don't worry, your brother's just a kid. He'll come around. Well, I hoped so too, but only he didn't. Growing up, Ivan was never around for me, and I grew up into a shy kid who hesitated while talking to others. Sometimes when they'd ask me something, I'd go completely mute and just run away. But as shy as I was really curious about things too. One time in 2nd grade, I saw 2 old men playing a game in the park. It seemed so interesting that I stood there watching for hours until they called me.
Do you want to play the game, kid?
Of course I did. I loved solving puzzles and games, and chess became the ultimate love of my life. After that day, I'd play chess all the time, every day. But Ivan just hated it, because he was the complete opposite. He never liked studying and was often caught cheating on his tests. And the worst happened when Mom lost her job and Ivan failed 6th grade. Mom was really stressed, so she ended up scolding Ivan, and he seemed upset.
It's all right. I can help you with your studies.
But he didn't take it the right way and thought I was making fun of him.
You're gonna teach me, huh? You think I'm a kid and you're some genius because you play that stupid game? Go away.
He pushed me away and I landed on my butt. Mom rushed in and picked me up. Are you okay, sweetie? But for some reason, I couldn't speak. I tried really hard, but I just ended up in tears. Ivan, your sister was just trying to help you and you hurt her. You're grounded. After Ivan left angrily, Mom felt something was wrong with me because it wasn't the first time that I struggled to speak. So she took me to the doctor, and that's when we discovered that I had selective mutism, a condition in which a person goes mute for some time under shock or surprise. Mom looked really worried, but I didn't want to add to her stress.
It's gonna be all right, Mom. The doctor said the condition will go away with time, so don't worry, okay?
Of course, Ivan thought I was making it all up to get more attention, so he spread all sorts of rumors about me at school. But I couldn't care less. There was a regional chess tournament for kids, and they were giving away a huge cash prize to the winner, and I couldn't think of a better way to help Mom. So I spent weeks practicing for it while Ivan kept demotivating me. But it was no surprise that I won the finals, and Mom threw a huge party for me. I'm so proud of my daughter. She's like a blessing to me.
Oh yeah? And what am I? A curse to you?
Ivan.
It's my birthday soon, so why is she the one getting a party?
Ivan caused a huge scene and Mom had to ask everyone to leave. And now I was really pissed at him.
What's your problem? Why do you have to do this to Mom all the time?
But he just shut the door in my face. Ugh, this boy was something. He kept getting more jealous of my achievements as I kept winning more and more competitions. And by the time I was 13, I was competing in the state championship. My final match was against a guy named Greg, and everyone said he was a ruthless player. And indeed, he defeated me with his brutal moves. He was so good. I was really curious to know more of his tricks, so I gathered up the courage to talk to him.
Hey, excuse me, whoa!
Easy there, and I'm not signing anything for you.
What? No, I'm not asking for your autograph.
Then why have you been following me all the way into this elevator?
I was... And there, my mutism was back again.
It's okay, I get it. I'm so charming and handsome. Girls often go speechless when they see me.
What? This guy was so full of himself. As soon as the elevator door opened, I stomped on his feet and ran out, hoping I'd never run into him again. And thankfully, the next year, I won the state championship because Greg wasn't there. By the time I was 15, I had won enough money from different chess tournaments for us to move into a better neighborhood and for Mom to start a small cafe. Things were really looking up for us, but Ivan continued to be a brat. He failed so many times now that he was in the same grade as me in high school, but he always hung around with the bad senior kids. One time when I was walking down the hallway, I saw him picking on some kid along with his minions. Ivan, stop it! What are you doing? But what I saw next shocked me even more. Greg? What are you doing here?
Oh, so you know him. Is he your boyfriend? Then I guess I should trouble him more.
Ivan! Just then the principal came in and most of the kids ran away, except for Ivan and his gang. When the principal asked what was happening, all the guys blamed Greg for trying to prank the seniors.
No, I didn't do anything.
Greg looked at me hoping I'd tell the truth, but I couldn't. I tried really hard, but I'd just gone mute. So Greg was put into detention, and I felt so bad that I decided to go tell the truth to the principal later. But Ivan caught me on my way.
If you go and say anything to the principal now, I'm gonna make you and your little boyfriend miserable.
Gosh, you're such a jerk. I can't believe you're my brother. I wasn't afraid of Ivan, but thinking about what he'd do to Greg, I decided to let it go. Just this once. A few days later, after the detention period was over, I went over to see Greg. Hey, I'm really sorry about the other—
I don't want to hear it. Just leave me alone.
He just walked past me without listening to another word. He was in the same class as me, but he hardly talked to anyone. And when I asked him to join the chess club, he just refused. He seemed so different from the time I'd met him at the chess tournament, and I wondered why he'd changed. A few days later, it was Mom's birthday, and I decided to go to her cafe after school and surprise her. But I got the bigger surprise when I saw Greg was laying out the tables there. What the duck? I asked Mom, and she told me Greg was in dire need of money and begged her to let him work there after school. But he was a chess master and a genius. Why was he begging for money? I had to find out. After we cut the cake, I went over to him. Here, this is for you. He hesitantly took it, and then I explained to him the whole situation about my condition. At first, he looked at me weirdly, but then he just broke into a laugh.
So you weren't mesmerized by my looks in the elevator that day?
Absolutely not, but I was mesmerized by your brain for sure. Suddenly his gaze changed and he looked at me with bright eyes. We then talked for a while, but when I asked him about why he wasn't playing anymore, he said it was getting late and ran out of there. And I felt something was really off. So I decided to follow him and saw him secretly sneaking into a dark alley. And then he entered the haunted house in our neighborhood. That house had been empty for over 20 years and no one ever dared to go inside. Some people even believed that ghosts lived there. What was Greg doing here? I somehow gathered courage to go inside, but then I heard screams and I ran away as fast as I could. The next day, I waited for Greg at school so I could ask him what was going on, but he didn't come. Now I was starting to get worried, so on my way back home, I sneaked into the haunted house through the back door and switched on the lights. But as soon as I did, I heard that same loud scream again. Gosh, this was really scary, but I had to find Greg. I walked upstairs and saw a woman sitting on the floor in one of the rooms. And as soon as she saw me, she started screaming,
"Don't hurt me, please. Go away from here. Leave me alone."
I was really confused, but I could tell the woman needed help, so I calmed her down. But just then I heard Greg's voice from behind me.
What are you doing in here, and how did you get in? Get away from my mom.
Your mom? He lifted the woman up from the floor and made her sit on a broken chair. Are you crazy? If she's your mom, then why have you kept her here like this? He didn't answer my question and kept insisting on me leaving the house. He looked really mad and I had to leave. But this felt really wrong. Why was he hiding her in there? Later that night, I was in bed when I heard a loud thud and I was shocked to see Greg standing at the window. Greg, what are you doing here? But he didn't say anything and just hugged me tight.
I'm sorry for being rude to you earlier, Eurus. I shouldn't have talked to you that way.
He then told me how his mom was diagnosed with some mental condition a few years back. His jerk dad ran away with all the money and left Greg and his mom by themselves. And ever since then, they'd been moving from place to place. But your mom needs medical help, Greg. You should at least inform your relatives or social services about it.
They're all bad, Eurus. They just don't care, and they'll separate me from my mom. I don't want that.
I promised I was going to help him with this situation, and he happily went back. But just then, my room's door flew open, and Ivan barged in.
I heard everything you and your boyfriend were talking about. I've been hearing these screams, and I thought I was going crazy. But now, I can get rid of my headache for good.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna call the mental hospital and have that crazy cuckoo taken away.
But why would you do that?
Just 'cause I can. And I will.
You're a piece of garbage, Ivan. I tried to stop him, but the very next day when I returned from school, I saw ambulances were leaving from outside the haunted house. And minutes later, Greg came running into our house.
You informed them, didn't you, Eurus? They took my mom away before I could even see her after school. No, silly. I'm the one who did it. Why does no one give credit to me for what I do?
Before Ivan could say more, Greg jumped onto him and they broke into a huge fight. I tried hard to separate them, but they didn't stop until Greg's mom came out. Stop it, Greg. Stop it, Ivan. Greg looked really confused, and even Ivan lost his mind. What the minions? Is she really a ghost? What's she doing here? I brought her here. This morning, after you both left for school, I told Mom everything and brought your mom to stay with us until things were sorted. Greg ran and hugged his mom really tight. No, are you kidding me? She's a psycho. She belongs in an asylum. Stop it, Ivan. I think you're the one who needs treatment. Shut up, you little... That's enough, Ivan. I didn't raise you and your sister to be so different. But while she's so nice and kind, you're always looking for ways to hurt people. That's because you always hurt me. You've always liked her more and never cared about me, and treated me like I'm a good-for-nothing. But that's your own fault. Even though Eurus is younger than you, she's always understood me and helped me, while you just added to my troubles. And I know you're failing again this year. Enough's enough. I'm sending you away to your aunt's place in the countryside. What? Mom, no! Ivan ran after Mom, and Greg turned to me and held my hand. I'm really sorry for doubting you, Eurus. I'll never be able to thank you enough for your kindness. Well, you can actually. I'm gonna be competing for the National Chess Championship, and I'd love to defeat you at the finals. You sure you won't be distracted by my looks? Come here.
Hi, I'm Chris, and I live in Los Angeles with my celebrity mom. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I never knew my dad, but I totally worshipped my mom. She was a famous singer, and with her sparkly clothes and gorgeous voice, she was perfect in my eyes, except Mom never seemed to love me the way I loved her. In fact, growing up, she was always so busy, she barely had time for me. Mom, could you help me with my hair? I'm late for school, and this knot is just the worst. Oh, sweetie, I'm late for a recording, but I've got an idea. And with that, Mom took a pair of scissors and cut a huge chunk of my hair. I walked around the school looking like a shaved lizard for days. When I was 10, I got selected to play the lead in the play. Mom promised that she would come, but I kept waiting and she never showed up. When I got home, I saw her having a spa session in the middle of our living room. Everything is calm. You're in your happy place, in the middle of the meadows, beneath the sparkling skies. Mom? Shh! She's in her happy place. I don't care. I need to talk to her. But Mom just lay there, face down, completely zoned out. I felt so mad. I walked up to the massage lady and smashed the bowl of oil on the floor. What's the matter with you, Chris? Can't you see I'm busy? You missed my play for a stupid spa session? How could you be so selfish, Mom? You have no idea about the stress I'm under. Working on my new album to keep my millions of fans happy? And how about keeping me happy? Ever thought about that? With that, I just ran up to my room and shut my door. Mom and I didn't speak to each other for days, and after that, she left for yet another tour and didn't come back for 2 whole weeks. Over time, Mom and I just got more distant. She got busier with work, and I got busier with school and theater. With time, I got better and started performing in local dramas. Things were fine, but then I turned 16 and everything changed. Mom told me she was leaving on a tour for a year, and I was going to a boarding school. But I don't want to go. My whole life is here. Why are you doing this? Chris, please don't make this more difficult than it already is. You're going to a boarding school, and that's final. I kept arguing with Mom the whole night, but she didn't give a hoot, and 2 days later, I was on a flight to my new school. Mom didn't even come to see me off, but by now, I didn't care. From the moment I arrived, I hated the place. The walls were so gray, it made my eyes hurt, and the hallways looked something straight out of a horror movie. Just when I thought the place couldn't get creepier, I was on my way to the class when suddenly a girl my age collapsed at my feet. Oh my god, my head is so heavy. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Take me to the nurse, please. The girl started shivering like crazy, and I panicked and took her to the nurse. But she was so busy with someone else and just told me to take the girl to one of the treatment beds. I'm here a lot since I suffer from fainting spells. But you didn't faint, you just dropped at my feet. Right, I mean, normally I faint a lot. But today, I just have a broken sock bone. Okay, fine. I'm just trying to get out of class. Please don't tell anyone. You can stay with me in Miss Class too. I'll cover for you. I'm Melody. Chris. Melody and I got talking and instantly connected over our hatred for the boarding school. Incidentally, she was also my roommate and the biggest troublemaker around. She was always sneaking out, bunking classes, misbehaving with teachers. Her dad was one of the trustees, so the teachers didn't really say anything. This one time, Melody dropped fart bombs in the class and everyone went into a frenzy. Obviously, she got busted and threw a tantrum. I was trying to hide my fart smell with that bomb. I have a very weak stomach and I fart a lot. You know how kids can get really mean about these things. You want me to get bullied? What if I start taking drugs? What if I die? And then Melody dropped like a fly to the ground and the teacher ended up apologizing to her instead. Being with Melody was fun and slowly I started liking my life in school. Until one day, I was on stage reciting a Shakespeare sonnet for a school play when I saw Mom walking in. I was so shocked to see her. I forgot all my lines and ran backstage in panic. But I tripped on the stairs and the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with Mom and Melody sitting next to me. I'm a horrible mother. I shouldn't have come and upset Chris like that. It's my fault. I called you here so we could finally tell Chris the truth. But I guess we messed up big time, Mom. What? When did you wake up? Around the same time you called my mom your mom. I didn't say mom. I said bomb, because your mom's the bomb. Shut up. I might have hit my head, but I'm not stupid. Now tell me, why did you call her mom? It's okay, Mel. I think it's time. Chris, sweetie, Melody is your twin sister. Mom told me how years ago she was in a horrible marriage with my biological father and she had no choice but to run away from home. But after a week, she found out she was pregnant with twins. She couldn't afford to raise 2 kids, so she gave Melody up for adoption. I ran away to LA and met this music producer who helped me out. When I got successful, I tried looking for Melody, but I couldn't track her down. My adoptive dad's witchy girlfriend wanted me out of the house, so he enrolled me in this boarding school. But last week, Dad finally told me about my biological mom. I got in touch with Mom and asked her if she'd want to meet me. And you chose to meet her here, Mom? You didn't think what would happen if I found out? I thought it would be nice to introduce you to your twin sister. Mom, you paid 0 attention to me all my life, and then you show up here unannounced and tell me I have a twin sister? What part of this is nice? And Melody, you knew I was your sister and didn't say a word to me? Why? Mom asked me not to. And you listened to her? The woman who abandoned you. This is crazy. My head's spinning. Just leave, both of you. Mom and Melody left, and I just sat in my bed feeling totally betrayed. Doctors discharged me that evening, and soon after, Mom left for home. Back in school, I just avoided Melody like the plague, even though she tried talking to me a million times. Soon, it was time for spring break, and I was packing my stuff when Melody walked in. Are you done? The driver's here to pick us up. What do you mean? I'm going home. My dad is traveling for business, so Mom invited me to stay at your place. I know you hate the idea, but I've waited all my life to have a family. Please, just let me have this one spring break. I promise I won't butt in your life ever again. I wanted to say no, but Melody looked like she would break in a million pieces, so I decided to look the other way. It would be good for Melody to discover what a terrible mom we had, but I was totally wrong. Mom was so excited to have Melody around, she took a break from work, made us breakfast, took us out on shopping sprees, dinners, and she even threw a homecoming party for Melody. Mom had never paid me so much attention, and it made me so jealous watching her bond with Melody. Soon after spring break ended, and it was time to get back to school. But a day before we had to leave, Mom gave me yet another surprise. So, I've spoken to your dad, Melody, and we have decided that it's best you girls stay near home. No more boarding school for you guys. Isn't that exciting? Oh, Mom, that's great! It sucks! Mom, I begged you not to send me to that dreaded school, and you didn't listen to me. But now that you have your new daughter, you want her to stay near you? I want both my daughters to stay close to me. I've missed out on so much already, and I just want to make up for the lost time. Yeah, right? You'll just end up disappointing Melody like you've always disappointed me. With that, I just left. And the next day, Mom enrolled us in a school nearby. I just wanted to stay away from home as much as possible, so I decided to join the drama club in my new school. On my first day, we were asked to perform a dialogue from Romeo and Juliet, and I got paired up with this dreamboat of a boy, Matt. He was so cute, I could hardly focus.
Oh, my Juliet, why won't you come down? I want to see your pretty face and your beautiful sparkling eyes.
Go on.
It's your line?
Sure. Oh, Matt, I mean Romeo. You are the light of my life. Your face is so perfect, like a sculpted statue. And those arms, so strong. Do you work out a lot?
I do, but I don't think that's what we were talking about.
Then what are you talking about?
The play? Are you okay? You're not blinking.
I'm fine. I'm just getting into character. You know, Juliet and all. I'm weird. Sorry. Bye-bye. Nice to meet you. I ran in the other direction feeling totally embarrassed, and and minutes later, Matt came behind me. The two of us started talking, and by the end of the day, Matt asked me out on a date. I had the best time with Matt that evening. He was fun, cute, and a really good listener. Pretty soon, I found myself pouring my heart out to him, telling him everything about my family and Melody.
It sounds tough. I grew up without a family too. I mean, I had my dad, but he was hardly around, so I get where you're coming from.
Thanks for listening. I've ruined the date, haven't I?
Maybe there's still time to turn things around.
And with that, Matt leaned in and kissed me, and I kissed him back. We went on a few more dates, and I was over the moon when Matt asked me out officially. Every night, he'd come over, and I'd sneak out with him. We'd go for drives, parties, walks, and it helped me keep my mind off things at home. One evening, Matt invited me to this party at his cousin's place. It was a little out of town, so he told me we'd be staying the night. I was just climbing out my window when Melody walked in. Where are you going? To hang out with your hippie boyfriend? I know you've been sneaking out to spend time with Matt, but Chris, I just don't think he's right for you. I heard he's always skipping school and his grades are trash. And just last week, he almost got arrested for stealing cars. Those are baseless rumors. And you're one to talk. Have you completely forgotten what a mess you were in school? Besides, you should be happy I'm out of your hair so you can spend more time with Mom. I'm just trying to reconnect with my family. And look how great that's going. Now I'm getting late, so go back to your room and stay out of my life. And I just picked up my bag and left. I took a cab and went straight to the location Matt had sent. But when I reached the place, it was totally dark and there was no one around. I walked up to the cabin and knocked, but no one answered, and seconds later, someone tapped on my shoulder. I turned around and saw two big men staring at me, and Matt was right behind them. What's happening? And who are you?
Oh, don't worry, sugar. We'll only keep you here till your mom comes and rescues you.
Rescue me from what? Matt, what is this?
I'm so sorry, Chris. I owe these people a lot of money, and since my dad won't give me any, I had no choice but to kidnap you. Just do what they're saying and we'll all be safe. I promise you.
Are you out of your mind? I trusted you. You're my boyfriend. Oh my god, this is such a mess. Help!
Don't bother. There's no one around. Please, Chris, just sit tight and hear me out.
Get away from me! I pushed Matt away and ran for my life, but one of the two big hounds caught up to me and took me back to the cabin. Just as he was trying to tie my hands, I bit his ear and pushed him away. The other guy launched himself at me, but before I could react, a vase came flying out of nowhere and hit him in his head. He fell backwards, and I saw Melody jump in with a baseball bat. Matt saw everything and rushed out the cabin, but he was stopped by Mom and a bunch of policemen. As they handcuffed and dragged Matt and the two guys away, Mom came running and hugged me tight. I'm so glad you're okay. Thank God. I saw you getting into that cab and noted down its number. He's the one who told me about this place. Don't you dare do something like this again, Chris. I'm so sorry, Mel. I was so mad watching you and Mom together. It just made me jealous and crazy, and I just couldn't think straight. I thought you guys didn't care about me since you had each other. It's my fault. As a single mom, I needed to work hard and I got my career break, but I guess I just kind of got carried away with it. I wasn't there when you needed me, Chris, and I will never forgive myself for that. But I'm here now. Not just for Melody, but for both of you. So please, give me another chance. I'm sorry too. I should have been there for you as a friend before anything else, but I was so happy to have found Mom. I ignored how you must have felt. Hey, at least we're all here and together, and that's all that matters. How about we start with a clean slate? You spoke my mind.
People often say that the Irish are super fun and love to party. Obviously, none of these people ever met my mom. She was the opposite of fun. When I was 4 years old, my grandfather got me a set of Legos. I was literally freaking out about how cool they were when my mom snatched the box from my hands. We don't need this. It's going to the donation room. Oh, the donation room. My mom was obsessed with charity. We had a room in our house where she kept the things we were going to give away. And by that, I mean every single thing we owned. One Christmas Eve, my grandma gifted me an amazing sweater. The minute my mom saw it, she yanked it out of my hands. That poor girl across the street would love this. It'll make me look really good. I was so mad. I decided I was going to get my sweater back. I stole it and hid it in my room. Mom figured out where it went right away. You selfish, ungrateful thief. It's my sweater, Mom. Grandma made it for me. So, you want that poor girl to freeze? Is that it? Of course not. Good people choose others' happiness over their own, always. Mom doubled down on our charity. When I even thought of bending the rules, she'd get furious and call me cruel names. I wanted her to love me, so I decided to just get into the spirit. I learned to find joy in other people's happiness, especially when I made it happen. I started giving away my lunches, my jackets, and even my textbooks in school. My goodness meant that I was loved by everyone, so I didn't hate it so much. The trouble started when I got my first boyfriend. After weeks of flirting in class, Nick and I started dating. A month into my relationship, my friend decided to drop a little surprise on me. OMG, Mabel, I have a crush on Nick. My Nick? She grabbed me and started crying on my shoulder, snotting all over me. He's perfect for me. And you're always like so generous. Help me? I put on my good person avatar right away. Of course you can have him, girl. I'll break up with him for you. OMG, Mabel, you're like the greatest. I politely ended things with Nick and told my friend to go for it. I'd get over the breakup. I chose someone else over me, and that's what mattered, right? Wrong. And I wasn't going to realize it until after I did some truly crazy favors. One day, Maya, the most popular girl in school, randomly sat with me at lunch. It was always super weird to see her because our faces were almost exactly the same, except she was rich and had makeup and epic clothes, so it confused no one. You're the girl who does stuff for people, right? I guess. I need your help. I want you to be me and break up with my boyfriend. What? Maya explained to me how she needs to dump him but doesn't actually want to do it. With a little bit of work, you could totally pass for me. I don't know. Please, Mabel, you have to help me. She'd said the magic words. Next thing I knew, I was in a wig, 4-inch heels, a skin-tight dress, and voila, I was ready to dump her man. When I saw him at the restaurant, my jaw literally fell. Who'd be crazy enough to dump him? I sat down at the table, feeling totally nervous.
You're sweating. Did you run here?
No, I took a shower and forgot to dry. He laughed so suddenly, he snorted his water out of his nose. He looked at me in total shock.
You're not Maya.
What?
Maya couldn't make a joke like that if someone paid her. Who are you?
Oh no, I was busted. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran as fast as Maya's heels could take me. I told her what happened at school. That guy was really smart. We should have prepared more.
Ha! You could never trick me.
I turned around and gasped. He was here. How?
I'm Evan, and I'll be joining your school.
Oh my God. I was so embarrassed I ran again. I tried to avoid Evan in school for weeks. I wanted to act like this had never happened. He kept trying to talk to me any chance he got.
Just tell me why you helped her. She didn't even pay you.
I did it to just help. He laughed at me.
No way. That can't be the reason.
It is.
You can't be real.
I'm real. Really awesome. He laughed even harder, and then he asked me out. I was so surprised I almost fell off my chair. Why?
You're beautiful, hilarious, and a good person. Seems like it'd be a great date.
He was totally right. I had so much fun dating him. Evan was gorgeous, witty, and best of all, he treated me like a princess. He literally made me accept gifts and hide them from my mom. That's how I got my first Lego set. Finally, I did my best to keep him a total secret from Mom. I even made up a dance class to cover my dates. Once again, I underestimated Mom's snooping skills. One night, Evan was dropping me home from a late-night date. To my horror, Mom was not up in bed as I'd thought. She was waiting for me on the front lawn. Oh no! I got out of the car, and that's when I saw the items near my mom's feet. My Lego set, my new camera, 3 years of gifts and clothes I'd been hiding. She'd found them all. She started screaming at me so loud that our neighbors popped out to watch the show.
You horrible, selfish girl. Do you know how many poor kids we could have fed with all this junk?
You're going to give away all of this, and you're never seeing this boy again. She threw my pictures with Evan in my face.
With all due respect, ma'am, you can't tell her what to do.
Son, you can do way better than Mabel. What? She's a lazy, boring leech. Dump her while you still can. Enough! You have to shut up. Excuse me? You're the leech. You literally suck the joy out of life. I'm done being your doormat. You can't tell me what to do ever again. Mom literally turned purple with hate. If you live under my roof, you live by my rules. Then I'm not living with you anymore. She didn't even try to stop me. She was sure I wouldn't make it one night without her. She was heartless. I packed up my things and went straight to Evan's house. The moment his mom saw me, she made a face.
Evan, this girl looks homeless. We can't have her in our house.
Mom, she's my girlfriend.
OMG, look at her clothes, son. What if the neighbors see her with us?
He begged her to let me stay with them, but his mom didn't budge.
She can sleep in the pool house for one night.
One night? What was I gonna do tomorrow? I was worried out of my mind in school the next day when Maya walked up to me. She'd become a famous model in the last 3 years. Every teenage girl knew her face now.
Mabel, I need an urgent favor. I need you to be me for the school counselor.
Suddenly, I got an idea. I told Maya I'd do all the favors she needed if I could stay with her. She agreed right away and hired me as her full-time body double. I moved into her enormous mansion, and for the first time in my life, I had so much stuff. I had my own bed, my own nightstand, a wheelie chair, and the best part, my mom couldn't steal my things anymore. I started my job as Maya's copy, and I was great. We actually prepared now, so we fooled everyone in school and beyond. One day, she asked me to appear on a show for her. It's this charity thing for sick kids or something. I literally have zero interest in it. Charity? Right up my alley. I went to the event ready to fool a whole TV studio. It was all going so smoothly till the organizer quietly offered me a huge check backstage. You're paying me? Wasn't this for charity?
You asked for a percentage of the donations coming here, remember?
OMG? What kind of person takes money from sick children? I donated the check back to them right away. I had no idea what a big deal this was going to be. My act of charity went viral on the internet, turning Maya into a role model overnight. Her offers doubled the next day, and she started pushing me to do more events for her.
You're so good at it, Mabel. The public loves me.
Actually, they loved me. While Maya enjoyed luxurious holidays around the world, I took her place to attend fundraisers, serve food at shelters, and host dog adoptions. I loved charity, so I didn't mind. But pretty soon, the work started getting out of hand. She made me do photo shoots and walk the runway for her while she danced around Italy with her flame of the month. She was basically making me do her job. When I asked her to start paying me, she laughed in my face.
I should pay you for getting to live my epic life, for staying in my house rent-free?
Oh God, what had I gotten myself into? Maya had no boundaries. She once sent me to have dinner with a client, and only when I got there did I realize there was no client at all. She'd sent me on a date. What am I supposed to do here?
Have a fun date. Give Michael a few kisses for the camera. Our fans totally ship us.
Maya, do your own dating.
I don't have time. I already have like 4 other dates this week.
OMG, my personal life is off limits to you.
Off limits? I own you, Mabel. If you don't follow orders, I'll throw you out on the street.
She was driving me mad, but I needed a roof. I decided to just get the date over with. I was so uncomfortable the whole time, especially with the paparazzi literally buzzing around us. The flashes of the cameras never stopped.
You're so hot and generous and perfect. Give me a kiss.
He leaned forward and I jumped up, spilling water all over us.
Oh no, I have to change at home.
I turned to run and he held me back. He pulled me close and asked me for one kiss, just for the fans. He pressed his lips against mine and I wanted to puke. Before I could push him away, Evan showed up.
Oh my God, you're cheating?
Evan, no, it's not what it looks like.
I saw you kissing. You're such a liar.
Michael just had to act all macho in front of the cameras. He literally shoved Evan away from me.
She's my date. Back off, dude. You back off. She's my girlfriend.
Before I knew it, they were fighting. The cameras just went wild. They were eating up the drama. I tried to push the boys apart and accidentally sent Michael flying right into our food.
You idiots! You ruined my outfit.
We hurried out of there and the cameras literally chased us. Evan, you have to give me a chance to explain.
I can't even look at you right now. We're done.
He ran away before hundreds of people surrounded me with their cameras, clicking close-up photos of my tears. My world was in ruins. I reached home and found Maya in the best mood of her life. OMG, that drama was perfect. My fans are going nuts for me. Genius. The pure destruction of my life was genius to her? I was living with a monster. I finally told her I was done. No more dating guys for her, and no more doing her job for free. I would only do charity, and that's it. Maya immediately kicked me out of the house. Maybe freezing your butt off will fix your attitude. Know your place, beggar. I couldn't control my anger anymore. I'd lost my boyfriend and my dignity to Maya's selfishness. It was time for revenge, and I knew exactly how to get it. I called the local station and set up an interview about Maya's drama with Michael. Before anyone could say a word, I threw off my wig and revealed Maya's secret on live TV. I had so much proof ready for them that they had no choice but to believe me. Maya was a total fraud. My move pretty much ended her career. She lost nearly all her clients in a matter of a day. Next day at school, Maya came to me and said, "I hate you so much. Have fun being homeless forever." Actually, all your clients want to hire me now, so I'm good. I apologized to Evan for hurting him and tried to explain my actions to him. When he realized what kind of pressure I was under, he forgave me right away. I'm so happy you're away from that witch. I don't care what my parents say. I'm sneaking you into my room. You can stay there. I love you, Evan. I love you more, Mabel. I lived with Evan till I received my first paycheck ever. It made me so happy and proud of myself. I could finally rent a place of my own. This was the first time I experienced complete freedom. I worked super hard to survive and made sure I got into an awesome college. I knew now that the best person to rely on for my future was me. Hi, my name is Tiara, and My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. The first time Mom realized that I was really shy was when I was 4 years old and she took me to the amusement park. I was terrified. I just kept my eyes on my shoes and clung onto my mom's hand tight the whole time. You see, I just wasn't used to a lot of people, so I'd completely freak out around strangers. Once, when I was 5, I was busy taking down a cereal box from the shelf of a grocery store, and when I turned around, Mom was gone. I felt panic rise in my chest, and I started running down the aisle. Just then, a strange woman caught my hand. "Hey, pretty girl, are you lost? What's your name?" I stared at her in horror, completely speechless. Just then, I saw Mom running towards me, and I went flying into her arms. The woman turned to Mom. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It must be really hard having a mute child. Does she go to a special school?" Mom snapped at her to mind her own business, and we walked off quickly. But the next evening, when I went down for dinner, I saw a grumpy-looking man at the table, and I froze. "Hey, sweetie, it's okay. I want you to get comfortable around new people. So I thought I'd introduce you to my very special friend." I was 5, not stupid. I knew he was her boyfriend. Did she seriously think bringing a boyfriend would help me with my shyness? Grumpy kept coming over every day, and I didn't get comfortable around him because he was a pain in the butt. Luckily, I caught him stealing money from Mom's bag one day, and she went ballistic and threw him out. I started school later that year, and Mom thought that would help me overcome my shyness, but it didn't. I was terrified on the first day, so the teacher allowed Mom to sit in class, and I felt much better. But when I was walking into class without her the next day, I immediately got hit by a paper ball in the face. It was Bridget, the meanest girl in class.
Yo, Mama's girl, who's gonna change your diaper now?
The title Mama's Girl stuck for a while, but after some bullying, Bridget and her minions got bored and I became invisible. Even though I had no friends, I didn't hate school because I really loved to learn. So I started spending all my free time in the library. One day, when I was in the 2nd grade, I found a boy my age in my usual spot. I wanted to talk to him, but I felt shy, so I just sat down at the same table and gave him a smile. He smiled back, scribbled something on a notebook, and pushed it towards me.
"Hi, I'm Ethan. It's nice to meet you."
Was he shy like me and couldn't talk to strangers? I thought this note system was way cooler anyway. We exchanged notes all during recess, and it was the best time I'd ever had at school. One day, I followed the boy to his class.
and all the kids welcomed me with waves and smiles. Wow, who were these angels? Just then the teacher came in and she started using her hands to make all sorts of signs. It looked so funny I started laughing. That's when she noticed me. "Sweetie, can you hear what I'm saying?" I nodded my head. "Then you're not supposed to be here." And that's when I realized that Ethan and all the other kids here were deaf, and this was a special class. It was really sad to go, but Ethan slipped me a note. "See you at the library tomorrow?" And I did. Every single day after that. We only ever hung out together in the library, though. I felt protective of Ethan and wanted to keep him out of Bridget's face. And finally, I had a best friend, but I never invited him home because Mom could be super embarrassing. Over the next few years, she had a string of stupid boyfriends at our place. She was also just always doing odd jobs, and we never seemed to have enough money. One day in 9th grade, I went to get lunch at the cafeteria and almost jumped back in shock to see Mom behind the counter. "Mom, what are you doing here?" "Sweetie, I work here now." "Can you chit-chat with your lunch lady friend later, Tiara? I don't have all day." I turned around to see Bridget behind me, and as I started walking away, I suddenly heard her scream, "OMG, you stupid woman! You poured hot soup all over my new iPhone!" I turned around to see Mom looking red in the face and apologizing to that brat. "I'm so sorry. It's only my first day here." "Do you need a degree to be a lunch lady? Because you must have failed lunch lady school for sure. Show me your degree." I'd just had enough. "Didn't your nannies teach you any manners? She's working hard to serve lunch to hundreds of kids, and she made a mistake. Have some respect." Oh my, look who finally found a voice. "Who are you, Martin Luther King now? And why do you care about the dumb lunch lady? Is she your mom?" Yeah, actually, she is. As everyone suddenly stared at me in silence, Bridget burst out laughing. "So, you're still a mama's girl? And now I get why you're so stupid." I was about to attack her, but just then I saw Ethan walking towards us with the principal.
"Bridget, how dare you talk to a staff member like that? That's a 3-day suspension. To my office, now."
As Bridget walked away looking furious, I knew I'd pay for it later. But standing up to her felt so good. Later that day, when we were hanging out, Ethan said,
"You were awesome for standing up to that bully, and your mom seems nice."
"And you were awesome for calling the principal just in time. And well, Mom's a bit crazy. What's yours like?" And then Ethan told me that his mom had died when he was little, and his dad was a big businessman who was mostly away. He'd provided plenty of servants to take care of Ethan, but he never had much time for him.
Sometimes, I think he must be disappointed to have someone like me as a son.
That just broke my heart. I'd been waiting to surprise Ethan with the secret sign language lessons I'd been taking, but I couldn't wait any longer. "I'm sure that's not true, Ethan, because you're the loveliest person I've ever met." He stared at me in complete surprise, and suddenly his face broke into a huge smile. Then he pulled me close and kissed me. We started going out, and after a few months, I finally decided to introduce him to Mom. The dinner went well, but when Ethan took the dishes to the kitchen, Mom turned to me.
"What are you doing with that boy, Tiara?"
"What do you mean, Mom?"
"I mean, look at you. You're smart and beautiful. You could have any guy you want. Why would you choose someone who's deaf?"
Her words made my blood boil. "Mom, would you like it if I was deaf and no one wanted to date me?"
"But you're not deaf. He is. He's not good enough for my perfect girl."
"Stop saying such awful things, Mom."
"It's not like he can hear me, honey."
Just then, to my horror, I turned to see Ethan standing in the doorway. He just looked at me once and left. I turned to Mom, furious. "He can read lips, Mom. That was cruel, and I couldn't care less about Ethan's hearing. It doesn't make him less kind or caring or smart. He's perfect, unlike the jerks you date." And with that, I stormed off to my room. Ethan wouldn't reply to any of my texts, and the next day at school, I looked for him everywhere. Eventually, I found him sitting alone on the bleachers outside. "Ethan, I'm so sorry about what Mom said." He shook my hand off angrily.
"She's right, Tiara. You're perfect, and I'm not. I'm sure you've thought about that, too. Why else would you always keep our friendship a secret?"
And with that, he walked off. But I wasn't going to let him go so easily. I ran to the art room and wrote something on a chart paper, and at recess, I went to the cafeteria and jumped onto the table. I felt really nervous as everyone's eyes turned to me, but I only had eyes for Ethan as I held up the chart. "Ethan, I love you more than chocolate cake.
Will you do me the honor of being my prom date? Ethan burst out laughing and ran to hug me. As we kissed, the whole cafeteria erupted into cheers and applause. The next day, when Ethan and I were leaving school, we suddenly got hit by paper balls. Remember how you were such a little scaredy cat that you couldn't even speak, Tiara? And now you have a boyfriend just like yourself. He's only with you because there's something wrong with him, obviously. I was about to lash out at her when suddenly a limousine stopped next to us and a well-dressed man came out. I was surprised when Ethan hugged him and told me he was his dad. Ethan's dad turned to me.
I haven't been around much, but Ethan told me all about you and how you've changed his life, and I just wanted to show you how grateful I am. Hey, you, give her the present.
Just then, his bodyguard leapt forward and handed me a small box. When I opened it, I gasped. It was a diamond tennis bracelet. I can't accept this, sir. But Ethan's dad wouldn't hear a word and just left. As Ethan clipped the bracelet onto my wrist, I could see Bridget's open-mouthed face turning all shades of green, and that was truly priceless. After that day, Bridget was always trying to get close to Ethan. I'd often catch her trying to talk to him at recess or in the library, where she'd probably never set foot in her life before. On prom day, I was getting asked to dance by lots of guys, and Ethan smiled at me to go ahead. When I stopped to catch my breath and looked around for him, I spotted Bridget cozying up to Ethan. I think you and I would make a really cute couple. Oh, wait, you can't hear me? Let me show you how I feel about you. And with that, she grabbed his face and kissed him. Before I could pull her hair, Ethan had already pushed her aside and he looked really angry. And then Bridget went totally mental on him. Seriously? You're rejecting me? You think I'd actually ever be interested in someone stupid and deaf like you? And I'd have to learn dumb signs to explain everything to you? I'd rather shoot myself in the head. By now, I'd walked over to her and given her a tight slap across the face, and everyone started booing her, so she left the prom. But someone did something even better. A girl had made a video of the entire scene and uploaded it online, and thousands of people were now calling out Bridget for bullying someone differently abled. And the best part? She was expelled from school, and a year after graduation, Ethan published a groundbreaking paper that got published in a very prestigious science journal. When it came out, he left a copy for me at the breakfast table. As my eyes fell on the first page, I started to cry, dedicated to my best friend and the love of my life, Tiara, the girl who saw me when I was invisible. And that night when he came home, I had a little scrapbook I'd made waiting for him at the table. When he saw it, his eyes started to well up. Inside the scrapbook was every note we'd ever written to each other. Ever since that first day in the library, I'd saved them all. He turned to me and I went down on one knee. I knew you were someone special from the very first moment I saw you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Ethan. Will you marry me? He said yes and made me feel like the luckiest girl in the world. Months later, I invited Mom to the wedding and she did come. And she actually apologized to both me and Ethan. I thought life might be hard for you with a differently abled person, but I was wrong. I'm so happy to see how happy he makes you. And when we signed our vows, Mom almost ruined our perfect moment by crying the loudest. We have 2 lovely kids now who are perfectly fluent in sign language, of course. I hope having Ethan for a dad makes them even more compassionate towards anyone who is differently abled.
One night, I was deep asleep when a sound outside my window woke me up. Naturally, I was scared someone was trying to rob us, but it was actually something way more irritating. I opened the window and I saw my sister with her boyfriend. It made me feel kind of jealous, and I decided to be petty and tell on her. I quietly went to my mom's room and woke her up and started telling her that my sister was outside with some random guy. "Nonsense," my mom snapped. "Your sister is fast asleep in her room." I insisted, and we ended up going to my sister's room and saw that the bed was empty. There was a sudden bang downstairs, and both of us ran to find the source of it. It came from the kitchen, and we found my sister in there. There was glass all over the floor. She said she dropped a glass while getting herself some water. My mom was furious and started shouting at her. "Do you know what time it is? You were out with your boyfriend, weren't you? Don't try to deny it either. Your sister saw you." My mom started calling her names and getting really mean. But my sister didn't change her story. In the end, Mom grounded her for a whole month and stormed upstairs without another word. My sister looked at me with such rage in her eyes. I thought she was going to attack me. She hissed and turned away. The next day, my sister wasn't any happier. Every time she passed me, she glared at me like she was trying to kill me with her eyes. I wanted to get away, so I decided to go to the grocery store with my mom. When we arrived, while she was busy finding all the stuff on her list, I decided to have a walk around by myself. I got a little distracted and accidentally walked into the back of a man. I was ready to apologize, but when he turned around, I saw it was my dad. I was sure he should be at work. Maybe he was on a break or something? Sorry, Dad. I wasn't looking where I was going. Dad looked a bit startled for a moment. He looked around in all directions nervously. It was really strange. But finally, he seemed to relax and smiled at me.
No need to apologize, my princess. Hey, how about we head back home?
Well, Mom's here. Should I go get her? I asked.
No, he said pleasantly. It's fine. I saw her before, and she wanted me to take you home. She'll catch up with us.
Maybe I'd been bugging Mom? I didn't know, but I followed Dad outside to the parking lot anyway. Except it all got even weirder. He had a totally new car I'd never seen before. Did you get a new car, Dad?
Yes, I actually bought it this morning. Do you like it? Get in quick. Your mom won't be happy if she has to wait. What on earth are you doing? Get away from my daughter, you freak! I swear I'll call the police!
I ran back towards my mom. Mom, what's wrong with you? Everyone's looking. I was just going home with Dad. I turned to talk to Dad, but he was speeding out of the parking lot. What was happening? My mom was furious, demanding an explanation about why I was getting into a stranger's car. She wouldn't listen to me when I tried to say it was just Dad. Then she dropped a bombshell on me.
Honey, that wasn't your dad. Your dad's at work. That man didn't even look like him,
Mom said. I stared at her, wondering if it was all one big joke. But Mom looked deadly serious, and I started shaking and crying. What was wrong with me? They looked exactly the same, I was sure. After we got home and talked about it, my mom was so concerned that she decided to take me to a doctor. The doctor gave me a lot of weird tests, and I had to talk to other medical professionals too. But it only took a few days for the psychiatrist to diagnose me. Prosopagnosia. What a mouthful, right? To put it simply, I suffer from face blindness. I couldn't tell different faces apart from each other. People could easily end up looking the same to me. I couldn't believe it. I'd never had this problem before, or so I thought. I started to wonder whether I had confused people in the past, and it just hadn't been an issue until I was in danger, like at the grocery store. Unfortunately, there was no cure, and I was told I'd have to learn to live with it. My mom told everyone the news. I could only stand there and try not to cry. My mom had taken the news really well, and was as sympathetic as she could be. The rest of my family, not so much. My sister scoffed and rolled her eyes. I could have told you she was crazy. You didn't need to pay anyone, she said. My dad was the worst though. He smashed his glass on the floor and wouldn't even look at me. He looked so disappointed. My mom told him to calm down and think about his daughter.
And what about me?
He roared.
My daughter is abnormal. Do you know how embarrassing that is?
I ran off crying, but I could hear the entire fight from my room. My dad was yelling about how he never loved me and always knew there was something wrong with me. My mom told him to shut up and that I was just special, but he was too stupid to notice. My sister didn't say anything, but I could hear her laughing. At least someone was getting a kick out of this. In fact, she seemed pretty happy about the whole thing. At least I had my mom, or so I thought. My dad and sister quickly ganged up on me. My sister cut her hair like Mom and wore her clothes to confuse me. And it worked. The next day, she walked over to me in her mom costume with an evil smirk on her face. She came close and whispered in my ear,
"Hey, idiot. Guess what? I love your sister more than you."
I started to cry hysterically and asked her why.
"You've just always been such a disappointment to me,"
she said. She started to laugh in a way that seemed oddly familiar, but I couldn't place it. Before I had time to really think, Dad walked in. I told Dad that I was sorry for everything, but he just rolled his eyes at me.
"It's fine, I guess. I always knew you'd be a problem,"
he said.
"By the way, since there are no secrets between us anymore, I guess it's time we told you about our open relationship."
Pointing at my mom, he said,
"No need to tell her when other women are here. We all agreed to it. Not that you could tell your own mother apart from some random woman off the street."
He and my sister both laughed before leaving the room. These people were stupidly evil. Shamefully, I really thought it was my mom who'd spoken to me like that, and I felt so betrayed and hurt that I didn't want to speak to her again. Every time my mom tried to approach me over the next few weeks, I avoided her. I couldn't take her insulting me again. Mom worked every night, so not seeing her wasn't particularly challenging. And from then on, every single night, my dad brought a new girl home. He made me stay in my room and told me my mom was totally fine with it all. Of course it was all a lie. My sister would even put on her mom disguise and tell me that she didn't mind the random girls in the house. I felt trapped in a nightmare. I just accepted things as they were. Even though I was angry at my mom back then, I still had guilt deep inside me. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't quite figure it out. My mom had never been mean to me before, and I just couldn't fully believe she'd be okay with Dad bringing girls home. I needed to know the truth. I confronted my dad about it and told him he should stop. He got annoyed and told me I didn't understand. He asked me how I could even tell they were different girls since I was face blind. "I can still tell voices apart," I said sadly.
"If you say so,"
he said before walking back to his room to go to bed. I felt defeated at first, But then something dawned on me. I may not be able to trust my eyes, but I could trust my ears. I just needed to listen to voices more carefully. With a little practice, I could be normal again. I was jumping for joy when I saw something that nearly broke my brain.
Why are you jumping, honey?
One of my moms asked. There were 2 moms in the room. I must have gone white as a sheet as one of the moms told me I should go to bed and get some rest. Then she left. The mom who stayed behind started laughing. I see you just noticed my little haircut, you idiot. It was my sister. It was you the whole time? I shouted.
Was it? Maybe sometimes. It's not like you can even tell the difference,
my sister said. I was going to fix this whole mess. We all sat down and ate breakfast the next day, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't tell them apart. Their voices were different for sure, but I couldn't pin a voice to a person. My sister definitely had a distinct laugh, but her regular speaking voice wasn't much different from Mom's. And when I couldn't tell who was speaking, I couldn't train myself to know who was who. But then I thought, sure, their voices were similar, but their personalities weren't. That was it. My sister was rotten to the core, you see. And not just with people. My sister was also very mean to animals. She hated puppies and she hated kittens. Not like my mom and me. I decided to borrow the neighbor's puppy for a few hours. When I walked into my house, I could already tell my plan was working. One of my moms looked over with disgust and walked out. The other ran right up and started petting the dog. I took the next few hours to memorize my mom's voice as she played with the dog. The longer I listened, the more I could identify unique things in her voice. I could hear the difference between her voice and my sister's, not to mention the girls my dad brought home. I decided to sit down and have a conversation with my real mom. I told her all about the woman and the mean comments and told her if she knew about any of it.
I didn't,
she said with a serious look on her face. The next day, I was surprised to see her sitting on the couch with my sister, looking nervous next to her. She told me that she decided to stay home for her night shift. It was only about 20 minutes before Dad walked in with his new date. My mom was so angry, she screamed at the woman to leave and started shouting at my dad. She threw a few things at him and told him to get out and never come back. My sister started crying and apologizing, saying that Dad had forced her to go along with everything. I didn't believe a word of it and told my mom that my sister had enjoyed tormenting me. My sister, who usually thought she was so cool and scary, was reduced to a blubbering mess on the ground, begging my mom not to kick her out. My mom agreed, but on one condition. She picked up a bag of stuff from behind the couch and told my sister to follow her. My mom took my sister into the bathroom, and she came out with a green mohawk. Perfect, my mom said. Now Susan will always be able to tell us apart. My sister was humiliated, but it was true. I would definitely know who was who now. This should have been a happy ending for me, but my mom did have one flaw. She would never be able to live without a man in her life. And it wasn't long before one showed up. As expected, my mom brought home a new guy a few days later. And he really was something. He wore tattered old clothes and had a tattoo of a chicken wing on his shoulder. I had no idea what my mom saw in him, but maybe my sister knew. See, whenever my mom went on her night shift, my sister and my mom's new boyfriend would disappear for hours. At first, I thought it was great to be left alone. Then, I realized it was very suspicious. I told Mom about it, and she kicked him out and sent my sister to live with my dad at the motel he'd been staying at. A few weeks later, Dad came back, full of apologies and begging to be taken back. My mom crumbled. I guess she really couldn't survive without a man, so she agreed to work on their relationship. I asked my dad where my sister was, and he just looked confused.
What are you talking about?
He said. I felt super bad. She was a mean person, but there were worse people in the world, like the man who tried to kidnap me. I didn't want her to get hurt. I decided to look for her myself. I told my mom I was worried, but she only seemed to care about my dad now. I wondered about my mom's ex, the weird guy with the chicken wing tattoo. Maybe it was something to do with him? I went to the police station, and an officer told me we could go to the man's house and see if my sister was with him. I tried to explain my face blindness problem and that I wouldn't actually know if the girl was her. And what if she didn't want to admit who she was? The officer wasn't sympathetic and told me to deal with it on my own in that case. He said that runaway kids weren't his problem.
Go play Sherlock Holmes if you want,
he said, and walked away from me. Luckily, it was pretty easy to find the guy's address. His house was exactly what I expected it to be. It was a total mess, and there was loud music booming everywhere. There were also lots of women inside. The door was unlocked, so I let myself in. There were so many women with strange haircuts and outfits, I didn't know where to look. I shouted for everyone's attention, and they all looked at me. Hey, Rachel, if you're here, I'm sorry, and you can come home now. Forgive me, please, sis. Say something, I pleaded. One of the girls approached me and said,
What are you talking about, idiot? There's no Rachel here. Can you just leave?
I went back home and asked my mom for help again because I couldn't find my sister anywhere. That's when my mom finally snapped.
Honey, I've tried to be patient with you. I just can't take this anymore, Mom said.
Take what? I asked, confused. All these games! It's not funny. You almost cost me my marriage, and for what? Now all of this? Mom explained. What do you mean? I asked. You don't have a sister! My mom yelled, holding her head in frustration. What was she talking about? Of course I did! I pulled out my cell phone and checked my sister's number. She hadn't answered before, but maybe I could leave a voice message? Except now it said the number didn't exist. I ran over to my room and looked for any of her stuff, or photos, or something, but there was nothing. Her room was totally empty. I turned my computer on and searched frantically for her social media accounts, but they were all gone. I even ran into my mom's room and pulled out the family photo albums. She wasn't in a single picture. I was crazy, wasn't I? I'd been crazy the whole time. Or maybe there was something else happening here. Whatever it was, it had to be something dark.
Did you know you have the superpower to change the character of a person? If you want to know how, you have to like and subscribe to this video, because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, I'm Annie. When I started basic school, I hardly ever talked to anyone. I was so shy and quiet that some of my classmates thought I was a dummy. My kindergarten teacher even told my parents to take me to a doctor and find out what was wrong with me. But Dad completely lost his temper with her.
Are you dumb? She is too beautiful for there to be anything wrong with her. Why don't you save your advice for some other real dumb kid?
But no matter what, my shyness just didn't go away. I didn't talk much to my classmates, and they thought I was a snob. As if. Once when I was in the first grade, some of my classmates asked me to share my candy with them, but I just stared back at them and didn't reply.
Who do you think you are, you dumb girl? I said give us candy.
I didn't say a word and started walking away. They got angrier and circled me. Suddenly I opened my mouth and let out an ear-splitting scream. They were so shocked to actually hear my voice that they just stood there stupidly, and I managed to escape. But at home I was a completely different person. I was super chatty and an awesome storyteller. In fact, sometimes my parents begged me to stop talking because I was giving them headaches. Once I kept them awake all night telling them a story I had in my mind about some princess. And because I didn't know how to write well, they spent all night writing it for me. It ended up about 90 pages long.
I will do this every night, sweetheart. I can't believe I have such a beautiful daughter in my life.
Dad just worshipped me because I was pretty. Mom was different and loved me no matter what. I was still too shy to talk outside my home, but people never stopped trying to become friends with me. And I know why now. It's only because they thought I was cute. But I had to admit, I kind of liked it. When I was in the 3rd grade, one boy threw a piece of paper at me that said, "Your smile makes me happy, but your words make me happier. Can I hear them?" I blushed, and from that moment, I tried to talk more. So I made new friends and also started taking part in different school activities, but still without talking much. When I was in the 8th grade, my parents helped me publish my first short novel. But it was a failure and people didn't like it. I got sad. Dad didn't take it well and sued the publishers, saying it was their fault. But of course, he lost the case, and I decided to take a break from writing. Until one morning, when our class teacher walked into the classroom with a tall, athletic boy. It really looked like the boy wasn't too happy to join us. "Everyone, welcome your new classmate, Peter." Peter had a deep frown and a stupid smile at the same time. He had this funny Grinch face. The teacher told Peter to take a seat right next to me, and I gave him a friendly smile.
That's the ugliest smile I've ever seen. Have you heard of toothpaste? I can buy it for you if you don't have money. You can pay me back, maybe with a kiss?
Oh, wow. I was about to respond when the teacher started the lesson. It was a French lesson, and he looked completely blank. "Hey, do you need any help?"
From you? You don't look very smart. And I don't need help from a girl when I can use Google Translate on my phone, so buzz off.
What a jerk. The next day when the teacher returned the assignments, Peter looked really angry to see a big F on his.
What kind of dumb school is this? How can Google be wrong?
I took a look at his paper and burst out laughing. "That's not even French, you idiot. You translated the whole thing to Spanish." He crumpled up his assignment into a ball and threw it at my face, but I couldn't stop laughing. Boy, how could someone be this stupid? I figured out soon enough that Peter wasn't interested in learning or making friends. Eventually, the whole school realized that Peter was just interested in bullying others. Sometimes he would snatch students' lunch and threaten to beat them if they reported him. I was one of those unlucky students. But after the third time he did it, I reported him to the principal, and he was put in detention. When Peter returned from detention, he looked straight into my eyes.
You are going to pay for this.
Well, you should know your limits. If you ever try to bother me again, I swear you will regret it, and I might even tell Dad.
Aw, Daddy's daughter, look at me. I'm so scared. Oh, Mommy, hug me.
Once he tried to knock my books out of my hands when suddenly a bunch of boys behind him came and said,
Dude, why are you being like this with a pretty girl like her?
Wait, what? So if I wasn't pretty, that would be okay?
Well, pretty girls deserve special treatment, you know? So now we're all here to stop him. He can't annoy pretty girls.
Well, thanks for your caring, but girls can defend themselves. And I pushed through them and left.
Told you guys, girls are crazy, especially the pretty ones. Now get lost, all of you, or else.
This Peter did whatever he wanted. It seemed he wasn't afraid of anyone, not even the principal. I really hated him. One rainy day, Peter came to school completely drenched, and it seemed like he'd fallen sick. He was shivering nonstop, and the principal said he'd call his parents to take him home. But to everyone's surprise, Peter screamed,
No, I'm fine. I don't want to go home. Please let me stay. You have to go home and rest. Pfft, no, I don't. I could run a marathon right now. Just some water and I'll be good to go.
With that, he picked up the glass with his trembling hands and suddenly dropped it all over my assignment. Later at recess, I found him huddled on the bleachers and he was hugging a worn-out teddy bear. Dude, is that a stuffed toy?
Don't insult Mr. Smith.
Oh, he has a name? Is he like your little baby? Is he adopted or did you give birth to him?
Shut up! Can't you leave me alone?
You're sick and you need to go home.
You look much prettier when you're quiet. Now stop acting like you care.
Ugh, why do you have to be like this? I'm trying to be nice.
Who asked you? Mind your own business.
As soon as he was fine, he went right back to being the jerk he always was. I started writing about him in my notebook. Peter was such an interesting person for a villain. I couldn't believe that having someone as horrible as him in my life was actually making me want to get back to writing. One day when I was leaving the cafeteria, Peter blocked my way and demanded that I give him my lunch. We're not in kindergarten, idiot, and I ate it. And I'm not afraid of you. Now shoo. As I walked past him, he suddenly pulled at my bag and everything spilled out. A couple of boys immediately ran over to help me and I gathered my stuff and left angrily. What an immature jerk. When I went home, I found out that my notebook was missing. I rushed straight to the locker the next morning and was going through all my stuff frantically when I heard Peter behind me.
Looking for this?
Give that back, you jerk! He threw it at me, giving me that stupid smile of his.
Got what I needed.
And with that, he walked away. I had no idea what he was up to, but I found out soon enough. Later that day, the whole school was gathered in the gym for a lecture on fire safety. As we stood waiting around for it to start, suddenly Peter jumped onto the stage and tapped the mic for everyone's attention.
While we are all gathered here to talk about our safety in school, I just want to say I don't feel safe at all. How can I when I have a stalker right here?
Oh, no. Just then the large screen behind him flickered and images from my notebook showed up. As the sketches and the things I'd written about him flashed on the screen, I wanted to disappear.
And it's none other than the girl everyone adores, Annie. She's obsessed with me. Guess just 'cause you're pretty on the outside doesn't mean you can't be a total creep inside. So everyone be careful. You might wake up someday to find yourself a villain in her novel. She's cuckoo.
As everyone's eyes turned to me, I could feel panic rise in my chest.
But it's okay, sweetie. I can still be your boyfriend. Want to hang out sometime?
As I ran out of the gym, I turned around and said, "You're bad. I hate you." As I walked into the school the next day, my legs were trembling. I just stared down at my feet as I entered the classroom. The lesson started, and when the teacher asked me to read my essay out loud, I just looked down and shook my head. Just as everyone was leaving for the cafeteria, Peter hung back.
Hey, Annie, are you okay? If this is about the gym thing, everyone knows it was just a harmless joke.
I just stared at him silently with angry tears, and I threw my lunch at his face and walked out of the school. This time he didn't respond and looked a bit guilty. Peter didn't come to school the next few days. I don't know why, but I actually felt worried. One day he finally showed up. "Hey, I still don't like you, but I made sure to make notes for you when you came back. And no, girls aren't dumb. We can be emotional sometimes, and that's something we're proud of." Just then, to my shock, Peter broke down and started to cry.
Annie, I'm really sorry. I don't know why I'm this way. I just act out because of things going on in my own life.
Then he told me about his family, how his mother had passed away when he was 6 and he was left all by himself with his stepdad.
He's mean and stupid and doesn't even take care of me. And one day when I'm old enough, I'm going to punch him in the face. I finally saw why Peter was like that. He was just a frustrated kid who needed help. Next day during lunch, Peter jumped on one of the tables and announced something. Everyone got quiet and listened to him. Hey everyone, I'm just here to apologize for everything I did to all of you. I still think some of you are weird and I don't like most of you, but that didn't give me the right to treat anyone like that. So, as they say in French, lo siento. Dude, that's Spanish. Just get down. Everyone burst into laughter and Peter gave me a hug. Thank you for lighting up my life. I promise I will become a better person. No, not really. Only under one condition. Make me the irresistible, handsome, great hero in your novel. Helping Peter become a better person is my greatest achievement. Now he is a medical doctor with a beautiful wife, and he named his child Annie, after me. And me, I'm a writer now.
One day, I was streaming live in the living room when someone knocked on the front door. I opened it and saw a strange, tiny man standing there with a creepy smile on his face, and he smelled really good. He said, "Hi, I'm Noah. I'm looking for your dad. Is he home?" I replied, "No, he's out there looking for a stupid job." I was about to close the door in his face when he suddenly pushed it back open. I screamed. I thought he was going to hurt me. He took off his glasses and told me to stay calm. He looked a lot less intimidating without his glasses on, and his face was softer. I said, "Okay, come on in." The man sat on the couch and said, "I know you don't remember me, Olivia, but I know you." And then he took out an onion from his pocket, smelled it, and took a bite. This was crazy. I demanded that he tell me who he was, but suddenly I heard noises outside. I knew it was my family. I didn't want them to think I'd done something stupid by letting a stranger in, so I took the man's hand and pushed him into the nearby shoe closet. I gave him a $100 bill and told him to wait there. I locked the closet and left. After a few hours, while we were having dinner, Dad said that he had an announcement to make. "Well, I can't thank God enough for giving me another chance to reunite with my—" "I'm going to Harvard," I interrupted Dad. They all glared at me and burst out laughing. Then the annoyed Emily said, "Did they name the new mall Harvard?" I was about to hit her when Isabel, my oldest sister, and the one who was always on my side, stopped me and calmed me down. Dad said, "Don't be ridiculous. Olivia is plenty smart enough to go to Harvard." Mom asked if I even got accepted and when. Dad said, "Oh, not yet. I've contacted one of the best private tutors in town. His name is Noah. He's going to help Olivia get ready for her entrance test. Oh, he was supposed to arrive today. I wonder why he hasn't called." What? Everyone stared at me, and by the looks on their faces, I could tell they knew something was wrong. Emily said, grinning, "What did you do, Olivia?" I ran to the shoe closet and opened it. The tutor came out, looking furious. He said, "There's no way I'm going to teach this crazy girl. I'm out of here." And he left. I said, "Okay, just take another $100 and stay." But he stormed off. My sister started laughing at me, but Dad stood up for me. He said that he would find some online courses to help me out, and he dragged me to my bedroom to start studying. I don't know what Emily told you guys, but you need to know that I'm smarter than her. Smarter than everyone in this family. Smarter in a different way. I studied day and night. When we finally got the letter, Dad and I made sure to open it secretly. I was shocked when I was rejected. I was mad and told Dad that there was no way my sisters could know about this. He said they wouldn't. We agreed that we would just tell them that I got accepted, and on the day I was supposed to leave, I would just hide in the attic. I'd come back down after a couple of months when the semester was over. I wanted the basement instead of the attic, but the basement was already full of my other 4 adopted sisters' stuff. They refused to live with us, but never mind. That's another story for another video. The following day, we told everyone that I got accepted. No one believed it. Dad showed them a fake letter, and the look on their faces was priceless. The day after, Dad threw a party, and when it was all over, he said he was going to drive me to the airport. We just hung out until everyone went to bed. When Dad and I got back home, he made sure to give me everything I needed and told me he was proud of me for being so brave. I didn't feel brave, though. I felt sad because I was going to miss my Instafans now. I spent a few days in the attic, and actually it was pretty nice. Not like I'd expected. Dad would come and give me food and all, and I was just posting pictures on Insta and taking a break from all the jerk guys out there. Everything was great, till one morning when I saw Emily and Sophia from the attic window. Sophia is my youngest sister and is usually a sleepyhead. I was surprised that she was up so early. I heard Emily say, "Now that Olivia's gone, we can finally do it." Sophia nodded, and both laughed like evil stepsisters. What were they talking about? Just then, my dad entered looking terrified. He said he'd had a fight with Mom, and she wanted him to go to the attic until God knows when. I said that was insane. It might get us exposed. Dad agreed and said, but what your mom said was even more insane. She said that Isabella ran away with her loser ex-boyfriend last night and left her baby daughter with us. I said that Isabella was a grown-up and she always made stupid mistakes. So what's new? I told him about Emily and Sophia. He said he would stay with me to investigate. Dad stayed with me for the next 2 days, and it was crazy. Mom would come up and give him food and leave, and I would hide under the bed. Once she came in and whispered to Dad, "Hey, listen, about Olivia." Dad interrupted her and said that they would talk about it later, but Mom ignored him and said, "No, listen, I'm thinking we should." Dad then put his fingers in his ears and started singing la 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 la, so I wouldn't hear what Mom was talking about. Mom got mad and left. I got up and demanded to know what they were talking about. Dad pretended he didn't hear me and left, just like that. What was going on in this family? One night, I got a message from my boyfriend. "Hey, I'm on campus. Where are you?" What? Man, I broke up with him a week ago on purpose just to avoid this moment. What's wrong with boys these days? I sent him a picture of me studying. As if. I wrote, "I don't have time for you right now. I have to study." He replied, "Thank God. Finally. I was only with you because of the money and fame. See ya." What? But I broke up with him first. Whatever. I'll get a new boyfriend as soon as I'm out of the attic. The next day, I decided to sneak out and look for anything to help me understand what everyone was talking about. I knew it was crazy, but curiosity was getting the better of me. I opened the attic door, and there were Isabella and her loser boyfriend, Brad, laughing and whispering. They froze when they saw me. We stared at each other for a moment. I knew exactly what to say. I gathered up my courage and said, "Listen, sister, I love you, but no. This loser can't share the attic with me. Go hide him somewhere else." They both stared at me in shock, and then Isabella said, "Aren't you supposed to be at college?" I broke down and confessed everything. I told her about Emily and Sophia, and Mom and Dad too. Isabella looked away and stuttered, no, it's probably nothing. I think we should probably go now." She grabbed Brad's hand and started to leave. I snatched her hand, got on my knees, and begged her to tell me the truth. "I'll give you my room." "I already took it. Sorry, sis." And with that, they left. I didn't know what to do. I was very confused and lonely. How could a popular influencer feel this lonely? I got an idea. I prepared my study corner and started a live video. "Hey guys, long time no see. Yeah, I'm busy with my studies. It's hard being smart all the time. Oops, gotta go. Bye." Oh my God, did this just happen? I texted my dad and told him to come up immediately. He came running and said, "What's going on?" "Dad, I think it's that time of the month. I'm not prepared." Dad looked completely shocked and obviously didn't understand what I was talking about. I told him I needed sanitary products. Dad was still looking shocked and just froze in place. I yelled, "Dad, just do something." Yes, honey, I'll do something," he said while running down the stairs. Minutes later, I heard Dad coming towards the door, and a voice behind him saying, "Dad, what are you doing? And what are you holding?" That annoying Emily. She just can't stop showing up everywhere. Dad laughed nervously and said it was nothing, and they both left. A minute later, he sent a message that said, "I'm sorry. Try to figure something out. I'm taking everyone out to the backyard." I decided to sneak into my room. I found Brad's underwear on my bed. Ew, so disgusting. Next to his clothes, Isabel's baby was sleeping, and I got a very smart idea. I decided to take her with me into the attic. Isabella had stolen my room. I would steal her daughter. We were even now. She'd been my favorite sister, but she'd decided to start this war. Actually, having a baby wasn't as bad as I thought. She was adorable. An hour later, I heard my mom screaming, "Where's the baby?" Everyone was running around, and I could feel how nervous and anxious they were. The baby was asleep peacefully next to me under a blanket. Dad came in looking terrified and asked if I had seen the baby. "Can you see a baby in here?" No. And he just left. Minutes later, they all left the house to look for the baby. I got my chance and went downstairs, just to look for anything to understand what my family was up to. I got to the kitchen and saw a cake on the table and things like candles, balloons, and presents. My birthday was tomorrow. They were planning to surprise me at the campus? I was thrilled. But a voice inside me said, no. Wait, Olivia, you know your sisters. They aren't that sweet. I told that voice to shut up and stop ruining the moment for me. I heard noises coming from outside. I knew that my family had come back. I ran up to the attic immediately. I took the baby in my arms and ran to the window. I opened it and yelled, "Guys, I love you so very much." They all looked startled and froze for a second. Isabella screamed, "Give me back my baby." "Oh, come on. You left her first." Then Emily said, "So you've been in the attic this whole time? You didn't go to college at all?" "Oh, your high IQ didn't help you figure that out sooner? But never mind. I don't want to fight. I'm really grateful to you guys for planning this surprise party for me." Sophia said, "What are you talking about? This party is for Samantha. She just arrived. We waited for you to leave so we could bring her here." Just then, a gorgeous girl appeared behind them. I looked straight into her eyes, and she looked back. I was sure everyone could feel the tension between us. I said through my teeth, "Samantha," she said, raising her eyebrow. "Olivia," Mom snapped. "Just get down." I joined everyone in the living room. Samantha was there with her bags. She's my twin sister. She was adopted when we were little, back when Mom was poor and Dad was in the Navy. We never got along when she used to visit us. And when I say never, I mean never, never. She had everything. Rich parents, fame, and beauty. She decided to become an influencer the moment I became one, just to compete with me. And now she had more followers than me. She just copied me and did everything I did. Emily said, "Well, this is going to be bad with 2 Olivias now." Samantha said, "Except that I'm smarter than her. I would never fake an acceptance letter and stay in the attic for months. That's just so dumb." I was about to jump on her when Dad stopped me and said that Samantha and I were going to share the same room. I got mad and said, "Why doesn't she stay in the attic then?" Sophia declared, "Oh God, another story from My Story Animated." Mom said angrily, no more stories for that channel. We are a happy family." I couldn't believe I was going to share a room with Samantha. She put all her fancy clothes and stuff on the bed and said, "This room is way too tiny for all my things. You can use Olivia's space for now," Mom said while holding a fancy red dress Samantha gave her. I was furious and said that wasn't going to happen. Mom glared at me and left. Samantha just couldn't stop giving everyone gifts. She gave Isabella a box of fancy makeup and perfumes, Emily the newest laptop, and Sophia a stupid pillow with a special message, and she thought it was the best gift ever. How dumb is that? Samantha also thought that we needed a new car, so she bought one. Then she made Brad our driver, and the loser was more than happy to do it. Everyone started worshiping Samantha. I decided to talk to Dad about this. I found him in the living room and said, "Dad, we need to talk. It's about Samantha." Samantha suddenly appeared and said she had something important to ask. She said she was having a party with her Insta fans tonight. She took out a stack of money and handed it to Dad and said, "I need your help organizing everything, Daddy." Dad nodded his head, got up immediately, and left with Samantha, like I didn't even exist. That night, around 200 people came to our backyard, and Samantha threw the craziest party ever. My ex-boyfriend was there, and he started hitting on Samantha. She didn't care even though she knew he was my ex. I'd had enough. I left the party and went back to the attic. Let little, wonderful Samantha enjoy it all. They only liked her because of her money. I opened the attic window and yelled to them to turn off the music because I needed some rest. Then Emily said, "What are you doing up there? Is that your new college?" I said, "No. I'm staying up here while you guys enjoy having a new, wealthy, spoiled sister." Sophia said, "Oh, that's so cool." I shut the window angrily and went to bed. When the party was over, I could hear my family talking about buying a new house. Samantha said, "This house is too small for us. I want you guys to move with me to the beach house, and we can have parties all the time." Everyone cheered and clapped. I went down and yelled at them that I wasn't going to leave the house. Then Samantha said, "And who said you were invited? I'm not taking you to my house." I threw a book at her, but it missed. Then Dad stood between us. He said, "There's no way I'm going to leave Olivia alone." "Fine," Samantha said. "You can stay with her." Everyone agreed with her and left. I hugged Dad and cried on his chest. The next day, while I was in the attic, I heard Samantha and Emily talking in the backyard. They were sitting on the ground while Sophia was asleep with that stupid pillow. Samantha said, "I'm so excited for you guys to move into the beach house. You're just going to love it there." Emily said, "I'm sure we will. Also, sis, I have a great idea to make sure Olivia stays away from us." That Emily. She was always against me. Emily said, "We'll get a restraining order against her. She'll have to stay 100 feet away from us." They both cackled in delight, and it made me so angry. Fine, if living in a fancy beach house meant so much to them, they could all go. At least I had Dad. The whole day, everyone was in a frenzy, running around and packing their stuff, while I sulked in the attic. In the evening, when they all seemed ready to leave, Mom called me downstairs to say goodbye to everyone. I kept my poker face on, but inside, I felt really sad. I couldn't believe they were actually all leaving, including Isabella. Emily said with a smirk, "Oh, just one last thing. I need you to sign this paper." I knew it was the restraining order, and I didn't care. I'd happily stay 1,000,000 feet away from them. Just as I was about to sign, Samantha rushed forward and shouted, "No!" We all stared at her. She broke down in tears. Wow, I didn't think the girl had any feelings. Samantha said, "I'm so sorry. I can't actually do this to my sister." She looked at me, fat tears rolling down her cheeks. "Everyone thinks I'm the lucky twin who got the rich parents and the fancy house. All I've ever wanted was to be with my own parents and sisters. I just did this all because I was jealous, Ollie." I stared at her in disbelief. Did she actually expect me to forgive her after everything she'd done? I said, "Are you joking? Now, after making my life a living hell? No way I'm forgiving you." Sam looked at me awkwardly and stepped closer. I was ready to defend myself, but to my shock, she shoved a box in my face and said, "Here, this is for you." "I'm really sorry, sis." I looked at the box. It was the latest iPhone. Oh my God, she really was sorry. For the first time in my life, I actually felt bad for Sammy. I realized that even though I'd sometimes wanted to kill my annoying sisters, it had been so much fun growing up with them too. I hugged her tight. Mom and Dad dragged us all into one big bear hug and said they were sorry, and they'd never realized how lonely Samantha must have been. Dad said, "We all have to stick together, guys. No one's leaving now." Emily said, "Can we still all live together at the beach house, though? I'm sure that's nicer." We all laughed, and Samantha turned to me. "Go pack your stuff, Ollie." We moved to our new house, and Isabella, Brad, and their daughter got our old house. I was happy for everyone. "Lily, sweetie, are you still mad at Mommy?" I turned away and continued to draw on the paper in front of me. "That's beautiful work, sweetie. You're your mama's kid." I kept working. "Mom, just leave me alone." "I'm sorry, darling. I can't explain. I'll do whatever it takes to protect you." Grown-ups were so lame. They were always crying and saying the weirdest things. As Mom left the room, she turned to Mandy, my oldest sister. "Take care of Lily for me while I'm gone, okay?" As soon as I heard Mom leave, I said to Mandy, "I'm going to go watch TV." "Go wherever you want to. I hope you don't come back." "Wherever? Great. Mom said she couldn't take me to Susie's party because I was too small to go out. But I was 6 years old. I was almost a grown-up. I could go out by myself." When I got outside, I asked an old woman standing by the side of the road, "Do you know Susie's house? It's got a pink gate." She said she did and she could take me there. But the house she took me to had a purple gate. "Don't be silly. This is purple. I told you, Susie has a pink gate." I was starting to get angry now. Grown-ups could be so dumb sometimes. I turned to leave when suddenly the woman picked me up and rushed inside. I started to scream, but there was no one around. She put me in a dark room and said if I keep quiet, she'd give me ice cream. "I don't want it. I want my mommy."
Should have thought about that before. Now I'm your mama. She'll never find you.
I started to cry. Just then, the door of the house flew open and someone yelled, "Keep your filthy hands away from my girl." I started to jump up and down with joy. It was Mom. As the woman was taken away, my mom hugged me. "How did you find me, Mommy? I was so scared. She said you'd never find me." She hugged me again and said, "I'll always be able to find my little girl. I put a special little chip in her brain that tells me everything about her, so I never lose her." Hi, my name is Lily, and if you think you have an overprotective mom, wait till you meet mine. She can literally read my mind and can always track me down. She said that I'm too beautiful and can't go around by myself. When I was younger, I didn't know what that even meant. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. By the time I was 10, I had good grades in school and was the smartest kid in class. I could read books far above my age group, and I was better at math than Mandy. But my real passion was like my mom's, art. One day, my art teacher invited me to her house, saying she had some old canvases and paints I could use. I had just started working when the door burst open and Mom barged in, looking like a loony. "Just what do you think you're trying to do with my child? You think I won't find her? Your little Lily is a prodigy. She's another Picasso, a Michelangelo. Keep your trap shut. I know you were trying to kidnap my kid." As Mom dragged me home, I couldn't help wondering how she even knew where I was. But then I remembered how Mom had once said she'd put a chip in my brain so she could always find me. That's how. The next day, we had a new teacher. And on top of that, Mom forced Mandy to join my class. Mandy was furious. "I can't believe I have to go down a class just to babysit this brat, Mom. It's not fair." But Mom couldn't care less. "You know your sister is special. You absolutely have to look after her." Mandy glared at me. "I wish you'd just disappear." Yeah, well, I wish you'd disappear too. Years passed, and every day Mandy had a new reason to be mad at me. She kept picking fights for the smallest things. If I made a good piece of art, Mandy yelled at me and called me a loser. In fact, sometimes she yelled at me if she could hear me breathe. It's not my fault what Mom decides. One day soon after I turned 14, Mandy threw a particularly horrible tantrum when Mom said she had to go somewhere, and Mandy had to stay back to watch me. You honestly can't expect me to cancel my date to watch her again. When Mom came back that evening, Mandy was still in a really bad mood. So she said she'd take us out for pizza and ice cream. We'll spend some time as a family. This is bad. No. Just then the pizza was served, but Mom slid under the table and said, "We have to go, right now." "But Mom, the pizza." "Not a word, you two. Outside, now." As soon as she parked the car at home, she ordered us to go to our rooms and pack up. "We're moving." "But why, Mom?" She never replied. Before the night was over, we were on the road, driving to God knows where. I didn't even get time to pack my art supplies. When I was younger, I thought my mom was cool, but now that I was 14, she was starting to get on my nerves. In our new city, Mom moved us to a house in an almost empty neighborhood. There was just one other family and they lived across the road from us. When the truck was unloading our stuff, a boy came out of the house. He stood there, staring at me, and then he yelled, "I'm sure you're not from this town because you're the most beautiful girl I've ever met." I felt blood rushing to my face, but Mom immediately pulled me inside and said, "Maybe we should have tinted windows." "Mom, it's bad enough I have to share a room with Mandy in this weird place. I can't live in a black-windowed house. I have rights." "Where's Mandy?" Curious to know what she was up to, I snuck to our room. The door was slightly open. I peeked inside and gasped. She was looking at a picture and crying. "I miss you so much, my love. I have no one here." Watching her cry like that broke my heart. I threw the door open and rushed to her. "Don't say that, Mandy. You have me." Truth be told, I expected Mandy to throw me out of the room for spying on her, but instead she hugged me and said, "I know, and you'll always have me, Lil." And then, just like that, my sister and I were best friends. When school started, I was excited. At least now I had an excuse to get out of the house. Mandy spent hours getting dressed because she was determined to be one of the cool kids. "I'm going to stun them all, baby sis." The minute we walked in, someone whistled. I grinned at Mandy. Clearly, her effort was not wasted, but she looked angry. I was confused until I heard someone say, "The blonde girl is gorgeous." I was? Since when? But throughout the week, it became clearer that everyone thought I was beautiful. Add to the fact that everyone who saw my art wanted me to do a piece for them, and before I knew it, I was hanging out with the popular kids. By the end of the week, I'd been invited to 4 parties, even to the one the captain of the football team was throwing. You don't just make art. You are art. I need this masterpiece in my house. I was thrilled. I couldn't wait to go. All the guys were already telling me I had to dance with them. There was just one problem: asking Mom. That night over dinner, I waited for the right moment to bring it up when suddenly Mom said, "These parties are useless. You can't go." My jaw dropped. Every time I started to think my chip theory was crazy, she just convinced me it wasn't. How else could she know my thoughts? "She didn't say anything about a party, Mom," Mandy said. "Oh, she doesn't need to say anything. I know." I looked over at Mandy in shock, and she looked just as taken aback as me. That night as we lay in bed, Mandy said, "It's unfair how she's so strict with you. I don't know why she hates you." "I wish she didn't," I said sadly. "Hey, you know what? If you want, we can sneak out." "What, really?" Yeah, it'll be a ball. All the jocks will be there. And it's so great that the captain of the football team wants to dance with you. I was thrilled. I promised her I'd never tell Mom she helped me. The next day, the two of us got to the party when it was in full swing. Mandy immediately disappeared into the crowd. Everybody started to hover around, waiting to dance with me. It was as if the whole school had been waiting for me to show up before the party actually started. After a while, I was so tired, I absolutely had to sit down. That's when I saw him. He was tall and he was wearing a green shirt. Even from across the room, I felt his intense gaze. And when our eyes met, he smiled. I never knew a smile could make my heart race the way his did. I smiled back and he started to make his way to me. I waited with my breath caught in my throat. I just knew I was about to fall in love. Hi, But before he could complete his sentence, the door flew open. Lily, I know you're here. You are grounded for as long as you live. I gasped. Oh no, Mom! I was so mortified that I tried to duck under a table, but she knew exactly where to look for me. When I got home, I was shocked to see Mandy already there. She looked at me apologetically and whispered, I'm sorry. As soon as I saw Mom there, I just ran. I don't know how she knew. Mom started to yell at us. Me for sneaking out and Mandy for not watching over me. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000,000,000 times. I wanted Mom to admit that she was a psycho who'd put a chip in my brain. How did you know? What? How did you know where I was? Don't ask questions, Lily. Just go to your room. You're grounded. I had to put a stop to this. I couldn't let Mom control me forever. There was only one person I could turn to, Mandy. That night, I told her my suspicions, and all she said was, I don't know, kiddo. Mom really does seem to have it out for you. I'd be careful if I were you. You have to help me, Mandy. I have to go see a neurologist and get this thing out of my head. Mandy promised that we'd go next time Mom was out of town or we had a chance to sneak out. The next day in school, I was a girl on a mission. I had to find the guy in the green shirt. I checked every nook and cranny. I went around asking everybody, did you see the guy in green yesterday? It turned out that a lot of people were wearing green. Why did Mom have to come before I caught his name? By the end of the day, I was so disappointed that I gave up and was wandering aimlessly around the school when I saw the art room. Immediately, I made my way to it. As I set up a canvas, I once again began to drift into my universe of colors. Hey there, I thought I might find you here. I broke out of my reverie and gasped. It was him. My heart immediately began to thump like 100 drummers were banging away on it. You were looking for me? He smiled and said, well, a little birdie told me that the most beautiful girl in school was looking for someone in a green shirt. I thought I might be the lucky winner, am I? I looked at the ground and nodded. In a flash, he was next to me. Why? I wanted to ask you out. He stepped closer to me, and I gasped. He came closer and closer, till his face was just an inch from mine. I'd love to go on a date with you. With that, he turned to leave, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't even known I was holding my breath. As he reached the door, he turned and said, oh, and in case you were wondering, Lily, my name is Eric. When I got home that day, I was still flustered, and my heartbeat would not slow down. I kept thinking only one thing, Eric, Eric, Eric. Suddenly, Mom barged into my room and she yelled, snap out of it. What? This boy. Eric, just stay away from him. Boys only bring trouble. I gasped, and then suddenly I felt furious. You aren't the boss of me, and you can't control my life forever. I'm going to date whoever I want to. Don't make me do something I don't want to. The next few days went by in a magical haze of Eric, who was spending every minute of school time with me. I'd never felt happier in my life. And then one day, Mom announced that she was going to an art auction to sell some of her work. She would be gone for the whole day. This meant I could spend the whole day with Eric. We decided to visit a nearby town that was famous for its art museums. The minute Mom left, so did we. For once, I was sure I was safe from Mom, but I was so wrong. As we wandered around seeing museum after museum, Eric suddenly stopped and told me he had a small gift for me. Of course, I wondered what it could be and gasped when I saw it. It was a gorgeous hairpin. One look was enough to know it would have cost a fortune. I'm not much good at art myself, but my grandma was. This was hers. She'd have loved you and would have wanted you to have this. Oh, Eric, it's lovely. And then I couldn't stop myself. I leaned in to kiss him, and what a kiss it was. I felt like the brightest colors had sprung up all around us. Just then, I felt someone pull me away. What are you doing? Are you trying to take my daughter away? Did they send you? Who What? No, no one sent me. But Mom wasn't listening. Her eyes were glazed over and full of panic as she tried to drag me away. Let go, Mom. I don't want to go anywhere with you. As soon as we got home, Mom yelled for Mandy. Pack up, Mandy. We're moving. What? No. I'm not going anywhere with you. You're crazy. I know you've put a chip in my brain, but I'm done letting you ruin my life. Don't be stupid, Lily. There's no chip. I turned to see Mandy standing at the bottom of the stairs, and Mom looked horrified. Mandy? No, you can't. Watch me, Mom. I'm just as sick and tired of you as she is. You promised me we wouldn't move as long as I told you. Told her what? What are you talking about? She's been using me to spy on you all your life. There was never any chip. The last time we moved, she said if I was nice to you and told her everything, we could stay. I was stunned. Why would you do this, Mom? Mom stood speechless, and Mandy said she'd wondered that too. I got so tired of Mom acting crazy that I snooped around in her papers and found everything. Will you tell her, Mom? Or should I? Mom looked at me, tears pouring down her cheeks. After Mandy's dad left, I was completely broke. A really rich couple who couldn't have a baby offered me a great deal of money to carry their child. But as soon as I set eyes on you, my Lily, I couldn't bear to give you up. So I ran away with you both, and I've been on the run ever since, terrified they'd find you and I'd lose you. Me? You ran away with me? I looked at them in shock as the reality set in. My mother was not my mother. My real parents were out there somewhere. My whole experience had suddenly turned upside down. I refused to even acknowledge Mom's existence. She had stolen me from someone and used Mandy against me all this time. Eric convinced me that everything she had done was out of love and I needed to forgive her. Eventually I did, but only on the condition that she'd tell me who my real parents were. I needed to go see them, and they deserved to know what happened to me. My real parents were overwhelmed with joy to see me. I stayed with them for a few days, and they seemed like lovely people. They could give me the life every girl dreamed of, but something kept bothering me. I'm sorry you went through all this, but I have only one mother, and she's waiting for me. Hi, I'm Aiko, and this is Amaya. As you can see, me and my sister Amaya are Siamese sisters. We were born attached from the waist down, but we are not the same. When we were born, our parents freaked out completely when they saw us for the first time. Why won't these babies come apart? The doctors glued our babies together. I'm gonna sue them. Mom and Dad lost their senses after they found out we couldn't be taken apart, and they left us at the hospital and ran away, literally. So we grew up in an orphanage, but it wasn't the best place for Siamese girls to be in. The beds we slept in and the clothes we wore were too uncomfortable, and everyone looked at us like we were some magical creatures. Hey, can I touch you? Sure, if you want to lose your arm, go ahead. Amaya? Well, yeah, one of the reasons we never had friends was because Amaya would chase all of them away with her bad temper. And I would have to convince her to do things with me to get along with the rest of the kids. Hey, look everyone! The magic girls are doing their magic tricks again! We would do small little tricks to attract donations and people into our orphanage on the weekends, and all the kids would love it. But in spite of all the efforts we put in, no one would pick us for adoption. Why do you think no one wants to adopt us, Aiko? Well, maybe it's because they just want one girl and it's the two of us?
No, it's because you're freaks. Face it, losers.
Maria was the bully at the orphanage and messed with us whenever she got a chance. Well, no one wants you either, Maria. How does that make you any different from us? She jumped onto me and started pulling my hair off when Amaya planted a punch right into her face. Take this, Maria. And then we broke out into a cat fight. But to our horror, we went crashing into a vase that was 1,000 years old, and our manager, Mr. Saichi, cherished it more than his life. Girls! He looked raging mad and punished us by asking us to clean the entire orphanage and do all the work for a week. And lunch was assigned to Maria. During lunchtime, while she was pouring food into our plates, I saw a wicked smile on her face. And later, as we started to eat, I saw a big cockroach in Amaya's soup. I grabbed the bowl and threw it right into her face. Are you out of your mind? Why'd you do that?
What else am I supposed to feed you freaks? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want it alive?
Everyone else burst out laughing at her silly joke, but Amaya didn't take it too well. She picked up the cockroach and jumped onto Maria, insisting that she eat it. Come on, open your mouth now. Let's see you getting a taste of what you serve. I tried to pull her away, but it was already too late. The manager was already there. That's enough. I want you both in my office right now. I was horrified. We were so doomed now. But to my surprise, the manager didn't scold us. Instead, he introduced us to a very handsome man named Mr. Lee.
Oh, girls. You're just 15, but you're so amazing. I have seen you guys perform your little tricks. You're so talented. Would you like to come with me?
I looked at Amaya and hugged her. This was awesome news. But then the manager said he couldn't take us with him.
Why not?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, but you'll need a partner to adopt the girls. You can't do that alone.
So this time, Mr. Lee came back with a bearded woman. After the adoption papers were signed, Mr. Lee took us to a freaking awesome place, the circus. We thought we were there for a show, but then he asked us to go backstage. This was weird. The bearded woman asked us to put on circus gowns, then handed us some juggling balls and stuff. And with that, Mr. Lee pushed us onto the stage.
Go, girls. Do your magic.
Magic? This was crazy. Everyone was looking at us like we were some zoo animals, and we couldn't even juggle the balls properly. And in no time, people were laughing at us like we were some clowns. But you know what they say, if life gives you lemons, make lemonade. This wasn't half as bad as cleaning the orphanage, and we even got to travel the world for our shows. But soon after, we realized we weren't really happy. It was so exhausting and not a place to call home. I don't want to live here anymore, like this. Let's just leave. But I knew Mr. Lee wouldn't let us leave so easily. So we made a plan to run away at night, but just as we were sneaking out, we saw Mr. Lee talking to some man.
These are the animals we stole from the zoo, and there are more on the way. You better hurry up with the payments.
You will get your payment, but we need more unique kids, too, like the Siamese sisters. Kidnap them if you have to, but I need to expand my business.
OMG! He was such a cruel man! How did we not see this before? We should definitely run out of here. He's so dangerous. No, Amaya, we can't. Think of all the other people he's gonna trap, and these innocent animals? We have to do something about it. We immediately went back to our tent and called the police. Within the next few hours, there were cops swarming in like bees and arresting anyone involved in the illegal buying and selling of animals, including Mr. Lee. After the chaos was over, a police officer came to us and told us we were going to receive a huge amount of reward money for giving them such a big lead. Yippee! This was super awesome! There were also news reporters and TV channel reporters to interview us for our bravery, and all of a sudden, we were like celebrities. After receiving the huge reward money, we shared some of it with the other circus workers too. And from our share, I insisted on buying a small house for both of us, and Amaya saved the rest for her secret plans. Then one day we were eating out at a restaurant when I bumped into a table and almost fell to the ground when a guy caught us. He was our age and had such gorgeous eyes. I almost fell in love with him at first sight when Amaya interrupted. Are you blind? Can't you see? Amaya, it's not even his fault. I bumped into the table. I hushed her, and the guy even asked me out later. This was crazy. I went home and tried all the best dresses, but Amaya didn't seem to be a sport. During the dinner date, he held my hand and we were having romantic talks when Amaya went all bonkers on the waiter. What is this? You call this food? My vomit looks better than this. Take it away. And Amaya, being Amaya, chased the guy away. Later, when we reached home, I was super mad at her. Why'd you do that? Why are you always so angry? Do you even realize how much I have to adjust and sacrifice because of you? I like that guy so much. What? How can you even say that? Do you think you're the only one adjusting here? Well, I'm here too, in case you didn't notice. Of course, I was wrong to say that, but I was angry too, and this was one of the times I hated us being inseparable. Later, when Amaya wouldn't talk to me for hours, I made a plan to cheer her up. What are you doing? Going out. But I don't want to. I want to sleep. but I do want to go out." I pulled her out to see the stars and hugged her real tight. "I'm so sorry that I was mean to you, but I swear I'm never gonna do it again. You matter most to me in this world, Amaya. I love you, and happy birthday." Suddenly, she had tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry too, sis. You have to live with my stupid temper all the time, and you never complain about it, but you don't have to anymore." "What? What do you mean?" Amaya told me she wanted to consult a doctor and get us separated so we could live our lives like normal people. This was crazy. She even said we could use all the reward money for our separation operation. But that would mean we won't be together like this. Yeah, I know, but we will always have each other, right? We deserve to be happy and live our lives, Aiko, and fall in love like you want. I was speechless. This was the best birthday gift ever. The next morning, we went to see the best doctor in the city for our operation.
All right, blood tests are fine, girls. I think a few more tests and we can proceed.
Wow, really? But we don't have any risks, do we?
The risk is very low. You don't share organs, that's fortunate. There are other Siamese patients who are not so lucky.
We were so happy. After meeting the doctor, we went back home and there was a middle-aged woman who came running up to us and hugged us. "Aiko, Amaya, my daughters, I missed you so much." What the freaking heck? She was our mom? You're our mom? How did you find us? Oh, I'll do better. Why did you leave us in the first place? What do you want now? We had so many questions, but she just burst into tears.
"Oh, my babies. I'm so sorry. I left you both alone, but your dad and I were so poor back then, and we freaked out. Please forgive us."
Forgive my butt? I don't believe you. You can't be our mom. We look nothing like you, and if you're insisting so much, then why don't we get a DNA test right now? I was fired up with anger, but she was indeed our mom. She even had our birth certificates with her. Then she told us some shocking news. "Your dad is super ill, and he wants to see you both. Please, I beg you both to come and see him for the last time." It didn't feel right, but she was literally holding onto our pants and wouldn't let them go. And that's when Amaya said, we should give her a chance. I was super shocked, but then I could understand her emotions, so I let her meet them once. When we reached their place, we saw a man lying in bed all sick, and all of a sudden, he turned into a drama queen.
"My daughters. Oh, my daughters. I'm a criminal. I was such a bad dad. I deserve to die. I did so wrong to the both of you. Please forgive me."
He hugged Amaya and she went all emotional. We sat and talked by his side for a while, and then Mom told us how they needed money to get Dad treated. Of course, I wasn't liking any of it, but Amaya seemed to connect with them so soon. Later, when we got back home, she told me she was going to use the money for Dad and not our operation. But why? They left us when we were just babies, and now they want to use our money? So what? They're our parents, and they're miserable right now. We should help them. No, Amaya, this is what we've always wanted, to live normal lives. You can't give it away just like that. But more than that, I've always wanted a family, Mom and Dad. And we've lived like this all our lives. We can live the rest of it too. Please, Aiko, please. I didn't know what to say after that. She was so happy after meeting Mom and Dad, and I didn't want to take away her happiness. So I decided I was going to support her decision. We went back to tell Mom and Dad, but what we saw shocked us to our bones. They were partying and eating tons of dinner kept on the table.
"These stupid kids have no idea we're gonna take that reward money and run with it. I could tell they grew up into such fools when I saw them on the TV. Good that we left them."
Yeah, they were so dumb. But do you think they'll give us the money? This was it. Amaya had tears in her eyes, and I couldn't take it anymore. We went in and I threw the garbage bag I picked up from outside straight onto them. That's what you deserve, and that's what kind of people you are. Garbage. Yeah, I trusted you guys, and I thought you were genuinely sorry. But I was wrong. You guys are the most horrible people I've ever met. And I've met a lot. Saying that, we stormed out of their place, and we realized the only family we had was each other. And it was enough. A few days later, we even discovered that our parents were serving time in jail for not being able to pay their debts. Well deserved. Of course, after that, we got our operation and we were successfully separated without any complications. And now, we're free to live life as we want. Hi, my name is Daisy, and I live in Vermont. Please like and subscribe. My parents were both astronauts, so they spend most of their time in space. I grew up with my aunt, who was a space research scientist too. She was mostly busy with her work in the lab, and that left me with none other than Sarah, my childhood friend. I met her when I was 5. My aunt threw me a huge birthday party, but just as I was about to blow out the candles, another girl jumped in and spoiled my moment.
Hey, you! Why did you do that?
But she just looked at me and smirked. I got super angry and smashed her face into my cake, and a war broke out. She jumped onto me and grabbed my hair, and that's when Sarah came to my rescue. She was like an angel. She held that mean, witchy girl by her hair and swung her into the swimming pool.
You just saved my life. Oh, she deserved it. And she did the same thing to me on my birthday.
This was it. I felt like I'd found my soulmate, and that's how we became besties. We played together all day long and even went to school together. And life was pretty much fun until the 9th grade, when a new guy, Jeff, transferred into our class. Once, Sarah and I were getting some lunch in the cafeteria when she tripped over something and her food tray fell straight onto Jeff's face and clothes. All the kids in the cafeteria burst out laughing and his face went all red. And then he came charging at Sarah like a mad bull. How dare you? Do you have a death wish? Stop! Don't you dare touch her! I went in and pushed him aside and he fell straight to the ground on his butt. You'll have to pay for this. I'll make sure. Before he could even finish that sentence, I tossed some coins at him and said, "Will that be enough, or do you need more tips?" I took Sarah's hand and we both walked out of there. But little did I know that this was the beginning of a never-ending war. The next day, as I walked into the class, I could see Jeff with a wicked smile on his face, and I knew something was off. Just then, Sarah saw me and got off the seat. "Hey, Daisy." Suddenly, there was a loud ripping sound across the room. It was Sarah's skirt. Those evil morons put super glue all over her seat. She looked super embarrassed, and Jeff and his minions were laughing like crazy. I quickly went in and wrapped my jacket around her skirt, and then I walked towards that moron, Jeff. "You did this, didn't you?" "Oh, did you see me do it? Wait, you didn't. And it's best that you don't come to me with false accusations like that, you know. I'm a very dangerous man." Just then I stomped on his feet and he yelled in pain. "Dangerous? Look at you whining like a puppy. You better remember this and stay away from my friend, or I'll—" "Oh, such a deep friendship. I've got tears in my eyes. But don't you worry. I'll stay away from her, 'cause now you're my target, and I'll come for you next time. Just you wait and watch." I was about to punch him in the face when the teacher entered and all the kids ran back to their seats. Later, while we were walking home, Sarah told me she was worried about me. "You know, you shouldn't mess with him. His dad is the richest man in the city. What if he—" "Oh, he's just a loser who's insecure about himself, so he picks on other kids. And he messed with you today. I can't let him go just like that. He's a jerk who needs to learn his lesson. But you're not. You're better than this. Let it go. I made a mess out of him in the cafeteria and he pulled a prank. Not a big deal." But before she could even finish, a car flashed past us and all the water by the roadside splashed on us. The car stopped a few steps ahead and that jerk Jeff looked back at us out of the window. "Oh shoot. I told the driver to ride over you, but he missed. I guess you just earned a few more hours to live." I was so gonna kill him this time, but Sarah held me back. "Why did you do that? Why didn't you let me go?" "'Cause he's crazy, but you're not. You want to teach him a lesson? Use your mind, not your hands." Well, maybe she was right, but what I saw the next day at school shocked me. Jeff was leaning over at Sarah's desk like a lost puppy. "Oh, Sarah, I'm so sorry about yesterday. You see, you're so pretty, and I didn't want to hurt you. But that witch, Daisy, she made me do it out of anger. You forgive me, right? I really want to make it up to you. Would you go out with me tonight?" OMG! He was such a jerk. I went ahead and kicked the desk and he fell to the floor.
I think I told you to stay away. What are you doing here, being all cheesy with her, huh?
Daisy, it's okay. He was just saying sorry for what he did.
Really, Sarah? You think a jerk like him can change? Why don't you ever see the bad in people?
Why don't you ever see the good in people?
I looked at that jerk and saw his devilish smile and almost felt like killing him, but I was so mad at Sarah now. And then she said something I had never imagined in my worst nightmare.
I'm going out with him for a movie tonight, and you have to accept that.
What? My best friend was siding with some jerk against me after I took her side? She was out of her mind. Fine, do what you want, but just so you know, he's a jerk. He's just playing some game here, and I've warned you. But she kept staring at me like I was some crazy person. Ugh, I stormed out of there in anger. The next couple of days, we didn't talk much, and now she would hang out with that moron most of the time. Then one day, while I was sitting in the cafeteria all alone, Jeff came there with Sarah, and his arms were wrapped around her. Guys, we have an announcement to make. Sarah and I are officially dating. What the fish? No, that can't be true. Sarah would never.
Oh, Daisy, it's true. It took me some time to realize that Jeff is such a nice guy.
He's super rich and super smart. And now that I know him, I'm not leaving him, ever. Saying that, she hugged him tight, and I couldn't believe my eyes. I was so freaking furious. But what about me? What about us?
Oh, honey, there is no us now. And don't act like we broke up or something. It was just friendship, and I can make lots of friends, you know? But guys, how often do you find such a perfect guy in your life, huh?
He's not perfect. He's an evil jerk who's playing you to get back at me. Ugh, you're so full of yourself, Daisy. I really love Sarah, and I can smell the burn. You're just jealous of my beautiful girlfriend and her choice of men. Choice of men? Ew! I almost puked right then and there. I couldn't stand to see that moron even for a second more. I pushed him aside and went away. The next day at school, I was on my way to class when suddenly someone pulled me into one of the empty classrooms. Looking for me, baby? I know I'm irresistible, and the way you were looking at me yesterday, well, it's not your fault. I'm just so stupid. You're stupid and arrogant. Now let go of me before I could even finish, he started kissing me. Ugh, get away from me, you loser! I pushed him away and slapped his face. How dare you? I swear I'm gonna kill you. Whoa, easy there, baby girl. The fun has just begun. Remember, I told you I was coming for you. Well, here I am. Your friendship, your pride, and your stupid arrogance, I'm gonna take and crush them one by one. And you'll be able to do nothing at all, but just watch from a distance with tears in your eyes. Saying that, he pushed me aside and left the room. God, now I had blood on my mind. I literally wanted to crush his teeny tiny brain with my bare hands. But first, I was gonna file a complaint against him with the principal about what he did. Before I could do that though, he had already made his next move. A few minutes later, I received a message on my phone, and when I checked it, I was shocked to see our pictures together where he was kissing me, and it was captioned, "Daisy, the boyfriend stealer. If you don't do as I say, I'm gonna make these pics go viral, and imagine what's gonna happen to you and your reputation next." I couldn't believe this guy. He was playing so dirty now. The next day at school, he called me and said, "Oh, hey Daisy. You know, I'd really love for you to come to my birthday party and serve some drinks there tomorrow. It'll be an honor for someone like you to even be there." I so wanted to punch him in the face, but then I had to teach him a lesson he'd never forget in his life. So I agreed with a smile. There, that's my girl. That's how I want you to be in front of me, following my orders. Now get out of here. I was keeping note of every word, and he was gonna pay big time. The next day when I reached the party, I could see Jeff standing between the girls. I went ahead and held his hand. "Happy birthday, Jeff." "Oh, but you came empty-handed? Where's my gift?" "Right here." Just as I pointed in the other direction, the lights went off and a video started playing on the big screen behind him. It was the video of the day he pulled me into the empty classroom. Suddenly, I could hear Jeff screaming, "Stop it! Stop it! It's not me! I swear! Daisy, this witch, she's trying to frame me. It's a fake. She made that up." "No, she didn't. I recorded that. Just then, Sarah came forward and slapped him hard in the face.
What? What are you?
Then she put another slap on his face and continued. The day I saw you pulling her into that empty classroom, I knew something was up. So I recorded it to show it to the principal, but after you blackmailed her, we decided you deserved a grander audience, Jeff.
We?
Aw, looks like you're a real moron, Jeff. Did you actually think that Sarah was on your side? Aw, you poor little thing. She's been my best friend for the last 10 years, and you really thought she'd give up on me for a filthy rat like you? You're not the only one who knows how to act, Jeff. The day you almost crushed us under your car was the day we planned to get back at you. And this ain't the only birthday gift for you. We have your cell phone and all the pictures and messages in it, and everything you have ever done to bully the other kids.
You? How did you get that?
The same way she got that video up on your private projector. Of course I helped her, you dummy. Remember, I asked you to throw this party? And why do you think I became your girlfriend in the first place? Feeling the burn, Jeff?
You witch. I'm gonna kill you. That's enough.
Suddenly, his dad came rushing out and said,
I can't believe you're my son. You have let me and my reputation down. I'm disowning you and sending you to a boarding school forever.
Dad, no! Please! Dad, no! He kept holding onto his dad's feet and crying like a little baby as he walked back into the crowd. And I couldn't help but say, it was an honor, Jeff. Then I looked at Sarah and she had this awesome smile on her face. Told ya, use your mind, not your hands. You slapped him twice. Oh, you got me there. I love you. I love you too.
Hi, my name is Laurel, and my dad's a famous Hollywood star and a crazy one. Even though he gave me everything a little girl could dream of, there was something I wanted more than anything else in the world. But be careful what you wish for, because I got what I wanted, and things got really crazy. But before all that, I have good news for you. My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. On my 5th birthday, when Dad asked me what I wanted for a present, I said I wanted a mommy.
What? Who taught you the M word?
Dad, I'm 5, not stupid. Everyone has a mommy. All I have is this stupid necklace.
But I'm your mom. I've looked after you ever since you were a baby. Why do you want a mom when I'm your dad? How about I take you to Disneyland instead?
I want a mommy.
You're being ridiculous. Besides, I don't even know who your mommy is.
What do you mean, Daddy?
I dated a bunch of women at the same time. I really don't know who the mother is. I just found you at my door one day. But I had the DNA test, and you are for sure my own daughter.
I didn't really understand what he was saying, but after that day, he started distracting me with the craziest trips and presents so that I'd forget all about the M word. As if! On Mother's Day, the kindergarten teacher told everyone to make cards for their moms. Well, hello! How rude! I don't have one. But I didn't let it bother me and decided to make a poster instead. Mom wanted for cute daughter a famous actor. My teacher thought it was really funny, so when I went home, I told my social media manager to post a picture of it on my Insta account. The next day, I woke up to Dad yelling,
Laurel! Why are there women outside with CVs to be my wife?
I ran to the window, and sure enough, there was a whole crowd of women outside the house. Dad had to call in security to get rid of them. He was really mad about my little stunt. But the next day, when I came home from school, Dad was sitting with a very pretty woman. As soon as she saw me, she threw her arms around me and started to cry. Who are you?
I'm your mom, of course. I'm so sorry I left you. You don't even recognize your own mother now.
I suddenly felt overwhelmed with emotions and hugged her back. Are you really my mommy? Where were you? I missed you so much. Even wear your necklace every day.
Oh, darling. I saw your ad and I just couldn't stay away from you anymore.
Dad told me Mom was his girlfriend when he started acting right after college. She'd been too poor to keep me, so she left me with him. But now she was back. Over the next few months, I was busy making up for all the time I'd lost with Mom. Since Mom was a struggling actress, we spent a lot of time watching movies and playing dress-up. But then things started to change. Dad helped Mom get a movie, and then another, and soon enough, she was too busy for me. But then one day when I was in the 4th grade, she forgot to pick me up. Again. and I felt really mad. I was about to walk back home in the rain when someone stopped me. "Where's your mom, sweetie?" I looked up. It was Miss Maisel. She had started teaching here just recently and was the prettiest teacher in the world. "I don't know. She forgot to pick me up. Again." When we called Mom, her secretary said, "We're on our way to the Bahamas for an important shoot. Ask your teacher to drop you." When Miss Maisel dropped me at my door, I told her to wait and meet my dad. "He'll give you his autograph. And if you're lucky, maybe a kiss too." But when I came back with Dad, she was gone. That night, I stayed up making a thank you card for her. But when I went to school the next day, the other teacher said she had moved. I was bummed the whole day at school. But when I got home, I had the craziest surprise waiting for me. I could hear yelling and screaming from inside the house. "No, you witch! You're a liar! Takes one to know one." I rushed in to find Mom and Dad fighting while a woman sat in the corner crying. The minute she saw me, she jumped up and hugged me. "My baby! Look at her, all grown up now." I tried to push her away, but she just clung to me and started bawling. "I'm your mama. Believe me, she's lying. You remember me, don't you?" Both my moms started fighting, and I ran up to Dad. "What's going on? Who's that? And why is she calling herself my mom?" Dad said this was his college girlfriend and first true love, but they'd broken up just before he started dating my actress mom. "Darling, tell her to get out. You know I'm Laurel's mom." "Oh, please, it's me. Remember the love we had?" Dad turned red and looked dazed and threw up his hands. "I don't care. You both stay. Let Laurel pick her mom. I already have a girlfriend." With that, he barged out of the room and both the women turned to me with blazing eyes. I gulped and stepped back. Uh-oh. For the next few days, I was super confused. I had not one, but two mothers, and they were both determined to show me who loved me more. I suggested to take the DNA test, but Dad refused and said, "Well, your mom is the one who loves you more." I started to feel that my dad was crazy and he was enjoying this, and things got really crazier. Every morning, I'd wake up to not one, but two amazing breakfasts. My new mom owned a salon and whisked me off to manicures and makeovers, which made my old mom feel really insecure. So she was now taking me out to fancy cafes and shopping sprees. I was loving all this mom-daughter time. One day, when I was in the 7th grade, my old mom came to me and asked if I wanted to play dress-up with her. "Mom, I'm not 4 anymore. I'm 13. "Yeah, you're right. How about we go to one of my parties?" "Are you for real?" "Yes." "Abso-freaking-lutely not. My daughter is not going to go to some adult party." "What? No, I'm going with my mom." "I am your mom." "No, you're not. I am." Before I knew it, they were at each other's throats again. "Gosh, will you two just stop? I'm getting really tired of this." I stormed off to my room and slammed the door. But on my very first day of high school, I saw someone I thought I'd never see again. Miss Maisel. I ran up to her, almost afraid she'd have forgotten me. But the minute she saw me, she hugged me tight. "You just left. I thought I'd never see you again." "Well, I'm back. And now you'll see me every day because I'm your principal." I don't know who says high school sucks, but mine had just started out pretty great. I was friends with the principal already. Everybody in class seemed to be really friendly too, especially the boys. By the end of the day, I'd been asked out by the captain of the swim team, Brad, and I wasn't complaining. I started spending a lot of my free time with Miss Maisel in her office, and she would sometimes help me with schoolwork. She was rather appalled when she saw just how bad my grades were. "Don't your mom and dad say anything?" "No, my mom's and dad says I don't need to study a word." "We'll see about that, Missy. You need to work harder and spend less time with that Brad." "What was she, my mom?" On the day of the prom, Dad asked me why I looked so excited. "I'm going to prom with the captain of the swim team, Dad." "What? No, you can't date any boy. No daughter of mine is dating a jock and coming home pregnant." "But Dad, it's just a dance." "I said no. I'll be watching you." And he wasn't kidding. He practically set up camp at the front door. As I was thinking about how to escape that evening, suddenly both my moms came into my room. "Your dad's being stupid. Every girl deserves to go to her prom." "We're going to help you, sweetie." Mom 2 gave me the cutest dress and great makeover. And then Mom 1 put her acting skills to good use. She went to the kitchen, let out a shrill scream, and pretended to faint. While Dad went running to her, I slipped out the door and ran off grinning. My moms were the best. When I walked into the hall, I instantly had boys swarming over and asking me to dance. "Thanks, but I'm here with Brad, guys." "You're sure? I think he's here with someone else." Just then, I caught sight of Brad with his arms around the cheerleading captain, and he was kissing her. I pulled them apart and demanded to know what was going on. "What do you mean?" You're my boyfriend. Why is your face stuck to her face?
I don't know. I mean, I don't like you.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I mean, you're cute and rich and an actor's daughter, but I don't know. I like her better.
I was furious. Before I knew what I was doing, I grabbed a glass of punch and dumped the whole thing over his head. You horrible, horrible jerk! As I was busy pulling his hair, I heard Miss Maisel say, "What is the meaning of this, Laurel?" Immediately, I let him go and turned to her, angry tears streaming down my face. What's wrong? Just back off! What are you, huh? My mom? I rushed past her to the bathroom. I felt like such a fool. A minute later, Miss Maisel joined me. I looked at her and burst into tears as I told her everything. She told me I could do so much better than a dumb jock like Brad. Pretty boys can be a pain, really. Look for people who are kind. After a while, I stopped crying. She had a point. Suddenly, she reached into her bag and offered me a chocolate. That's my favorite. Thanks, Mom. I gasped. Had I just called the principal Mom? Could I be any lamer? But to my surprise, Miss Maisel suddenly hugged me. Think of me like your mom, always. Miss M, I have two Oops! As I pulled away, my necklace got caught in hers, and then everything came crashing down. The necklace she was wearing was the other half of mine. What the? Why do you have that? Oh, Laurel. Wait, let me explain. Oh no, don't freaking touch me! You! It's you! You're my mom, aren't you? You lying, horrible woman! I hate you! And with that, I ran home in complete shock. I'd seen her, my mother, and the two women who fought over me every single day had both been lying? As soon as I got home, I barged into Dad's room. They are lying! They're both liars and gold diggers, Dad! I saw her, my mother! She has the other half of my necklace! I told him everything, and both moms looked like they'd passed out. Dad looked furious. I knew one of you was lying. That's why I let you stay in my house. But you were both lying? They both burst into tears, telling me they loved me. I told them to save it and turned to Dad. It doesn't matter anymore. You were right all those years ago. Mothers freaking suck. You're my only family, Dad. Just then, the maid announced Miss Maisel was here to see Dad. As she came in, I looked at Dad to see his reaction, and to my shock, he jumped up and hugged her. What? He said she was the sister of his dead college best friend. Dad, it's her. She has a necklace. She's my mom.
Impossible. We never dated.
Of course we never dated, but you were with my sister for a while, and then you decided you guys were better off as friends, remember? Then she had Laurel, and after she passed away, our mom left Laurel at your door. Miss Maisel said after a while she'd come looking for me because she promised my real mom she'd look after me. But I thought telling Laurel would upset her, so I just kept a look from afar. That necklace was something I gifted your mom. That's why I had the second half. For a minute, Dad and I were stunned, unable to believe what we were hearing. My real mom was gone. I burst into tears. Suddenly, Dad, my two moms, and Miss Maisel hugged me, promising to be there for me forever. What was her name? Your mom's name was Sandra. I asked for her picture. When I saw her face, I could see how much we looked alike, and it made me miss her even more. Years passed. I moved forward from the loss of never knowing my birth mother, and forgave all the people who had lied to me. And today is my wedding. And even though my own mom won't be here to give me away, I have one crazy dad and 3 wonderful women who love me very much to do just that.